energy. Remember, energy in our cells is called ATP, adenosine triphosphate. And what happens is our cells eat the glucose and turn the glucose into ATP energy. And this is the reason why we call it blood sugar, because glucose is floating through your bloodstream right now. And the cells of your body can just reach out and grab what they need and turn it into ATP energy. Now, if we were to eat more glucose, more carbohydrates than we could actually utilize, we store it. We would store the rest of it. We have the ability to store glucose, and it's called glycogen. Glycogen is the reservoir, the storage form of glucose in our body. And as I pointed out here, muscle, okay, is the biggest reservoir. Your muscle glycogen levels, they make up the biggest reservoir of glycogen in your body, and the liver also has a good amount, but not as much as the muscle does. But just for fun and giggles here, I've mentioned that your muscle can store approximately 1,800 to maybe 2,000 calories of glycogen, and your liver can store about 400, 500, 600 calories of glycogen, okay? Now, muscle glycogen is what you're using when you're exercising, when you're running, when you're doing a boot camp, when you're lifting weights, you're using the muscle glycogen. The liver glycogen comes into play when you're sleeping, when you haven't eaten for many hours and you're sitting there, binge watching The Expanse on Amazon Prime, like I was doing last night when I just shut down. That's when you're using your liver glycogen, okay? So I bring this up for a reason, because sometimes personal trainers will say to their clients, you gotta lift weights before you do your cardio. And they say that because, sometimes they say that, because they say, well, you gotta lift weights because lifting weights is anaerobic. Anaerobic burns off sugar, and we wanna exhaust your muscle glycogen levels before you can start burning fat. That is incorrect. What I want you to realize is that when you are sitting there right now, or when you're exercising, you're always using a combination of fats and carbs at the same time. It's always a mixture of fats and carbs. You're never only burning sugar, glucose. You're never only burning fat. It's a combination of fats and carbs, okay? And this is important because realize that if you were to run out of muscle glycogen, if you were to run out of carbs in your body, you would not be able to burn fat. You wouldn't really burn fat well without carbohydrates. You need carbs to burn fat, okay? And that's one of the reasons why hitting the wall happens. People run out of glycogen and they can't burn fat. It's kind of like this. You can't make a fire without oxygen. You need oxygen to burn a fire. You can't make a fire in outer space because there's no air on outer space, right? Well, just as a fire needs oxygen, fat burning needs carbohydrates, okay? And and again, the good news here is you're hardly ever going to run out of these carbs. You're not going to burn these off in a typical exercise program. And that's another reason why I think the personal trainers make the mistake, because in your typical personal training session at a gym, it's maybe 30 minutes, maybe 60 minutes long. You're not going to burn 1,800 calories in an hour. You're just not even doing CrossFit will you do this. And so you really don't have to worry about. Most people are probably going to be burning 300-400 calories in an hour, typical workout, maybe, depending on, what intensity, and are they sitting on the machine or they keep moving. Okay, so you're really not going to be burning off all this muscle glycogen, and that's a good thing, because you don't want to be, hitting the wall in your typical gym workout. Now, one other thing I want to point out about this glycogen is it stores a lot of water. There's a lot of water that is frozen up with the glycogen, okay? And frozen, that's a good analogy between glycogen and glucose. They're the same thing, but they're different forms. I think of them as like glucose is water, glycogen is ice cubes. And as ice cubes melt, they melt to water. Well, as glycogen melts, it melts back to glucose. But because glycogen stores a lot of water, okay, stores an awful lot of water, as you start depleting your glycogen, you're releasing a lot of water into the body, which in turn is going to make you start urinating a lot. This is the reason why a low carb or ketogenic diet results in very quick weight loss. When you cut your carbs out, whether you're just not going to eat or you're going to go on a low carb diet, you are depleting your glycogen levels, which in turn is releasing lots of water into your bloodstream, and that water is going to get filtered through your kidneys and you're going to start urinating. That is the reason why people on a low carb diet lose lots and lots and lots of weight in the very beginning of that low carb diet. It's not fat that they're burning, it's water and carbohydrates that they're actually losing. And I need for you to keep that in the back of your mind. We'll circle back and talk more about this today. But that is the reason why people lose weight faster on a low carb diet. They ain't burning fat, they are losing water weight. Okay? Now, fiber is a carbohydrate. Fiber is a carbohydrate, but the interesting thing about fiber is you cannot get energy from fiber. You cannot make ATP energy from fiber, okay? And there is an RDA, there is a recommended dietary allowance here. And most books are gonna reference it anywhere from 20 to 35 or maybe 38 grams a day. How much is that in real world values? That's around an ounce. That's around an ounce a day. Think about this. Here's a little piece of metric system trivia. 28 grams is 1 ounce. 28 grams of anything is 1 ounce. So, you're looking at around an ounce, a little bit more than an ounce a day of fiber. Most people do not even get this amount. And that is a problem in America. We're not eating enough fiber, and that's a huge problem for many, many reasons. Now, if you're an athlete and you were trying to figure out how many calories, how many grams of fiber you should be getting per day, well, roughly it's about 14 grams for every 1,000 calories that you eat. Most people eat around 2,000 calories a day, and that is why I say it's about an ounce of fiber a day, because we eat around 2,000 calories, generally speaking. But if you're somebody like, Michael Phelps, the swimmer, the Olympian, remember they were saying Michael Phelps eats 10,000 calories a day. Well, that'll give you an idea of how much fiber he's eating per day. Okay, it's 14 grams for 1,000 calories. He's eating 10,000 calories. You need to do the math. He's eating about 114 grams of fiber a day. Now, I like showing this statistic because this is actually very telling. $80 billion a year saved on healthcare costs just for constipation problems if people ate just 15 grams of fiber a day. There is evidence that when you look at doctor's visits from the 1950s all the way up to the year 2000, the visits to physicians because of constipation increases from the 50s to the year 2000. Why? From the 50s to the year 2000, our fiber intake drops. We eat more processed foods. If the food comes in a can, or it's got a wrapper around it, or it comes in a box, it's very low in fiber. If it comes in a can, got a wrapper around it, it comes in a box, it probably doesn't have a lot of fiber, and that's what people tend to be eating a lot of. Well, the problem with that is there's a number of reasons. We look at countries that eat more fiber. They don't have as much weight problems. They get less heart disease. They get less diabetes and pre-diabetes. Metabolic syndrome is sometimes called pre-diabetes. Okay, they have less inflammation in their body overall, and also less inflammation in their colon. And this is one of the reasons why we think that higher fiber diets lead to less colon cancer. And colon cancer, I don't think people take it seriously, but if you don't catch it fast enough, it's a big killer of people. So you got to keep your gut health healthy. And one of the reasons that you can do that is keep your microbiome healthy. They in turn help keep your colon healthy. Related to inflammation is this thing I left down here called CRP. CRP is a blood test that maybe your doctor might do one day. It's a blood test marker for inflammation. It stands for C, the letter C, reactive protein. C, reactive protein. You sometimes have to ask the doctor to do this test. It's not going to be on your typical blood test, but there is lots of research that shows that high inflammation in your body, okay, can lead to different diseases like cancer and heart disease and stuff like that. And doctors can give you an idea of your cellular inflammation by measuring your CRP levels, okay? So bottom line is more fiber means less inflammation and less health problems, okay? And we're still trying to figure out why this is. But fiber tends to have a lot of magnesium, okay? That's one way of looking at it. You know, magnesium is a very popular mineral these days. And you might say, well, you know, how do I know I'm getting magnesium in my diet? Well, if you're eating fiber, you're getting magnesium, okay? Fiber foods have magnesium. And generally, gang, if it's green, it has magnesium. Green foods have magnesium as well. Okay, so there's two ways you can get an idea. Magnesium has a calming effect in the body. It relaxes things. And magnesium does appear, well, magnesium plays a role in over 350 different chemical reactions in the body, but it seems to reduce the risk of diabetes. That's very interesting. Magnesium seems to do a lot of things, which I don't think we're figuring out. But a lot of people, as again, I'll talk about later today, I think a lot of people may have subclinical magnesium deficiency because they're not eating the foods that have magnesium. They're running on fumes, so to speak. They're eating magnesium because maybe it's in their multivitamin, but they're not getting enough to suit their needs. I just got a spider that's crawling on my wall. Now, this comes from the latest dietary guidelines for Americans. More than 90% of women and 97% of men do not meet the recommended intake for dietary fiber, which is 20 to 35 grams a day. Most people in America are not even eating 1 ounce of fiber a day. And that's a huge problem in America. We need to eat a better diet. Generally speaking, there's about almost a 10% drop in heart disease risk for every 7 grams of fiber you eat. CVD is fancy talk for heart disease. CVD is cardiovascular disease. There's so many acronyms in nutrition. Cardiovascular disease is heart disease. And it's almost a 10% drop in heart disease risk for every 7 grams of fiber you eat. So that's more trivia, but it can give you an idea. The more fiber you eat, the healthier your heart tends to be. And I wanted to share with you one way that you might be able to determine how much fiber is in the foods, the packaged foods that you might eat. I'm going to show you the better way. There is a better way than this, but sometimes this carbs to fiber rule or carbs to fiber ratio can help you out. If you're in the supermarket, you're trying to figure out, does that have a lot of fiber? Does that have a lot of fiber? And you're on the fence, sometimes this will work. So how do you do this? Basically, you look on a food nutrition label and you divide the fiber grams into the total amount of grams of carbohydrates. You divide the fiber into the total carbs. I'm going to show you an example of this in a second. And if you do this, and if the number is 5 or less, it's okay. You divide the fiber into the total amount of carbohydrates, and if it's 5 or less, if the number is 5 or less, then it's okay to eat. It's a higher fiber food. Sometimes this can come into play when you're kind of on the fence. Again, I will show you a much better way to figure it out in a moment, okay? But there is this thing that sometimes can help you out. So let's look at an example. So let's look at this example right here, which is a failure. So here we have, it has dietary fiber, 2.7 grams, carbohydrates, 20 grams. Well, if you divide 2.7 and 20, 7.4. Fail. That would be a lower fiber food, okay? That's all I did. I divided the total fiber into the total grams of carbohydrates, and I got that number. And if it's 5 or less, it's good. If it's more than 5, it's not good. So this would be a not good example. Next one is okay. So here we have 3 grams of fiber, 15 grams of total carbohydrates. 3 into 15 is 5. Pass. This would be okay to eat. All right. Now, This sometimes happens when you're on the fence and and you're just not quite sure. That said, there is an easier way to know if you're getting a higher fiber food or not. Number one, fruits and veggies and beans and seeds will all be high in fiber. So if you just stick to eating fruits and veggies, beans and seeds, you ain't got nothing to worry about. However, if you are eating things that are, come in cans and boxes and all that stuff, packaged foods, you have these things over here called the daily values, okay? And these are important, and I'll readdress this later today as well, but I'm just going to tell you about it right now. The daily value tells you how much of a food, of a food constituent, carbohydrates, fat, protein, whatever, you should be aiming for each day. So you're allowed to have some fat. You're allowed to have some sodium. You're allowed to have some carbs and all that stuff. And the daily value gives you a percentage of what your daily allowance is. When you are looking at a nutrition facts label, and you all have them in your kitchen right now, okay? All you got to do is remember two things. And again, I will come back to this later today. Two things. If you see 5% or less, it means it's low in that nutrient. If you see 5% or less, it means it's low in that nutrient. If you see 20% or more, it means it's high in that nutrient. This comes right from the FDA website. 5% or less means it's low. 20% or more means it's high. Okay? So looking at these two examples right here, I mean, you're not seeing 20 at all. I mean, you're seeing, for carbohydrates, it's low in carbohydrates. It's mediocre at best in fiber. So I'm not seeing 20% next to anything. Generally speaking, if I'm looking for a nutrition facts label, I want to see 20% or more next to fiber. Okay, because that'll tell me right off the bat it's a high fiber food. I would want to see low numbers next to sodium. I want to see low numbers next to trans fats, for instance. So I want to look for low numbers next to the bad stuff. I want to look for higher numbers next to the good stuff. Okay? And again, I will show you that later on today. I've got a better example of this. But this carbs to fiber rule will come into play when nothing just looks right. You're like, I don't see 20% or even close to that next to fiber. Okay, so I see 12, all right? But sometimes when you do the math, it can highlight what might be a little bit higher food, because here I have 20 grams of carbohydrates, here I have 15 grams of carbohydrates. Just by decreasing the carbs a little bit, that's going to bump up your ratio, and so your fiber to carb ratio goes up. I know it seems a little confusing, and I don't think you'll be using this very much, but sometimes it comes in handy. But as a rule, you could also make the argument, if nothing looks right to you, put it back. If you're like, I really got to do math to figure this out, I'm not spending money on something that makes me work for it. All right, and that's enough. I can't argue with that logic. If they're going to make you work for it, then the heck with them. Opt for something that's better quality. Now, in continuing with fiber, and I'm going to talk about fiber because it's really, really important, especially we all like to talk about gut health. Well, again, this really plays into well with gut health. When we talk fiber, we have what's called soluble and insoluble fiber, okay? Soluble means the fiber dissolves well in water, and insoluble fiber means it does not dissolve well in water. That's all it means. And you don't have to worry about, did I get enough soluble, did I get enough insoluble fiber in my RDA? That 20 to 35 grams I mentioned before, it includes both of them. So there's no separate RDA for each of them, so don't worry about that. Both of these types of fiber can lower cholesterol levels, okay? And your gut health, your microbiome, those bacteria that live inside of you, many of them, I should say, like to eat fiber. Those are what we like to call the probiotic bacteria, the good bacteria. The good bacteria like to eat fiber, okay? The not so good healthy bacteria, the not so healthy bacteria, they prefer to eat protein. But the healthy bacteria, they eat fiber. So as you eat more fiber, you tend to make more of those healthy bacteria that we all want. Now, this is what you get in food, and there are some supplements out there that contain these things as well. But I want to mention what you may see in the stores and even on infomercials, these things called cleanse supplements. What I'm going to tell you right now is that cleanse supplements, really nobody needs them. Cleanse supplements are essentially expensive laxatives. They are expensive fiber supplements, I should say, because when you see the word cleanse or cleanser, that just means laxative. It just means laxative, because we all know fiber makes you go to the bathroom, right? And so that's what cleanse is. Cleanse is the sexy new term for laxative. And I know this to be true because I'm a supplement nerd. I like to look at labels all the time and see what's in them. I can 9 times out of 10, I can drill down on a $80 supplement and I can tell you its active ingredient, which usually costs like $10. And that's one of the things that I do for people on the side, because people don't want to spend $80 on a bottle of supplements, and I don't blame them, when the active ingredient you can get for like $10 usually. So cleanse, they're just fiber supplements, and there's not a lot of fiber in them at all. And also a lot of these cleanse supplements, they actually contain sometimes an herbal ingredient, which helps them work even better. And that herbal ingredient is called senna. Senna. I always ruin that word. I think it's senna is Senna. You've probably heard of it. Senecal. Senecal, the laxative. That's where it gets its name from. And what senna is, it is a laxative. It makes your large intestine start squeezing together so you vacate the contents even quicker. And so that's why they include senna. So what kind of, but again, these things are billed for weight loss sometimes. I'm going to cleanse, I'm going to lose weight because I'm going to go on a cleanse. What are you losing? You're losing fecal matter and water, okay? You're losing fecal matter, water, and also you're losing microbiome, your bacteria as well. Microbiome trivia. Here's a piece of trivia. You'll never look at the toilet bowl the same way again. Well, here it is. Poop is about 50% bacteria. Fecal matter is 50% bacteria, living and dead bacteria. Okay, so living and dead bacteria is fecal matter. It's about 50%. So I sometimes wonder what is the long-term consequence of using a lot of these colon cleansing supplements and weight loss teas. There are a lot of these teas out there that are billed for weight loss. What do they do to your gut health long term? I don't know, but when you think about the fact that you're getting rid of a lot of bacteria that are living inside of you, what ultimately does that do for us? I don't know, and nobody has actually, that I've ever seen, done a long-term study of gut health with fiber cleanse or cleansing tea supplements. So I don't know, but just something to think about. I don't think you should spend any money on cleanse supplements or weight loss teas. Now, inulin, you may actually have in your house right now. It's a fiber. It's a type of soluble fiber that is often added to cereals and cereal bars, like, for instance, Fiber One. It is sometimes called chicory root extract because it comes from the chicory plant. And it's a soluble fiber. Companies add it to foods and cereals to bump up the fiber content of these foods. I've recently been noticing some weight loss supplements that have been coming on the market. These are sometimes products that are sold through third-party distributors and have a multi-level marketing aspect to them. And they contain inulin. I see it. I've been seeing it a lot lately. And it makes sense because if you are eating fiber, well, if you're eating fiber, you might not feel as full. Fiber has no calories, and in theory, inulin might help some people lose weight, just like any other fiber might. Inulin is sometimes also called a prebiotic, okay, a prebiotic, and that is a term you'll sometimes see on supplement and even food labels. What is a prebiotic? A prebiotic is, again, a new age sexy term for fiber. Fiber and prebiotic mean the same thing. They mean exactly the same thing. Why do they call it prebiotic? It sounds cool. A prebiotic is the food of probiotic bacteria. What do probiotic bacteria like to eat? Fiber. So ergo, fiber is a prebiotic. And I want to tell you about this information because you see a lot of these interesting terms on food labels these days. You need to know a lot of this is just very, very good marketing. Instead of giving you an old term like fiber, they make up a new term. This is an invented term, by the way. There's probably some marketing guru who created this. And, it works well. People buy into this stuff. But I just want you to realize fiber and prebiotic mean exactly the same thing. There's no difference between them. Okay. Any questions so far, by the way? Okay. So I mentioned that the added sugars are these sugars that are added to a food by a company to make it taste better. Well, for the first time ever, and this actually started a couple years ago, we now have a daily value for added sugars. There's a number that you're not really supposed to exceed. And that number for added sugars is 50 grams a day. That's less than 2 ounces a day of added sugars. Adults are encouraged to not eat more than 50 grams of added sugars a day. You are looking at a bottle of Coca-Cola that I found a few years ago in my refrigerator, and I want you to realize, look at here, it says total carbs, 65 grams, total sugars, 65 grams, includes 65 grams of added sugars, which is 130% of the daily value for added sugars, okay? Now, for the first time, Nutrition Facts labeling is telling us the amount of added sugars that are in foods. Most Nutrition Facts labels are doing this right now. Some companies have been giving a little bit of an extension, a couple more years to get their act in order. But you can always tell you're looking at the new version of the Nutrition Facts because calories now are gigantic. They are now telling you, this is another reference to the fact that we are consuming more calories than we should be. They are really calling attention to calories now. The same thing if you go into a Panera or a Chick-fil-A, they're all showing you calories on that menu board. They're all doing that now. And there is some evidence that if you can see the calories that you're consuming, you tend to eat less. And that's, I think, a good thing because, again, as we have a lot of problems with overweight in this country, and a lot of diseases are linked to being overweight. And so that's an important thing. If we can bring our weight down, we can bring our blood pressure down, our blood sugar down, our cancer risk goes down, our heart disease risk goes down, which in turn means less healthcare costs. Okay, you got a lot of people out there who want healthcare for all, and they want to make it free and all that stuff. If you voted for Bernie Sanders, that's what his platform is all about. Hey, I got news for you. You ain't ever going to insure a nation of sick people. It ain't ever going to happen, and we are a nation of sick people. There are people in their 40s and 50s right now taking 5 medications every single day. Sometimes they're even younger than that. It's never going to happen unless we can get everybody's health under control. I'm all for healthcare for all and universal healthcare if we can pay for it. And right now, I don't know if we can or can't, but we'll see. But again, getting back on topic, I want you to realize that we are now listing added sugars, and we're not supposed to eat more than 50 grams a day. And for children, it's less. Some people are saying that kids should consume no more than 25 grams of added sugars a day. Why? Kids are smaller than adults, and so they may not be able to handle as much added sugars. So just realize this and start taking notice of the added sugars. And again, no more than 50 grams a day. It is difficult. It's difficult to keep with this. If you're eating foods that come in a can or a box, got a wrapper around them, come in a bottle like this, it's very difficult to stay at 50 grams. To try it today and see what happens. It's extremely difficult. Here's another tidbit from the latest guidelines for Americans. Approximately 60% of men and 65% of women exceed intakes for added sugars. They're getting more than that 50 grams of sugar a day. This is an average intake of about 330 calories from added sugars for men and approximately 250 extra calories for women. Again, we got to cut back on these things. Hey, by the way, why do companies add added sugars? To make it taste better. Make it taste better. Here's some of the added sugars in a variety of different foods. Fruit drinks often get a pass as being healthy, but look at this. Your typical 12-ounce serving of a typical fruit drink, you're already exceeding your intake for daily sugars. Same thing with lemonade and soda is giving you a lot. Sweet tea, nobody drinks 12 ounces of sweet tea or a lot of this stuff. We usually drink more than that. So just something to think about as you go through your day. Start taking notice of these added sugars. Any questions so far? Okay. Let's talk about sugar and high fructose corn syrup, which is in a lot of foods, and it's worthy talking about this. So sucrose is the table sugar. Sucrose is table sugar. You may have it in your house right now. Okay. What about sugar-free stuff? So sugar-free is going to contain artificial sugars. It's going to contain things like maybe aspartame or sucralose, monk fruit. There's all kinds of these artificial sugars out there, and they don't contain any calories. They don't contain any calories. I don't think we quite know the long-term effect of a lot of this stuff. I do think in moderation, most likely they're all safe. I mean, if you're taking a couple packets of Splenda or something like that a day, I personally don't think that's going to hurt anybody. Generally, you have to consume very, very large amounts of these things for long periods of time before you see anything bad happening. Back in the 90s, saccharin was removed from the food supply. They said, saccharin's not safe, saccharin causes cancer. Well, it caused cancer in rats when you gave them a boatload of saccharin every single day for a long time. Nobody eats that much saccharin, so they allowed saccharin to come back. So I think that, like a lot of things, the dose makes the poison. If you're going to have a couple packets of saccharin a day, even 3 or 4 or 5, I personally don't think that's going to be a problem for the vast majority of people. Some people would say, would sugar actually be better, regular table sugar? Sure, if you like it, I got no problem with it. Again, everything in moderation is fine. I don't think we know the effect of these artificial sweeteners on the gut microbiome. There has been some preliminary research that does seem to show these sugars affect the microbiome content. What ultimately does that mean? I don't know. I haven't seen enough research on it. So bottom line, if you're doing everything healthy, you're exercising, you're eating well, but you're going to have some Splenda in your tea or coffee, don't lose any sleep over it. I really wouldn't. And I think that's an important thing, because I got news for you. In the health and fitness industry, there's a lot of, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Shaming in a way. It's kind of like, we saw this recently with the vaccine. Oh, you didn't get the vaccine. Oh, you're bad. And sometimes fitness people make you feel bad when you have some Splenda. You could be eating salads. You could be a total vegan, but you had Splenda. That's bad for you. Everything in moderation, I think, is okay. So don't lose sleep if that's the worst thing you do during the day. I'm not worried about it. The microbiome notwithstanding, I think we're strong enough to take a couple hits of Splenda or aspartame or whatever. But again, like I said, it's all about the dose makes the poison. A little bit on a daily basis, I don't think is going to be a big deal. If suddenly you're consuming large amounts of this, you're going through a box of Splenda every single week, well, then maybe we got to talk. So. But other than that, I wouldn't worry too much about it. So again, table sugar is roughly a combination of 50% glucose and 50% fructose. Fructose, think F for fruit. Fructose is what you find in fruit. So apples have some fructose, oranges have some fructose, grapes, blueberries got some fructose. Only a little bit though, okay? And table sugar is 50-50 combination of both. In 2018, Americans consumed approximately 37 pounds of high fructose corn syrup per person. That's a 2018 statistic. And while that sounds like a lot, it's actually on the decline. And I'll show you the graph in a second. It's actually, we're eating less high fructose corn syrup now than we did even a few years ago. Now, speaking of high fructose corn syrup, it's called high fructose because it contains a little bit more fructose. It's roughly 42% glucose and 55% fructose. And so because it has a somewhat higher amount of fructose than table sugar, it's called high fructose. All right. So 50-50, 42-55, not a whole big difference in their chemical composition. And even a few years ago, I remember seeing advertisements that were saying that it's just sugar. It looks like sugar. What's the difference? We process it the same way. They basically were saying that on TV commercials, just a few years ago. Well, maybe not. It depends on what study you read. I'm going to show you some studies today on all this stuff. You can see in the year 2000, we were consuming approximately 62 pounds per person of high fructose corn syrup. And over the last 18 years, that has dropped. I got news for you. We're not eating less high fructose corn syrup because we've suddenly come to our senses and we've gotten healthier. No, we're eating less high fructose corn syrup because of the negative publicity that companies were getting because of high fructose corn syrup, and so they started to take it out. You see foods now saying no high fructose corn syrup, even if they never contained high fructose corn syrup. They're now saying no, we don't have any. They say that because it had such a negative connotation. They started saying we don't have it, and they started taking it out and replacing it with other things. Okay, like maybe sugar. So that's the reason why we're eating less high fructose corn syrup. Now, here's one of the reasons why high fructose corn syrup has been getting all its negative publicity. You may have seen graphs like this, which purport to show something very odd. High fructose corn syrup was invented in the 1960s. And look what happens as it started to get added to the food supply. Right around 1980, they converged, and boom, obesity rate started to go up. Right about the same time, they really started to add high fructose corn syrup to the food supply. So graphs like this say to people, high fructose corn syrup causes obesity. And that's one of the reasons why they started really hammering this thing. I gotta tell you, graphs like this are interesting, but they do not prove that high fructose corn syrup causes obesity. They do not this is what you see here is called a correlation. Two things occurring at the same time may look like they're related when in fact maybe they're not. Okay? Correlation does not mean cause and effect. That's a very, very sound rule of science to always keep in the back of your mind. Correlation, association does not always mean they're related to each other. I always told to stay away from high fructose corn syrup for cholesterol. Hold that thought, Kat. Hold that thought. So, what is high fructose corn syrup? So, as I said, it was invented in Japan, I think around 1960, 1961, and they quickly started adding it to the food supply because it's very cheap to make and it tastes sweet. It's sweeter than real sugar. It tastes real good and it's cheap. Well, hello. That's one of the reasons why they started using it. They can save money by using this, and it makes things taste good. So it makes sense why they were using it. And again, they were using it even in ketchup there for the longest period of time. Some places still use it. So that's the reason why companies started using it. Fructose and high fructose corn syrup are broken down in the liver, and this is important. Glucose, blood sugar, gets broken up in your other cells of your body. Your muscle cells use other cells, your brain cells can use glucose, but fructose is broken down in the liver. And this is actually very different than other types of sugar. Turns out when you consume high fructose corn syrup and fructose, although don't worry so much about fructose because there's not a lot of it in food. But high fructose corn syrup increases triglycerides, okay? Triglycerides are fatty acids. They're fats that float around your bloodstream. And you can actually grab them and use them for energy as you need to, okay? But if you have high levels of triglycerides in your blood, that is a risk factor for strokes and heart disease. This is why your doctor routinely measures triglycerides when you get a blood test, because high levels of triglycerides are a risk factor for strokes. And stroke is kind of it's a bleeding or a blood clot in your brain. Okay? It's a very serious disorder. It's as serious as a heart attack. They really should call it a brain attack, because it's essentially a heart attack in the brain, basically. And so that's not good. And so high fructose corn syrup will increase triglyceride levels, which increase the fat that goes into your fat cells, yes, but it also increases the fat in your liver. Here's the problem. There is a medical disorder out there, and I actually wrote this down wrong. It's called NAL. It's non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It's NAFLD. NAFLD. I read it wrong there, but non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And this is a disease, a condition that occurs when fat builds up inside the liver. And as it builds up inside the liver does not work as well as it should. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is a precursor, a prelude, if you will, to cirrhosis of the liver. Cirrhosis of the liver, you've probably heard about it with, sometimes alcoholics get it, sometimes people who have some viral infections get it. This is where the liver becomes scarred. And the liver's pretty good at regenerating itself, but when it becomes very heavily scarred, it doesn't work anymore. And some people need a liver transplant. So non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is thought to be one of the leading causes of liver failure in this decade. And this is one of the reasons why your doctor probably told you to stay away from fructose. And the cholesterol is one thing, but it's this triglyceride level and the linking to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which makes it very scary. So food for thought, okay? When you get a blood test, your doctor will measure your liver enzymes. And two liver enzymes that usually get a lot of attention are called AST and ALT. Don't worry about what they stand for. They're on blood tests, they're called AST and ALT. They're your main liver enzymes. They go up. They go up when you're sick for many reasons. A lot of reasons cause it. But sometimes people may notice that their liver enzymes are higher than normal, and the doctor is like, why are your liver enzymes high? Could be this. Could be non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. That can also cause this to happen. So just something to think about. I've had friends who have come to me over the years and said to me, my liver enzymes are high. They're not sure why. They're going to send me to a liver specialist. And it turns out their liver enzymes are high because they gained weight. And who hasn't gained weight during COVID? And they've gained weight, and their liver has increased fat. Okay, and that is responsible for the elevated liver enzymes. Again, biology is complicated, and I'm not saying that's always going to be the cause, but sometimes mysterious liver enzyme elevations could be due to this, perhaps. So, again, I'm not worried so much about fructose in food, because apples and oranges and blueberries and strawberries, again, they have fructose, but they have a teeny amount of fructose, and they're also very, very high in fiber, which tends to really dampen down any deleterious effects of that little bit of fructose. Most of the fructose we consume comes from cakes and cookies and soda and stuff like that. You'd have to eat, a train full of apples to have or oranges or whatever, to have a problem with fatty liver disease from the fructose in those apples and that food. So don't worry so much about the fructose that occurs naturally. Now, one other thing about fructose and high fructose corn syrup, and I'm really specifically talking about the high fructose here, is it doesn't increase insulin levels, and it doesn't increase leptin levels either. Insulin, we know, is the hormone that lowers blood sugar. It does do that. But insulin also plays a role in hunger. As your insulin levels fall, you tend to get hungry. Leptin is a hormone that's made inside your fat cells. Yes, that's right. Your fat cells are an endocrine gland. They make hormones. One of the hormones that made inside your fat cells is called leptin. Leptin also plays a role in hunger. As leptin levels go up, that's a signal to stop eating. Well, wait a minute. High fructose corn syrup doesn't raise insulin. It doesn't raise leptin, which means you don't get the signal to stop eating. That's interesting. Let's go back to our graph. High fructose corn syrup is not putting the brakes on stopping eating, which means we might eat more, which means our weight might go up. The fact that high fructose corn syrup doesn't affect hunger hormones may be a reason that supports this graph you're seeing here. Hard to say, but there is some writing on the wall to this. So I wanted to bring it to your attention because, again, it's something we don't hear a whole lot about. I do think non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is another thing we don't hear enough about as we should. And again, if you're getting fructose in food, don't worry about it. It's really the processed foods that I wonder about in terms of their not only ability to raise triglyceride levels, but also prevent us from stopping eating, which could lead to being overweight. Another thing about high fructose corn syrup is that it does tend to raise uric acid levels in the body. Uric acid is a compound that we normally make in small amounts, but sometimes uric acid goes too high, and this leads to a medical condition called gout, G-O-U-T, gout. Gout is an arthritis-like condition. People, sometimes they notice it in the base of their hands and their fingers. It hurts. And they have to go on a special diet, actually. They have to not eat certain foods to reduce their uric acid. One thing that I would also add is cutting back on high fructose corn syrup. That also could make gout worse, okay? And then the last thing I would point out about high fructose corn syrup, and I'll mention it more in detail in the next slide, is that they also increase, and sugar in general will do this, but they also increase things called advanced glycation end products. This is not in the book, I don't believe, but I didn't want you to just reiterate what's in the book. I want to give you some new stuff too. Advanced glycation end products. Scientists have these interesting way of coming up with these weird names, and their abbreviation is AGE, age. Okay, I don't think that name was chosen at random. I think there was a logic behind this. But these advanced glycation end products, these are things that I think you'll be hearing a lot about in the coming decades. So let's talk about them for a moment. What are these advanced glycation end products? Well, essentially what happens is sugar, any sugar, high fructose corn syrup, sugar in general, sugar will molecularly combine with protein and fat. It literally hooks onto the protein and the fats, and it alters their chemical structure. It changes their shape. It literally changes the shape of fats and proteins, okay? And this is actually not a good thing, because as the sugar changes the molecular structure of the fats and the proteins, this in turn will increase what is called oxidative stress. Now, oxidative stress is a term that's been popping up on websites and books for a few years. Oxidative stress is the new term for free radical damage. You've all heard of free radicals. You're probably taking antioxidant supplements to neutralize free radicals. Well, why do they call them free radicals? Because free radicals cause oxidation. And so when you see the word oxidative stress, it means the same thing as free radical damage, okay? Free radicals are these rogue atoms and molecules that float around your body and your cells, and they disrupt normal cellular operations. They produce problems inside the cells, and these free radicals, oxidative stress, these are linked to a lot of diseases: cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, Alzheimer's disease, even the aging process. Get it? Age. There literally is a free radical theory of aging that says that we grow old because of unchecked ability to neutralize free radicals. I personally don't buy it myself. I think aging is much more complicated than that, because if it was just a matter of popping a pill, a vitamin C or another antioxidant, we'd never grow old, and that's not what happened, unfortunately. So, but bottom line is that we know that these advanced glycation end products are related to even wrinkles, for instance. That's one of the ways that wrinkles occurs. Glycation end products actually become glue between collagen molecules, and they stick them together, so the collagen in our skin sticks together and forms wrinkles. Okay, so and also they also disrupt the functioning of our blood vessels as well. One of the reasons, again, our blood vessels get stiffer as we get older, okay, and that causes our blood pressure to go up, is because of these advanced glycation end products. So, bottom line, cutting back on sugar, all sugar, added sugars, fructose, high fructose corn syrup, can go a long way of reducing these, as does grilling. So if you're at a barbecue next week, I'm not going to say don't, have a hamburger or a hot dog or something like that. You can do that. Yeah, I think our bodies are strong enough to take a hit once in a while. But if you are going to go to a barbecue, just remember fruits and veggies. Fruits and veggies will decrease these advanced glycation end products. Why? Fruits and veggies and beans and seeds, they contain natural antioxidants which neutralize the advanced glycation end products. So if you're going to have a hamburger, have some spinach with it, or have some broccoli with it. Eat something green or red or orange or purple. Okay, and again, that's a good point. I mentioned the colors. The colors of the foods are usually the antioxidants. The greens, the purples, the yellows, the oranges, they are the antioxidants. The colors are the antioxidants in the food. Why do fruits and veggies make antioxidants? To protect them from pesticides, from sunlight, ultraviolet radiation, from bugs that want to eat them. So they make protection mechanisms that protect them. And when we eat those foods, we then get those powers, okay? And that's why, it's good to eat a colorful diet, okay? These antioxidants, some of them are vitamins, but some of them are other compounds, and they have been shown to reduce these advanced glycation end products. Again, grilling, will increase them, but if you're a fan of steaming or crock pot slow cooking, don't have anything to worry about. There's no AGEs with steaming foods, and the same thing with crock pot cooking as well. There's no advanced glycation end products in a slow cooker meal. So it's just something to think about if you're looking to cut back on your advanced glycation end products. Any questions? I've been talking for over an hour. Does anybody have to take a bathroom break? Oh, hold on. Does any? I can't hear you all. Chat. Unmute yourself, because I muted you guys because I was getting some feedback. Mute all. If you want to, is anybody? Yeah, you want to take 5? Hello.
Okay with me.
Okay, then take 5, because we got a long day, and I don't want you to be bored out of your mind here all day. I want you to get up and move.
How could anybody be bored when you're talking about this stuff?
It's like sweet talker, you.
This is amazing. I love it.
I appreciate that. All right, we'll take 5. We'll come back and we'll talk about what happens when you get off of added sugars for 1 week. You might be surprised.
I have to get up and move it now, thank God. So I can stretch.
Right. Does anybody have any questions yet?
I was questioning if you bake your food, is that still considered the high temperatures like barbecue?
That's a mighty good question. Baking. I would say probably, but let's ask Dr. Google and see what Dr. Google says. Press and hold, yeah, got it. Okay. Does baking increase advanced CAT? Let's see, is it baking? How to reduce advanced glycation in products? Meat, supplements you can't avoid. Boy. TION. Cooking with moist heat at a lower temperature for shorter periods all help reduce AGE formation. Oh, I can't stand that website. I don't trust them. Cooking, acidic ingredients such as vinegar. Yeah. Ugh. There's a website that keeps popping up, and I can't stand them because they're a scam website. Nobody believes in me, but everybody thinks that they're credible when they're really not. They give simple answers to complicated questions. I will look into that. I'll look into baking and advanced glycation end products. Baking. If you email me tomorrow.
Is that at joe-cannon.com?
Yeah, just there's a little contact form there, and there's a little upper right-hand corner. Just email me right there, and I'll make a note of it to look at that tomorrow. I'm not sure. There's a little, one of the little voices inside of my head is saying no, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it. I'll look at it more in detail
Okay.
tomorrow.
I know that was just one of the things they always pushed instead of pan frying.
Yeah.
Go to the baking. Like I use a convection oven.
Yeah, that might actually be okay. I mean, the air fryer.
Because it is the moist heat, and I don't have to fire it up, if you know what I mean.
So if it's a moist heat, you're probably okay. So maybe baking is okay then. And again, the temperatures you reach with baking are probably going to be definitely going to be less than frying or grilling. So maybe it is okay.
Okay.
We're going to take a look at it.
Hi, Joe. I joined a few minutes late into the intro. Is there an exam at the end of the class or midway, or what's the expectation to pass the class?
Latricia Leslie. I don't even see one on my screen. How about that? All right.
I'm here. I've been here since about 9:08.
Really? Okay. Well, they should have sent me an updated form. That's okay.
Yeah, I got an email from you with the Zoom link in it. I registered Friday.
No, they should have given me an updated list. That's okay. No biggie. More the merrier.
Okay.
It says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, puts it as 8 people. Okay. So what'll happen later today is I'll tell you more about the test later today, but I'm going to give you I'll end up giving you a take-home test if you're going to take a test with me, and I'll give you a period of time to fill it out. It's not that bad, and fill it out and send it back. If you're only attending this class for continuing education credits, just to fulfill your recertification, for instance, then you like don't care about getting another certification, then you don't have to take a test. Don't worry about that. So but I'll tell you more about that at the end of the day. Don't worry about it.
Okay, perfect. That's helpful to know. Thank you.
Okie dokie. So here is a study came out about 5 or so years ago, 6 years ago now. What happens when you get off of added sugars? I like this study because it involved kids, and it was a short period of time, only 10 days. They took these 44 kids and they basically said, no added sugars for you. So no added sugars, they kept the calories the same. They did not change calories. They just removed added sugars. And what they probably did was keep the calories the same. They may have increased the protein, or they may have increased the fat, or the amount of food they were eating. It's hard to say. I forget what they were doing, but they kept the calories the same, and that's important. What happened in 10 days? Their triglycerides dropped almost 40%. Their bad LDL, bad cholesterol, dropped 5 points. Blood pressure goes down 5 points, and they lost 1 pound. I gotta tell you, if there was a drug that lowered triglycerides by almost 40% in 10 days, it would be advertised on television. Same thing with anything that lowered bad cholesterol by 5 points, blood pressure by 5 points, and got you to lose a pound in 10 days. That drug would be advertised on television. Make no mistake about it. And it would cost your insurance $500 a month for it, or if not more. So, again, just cutting out added sugars in children. Think of what that might probably going to have the same effect in adults, but for kids, and this is important because kids think they're invincible and they think nothing can happen to them. I got news for you. Kids that are born in the last decade, statistically, they're not expected to live as long as their parents. And that's because there's more diabetes in kids than ever before. Why? We're eating too much food. We're not exercising enough. Diabetes is going through the roof. Kids are getting high blood pressure at a younger and younger age. And so again, a lot of this can be traced back to less activity, but also eating a crummy diet. So just removing sugar from the diet, added sugars. You can eat all the fruit you want, but just added sugars, no sodas, no sweet teas, none of that jazz. And look what happened. So I think this is.
Did it say what happened with their behavior? Did they have like withdrawals since sugar is very addicting.
It definitely is very addicting. I don't remember seeing anything about anything like addiction or withdrawal symptoms, but you're right. When you have people not do what they want to be able to do, there could be some withdrawal symptoms, absolutely. But I don't remember seeing anything about withdrawal symptoms here. So, but there may be some withdrawal symptoms, especially for kids. Especially, little kids want their sweet tea and their cookies and all that stuff. I get that. So the parents probably didn't have wasn't very good, very very calm environment for 10 days, I'm sure.
Right about that.
And interestingly enough, though, also as you take people off added sugars, as you mentioned about the behavioral issues, artificial colors have been implicated in behavioral disorders. And so, that's something else I wonder about. There have been studies that have shown that kids who go on foods that have a lot of added flavors and added colorings, those colorings appear to have influences on behavior like ADD and stuff like that. So, who knows? Maybe their behavior improved when they got off those artificial flavorings and colors. So, a very, very interesting study. I don't see a lot of kid research out there, so I was intrigued by this. Now, if we turn our attention to protein, so protein is always popular. A lot of us are probably taking a protein powder. I do myself, and I put it in smoothies. But protein, keep in back of your mind, is not the main contributor to your energy needs. Generally, for most people, it makes up anywhere from 12 to 15, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 20% in some cases. But most people, it's not a main contributor to your energy needs. Protein is made of amino acids. You've all heard that amino acids are the building blocks of protein. And as I put here, what do you call an acid with an attitude? Amino acid. Get it? Not the best. I don't know. I think chemistry humor is funny. You may not. An amino acid is what makes up protein. You take a bunch of amino acids and you stick them together, you get a bigger compound called protein. And in adults, there's about 20 different amino acids that make up all the different types of proteins in your body. And the way it works is different combinations of these amino acids make different proteins. Just the same way as different combinations of letters make different words. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. There's 500,000 words in the English language. So 26 letters make different words, just as 20 different amino acids make different proteins. And we can take these amino acids and we can break them down into these two categories called essential and non-essential amino acids. All right, so what's the difference between them? Well, an essential amino acid is called an essential amino acid because it's essential that you get it into your body somehow. In other words, you can't not make essential amino acids. It is essential that they get into your body. You cannot make them. You cannot make them from scratch. Non-essential amino acids, on the other hand, is the other side of the story. We can make them. We can make non-essentials. And so it's not so essential that we consume them because our bodies have the necessary instructions to create them from other things. Okay? And that's the big difference between essential and non-essential. Now, I have a little line here demarcating these from this third category called conditionally essential amino acid. And this usually comes into play with sports nutrition. A conditionally essential amino acid is, what is that? Well, it's really an essential amino acid, which under certain conditions, get it? Conditions, we don't make enough of. Okay? A non-essential amino acid, by the way. I misspoke. So a conditionally essential amino acid is a non-essential, but under certain conditions, we don't make enough of it, and so it temporarily becomes essential. What this means is we don't make enough of it to suit our needs, and so we might need supplemental amino acids to make up for what we can't make naturally. And so under certain conditions, some amino acids become essential. Again, this really only comes into play for the most part during sports nutrition or when people are very sick under certain extreme disease conditions. Certain amino acids may be needed more then our bodies can produce them. Okay, and you've already heard of the two main conditionally essential amino acids out there, which we're going to talk about, and they're called glutamine and arginine. Glutamine and arginine, and especially glutamine, are very, very popular in the world of exercise, because maybe under certain conditions we might need more than we can make naturally. And we'll talk about that in a moment. So this is what a amino acid looks like. Okay, I always like showing you a picture of an amino acid because it's kind of cool. And this is the best picture I've ever seen. It's called an amino acid because it has an amino group called the NH2 group, and it has an acid group, and in chemistry the acid group is the COOH group. Okay, got an amino group, got an acid group, and you got this thing right here in the middle, which is lettered R. R is the mystery compound. It could be anything. Okay, and whatever this R group is going to give the amino acid some unique properties. Okay, make it different from all the other amino acids. So it's the R group, okay, that makes these 20 amino acids different. They all have different R groups. Questions? You may have, for instance, heard of the branch chain amino acids. Branch chain. They're very popular in the world of exercise. They're abbreviated BCAA. We'll talk about them in a minute. But why do they call them branch chain amino acids? Well, look at a tree today. A tree has a bunch of branches coming off of it, right? That's what the branch chain amino acids have. This R group literally looks like a giant tree branch hanging off the side of the amino acid. It looks different than all the others, and so they call them branch chain amino acids. Again, we'll talk about them in a moment. But I thought it was important to at least show you what an amino acid looks like if you had not seen one before. Last time I taught this class, there was a girl in my class, a woman I should say, and she's in my class, and she is a group fitness instructor. And she said in the class, she said, how come when I exercise, after exercise, I smell like ammonia? She says, I reek. I smell like ammonia after I teach my classes. And the first thing I said to her is, are you doing a low carb or ketogenic diet? Yes, that makes sense. You need to remember that carbohydrates protect protein from being broken down in the body. Your body, if it has to, will break down protein and take these amino acids, and it'll gobble them up and rearrange them, and it will turn the amino acids into sugar. You can turn amino acids into sugar if you have to. You don't want to, but if you don't have adequate carbohydrates, sugar, you will do that if you absolutely have to. And that's exactly what was happening with her. In the absence of enough carbohydrates, what happened is her body would break this chemical bond. These lines you see here, these are chemical bonds. And the body would break that chemical bond right there. And this NH2 group would float off, and it would combine with water. It would pick up an extra hydrogen and become NH3. That is the chemical symbol for ammonia. And she was smelling that under her armpits, okay? And even when she got in the shower, as the steam was rising in the shower, she could just smell it. So if you ever run into anybody who says, I smell like ammonia during and after exercise, that's usually a sign that they're not eating enough carbohydrates to suit their needs, and they're burning some muscle tissue. They're burning muscle, okay? And not just muscle tissue, not just amino acids in your muscles, but amino acids everywhere. There's amino acids floating through your bloodstream. There's amino acids in your skin, in your hair, in your nails. There's amino acids everywhere, okay? And so you're basically breaking down, a fuel source that you really don't want to. This is a technical term. It's called gluconeogenesis, and you don't want to do it. The easiest analogy is I remember asking, I was talking to a cable TV guy one day, many years ago. I like to ask people, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen on the job? And the cable TV guy said to me, and by the way, do that to people, and you won't be surprised at the stories they tell you. The cable TV guy tells me he's going into Philadelphia, he's installing cable TV in this home. They didn't have stairs. Why didn't they have stairs? They weren't paying their heating bill. The heat was shut off, and they were ripping off the rungs on the stairs and throwing them in the fireplace to keep warm in the heat in the wintertime. And to listen to me, he's like, they weren't paying their heating bill, but they always made time. They always had money for their cell phone bill and their cable TV bill, not their heat. They literally were cannibalizing their house to make heat so they could stay warm in the winter. And that's what's happening here. When you're not eating enough carbohydrates, your body literally starts cannibalizing itself to make up for what you need. And again, I encourage her to eat a few more carbs, and the ammonia smell should go away, and it did. And I've heard this from many people over the years. Once they start eating more carbs, the ammonia smell goes away within a few days. So something to think about if you're ever dealing with people who are, again, athletes. And again, I would consider a group fitness instructor an athlete. If you were teaching a lot of classes, you are an athlete. So again, always keep in the back of your mind. Ammonia smell, not a good sign. Probably means you're not eating enough carbs. Now, in terms of amino acids, I said we got a lot of these amino acids. They're you got essential amino acids. You got non-essential amino acids. Here are the essential and non-essential amino acids. I did put something similar to this in the book. If you have it, if you don't have it, you can take a screenshot if you want, or take a picture with your phone if you wanted to. But these are the essential and non-essential amino acids. Excuse me. Notice I have some acronyms next to them for essential amino acids. TV till PM. And that's how I remember the essential and non-essential amino acids. TV till PM. T, tryptophan, V, valine, threonine, isoleucine, leucine, lysine, get it? TV till PM. The ones you see in red, they are your 3 branched chain amino acids: leucine, isoleucine, and valine. Okay. And then if we go to our non-essential amino acids, my mnemonic device for this is GAG-AC pasta. Get it? G, glutamine, arginine, glutamic acid, all the way down to tyrosine and aspartic acid. So they are your non-essential amino acids. These are the ones that we can make, okay? And these essentials, we cannot make them. We must get them from food or through dietary supplements, okay? Questions so far? Okay. What else do I want to tell you about these guys? Anything jumping out at me? Some of you athletes may take a supplement called beta-alanine. It's very popular in the gym world. It's based on alanine, and it's rumored to reduce lactic acid levels in the body during exercise. If you can lower lactic acid levels, in theory, this might be able to help you run faster, run longer, lift heavier weights, because lactic acid is associated with that burning sensation in the muscles. I don't believe beta-alanine works, to be honest with you. So I personally wouldn't spend money on it because it can be expensive. So, if you like beta-alanine, great. I personally am not impressed with the research on that product. What else did I want to point out to you guys? Tryptophan. Tryptophan is in every over-the-counter sleep supplement I've ever seen. Tryptophan, when you consume it, the body turns it into a chemical called serotonin, and serotonin has a serenity effect. Get it? Serotonin, serenity. It helps us go to sleep. Okay, and that's why you tend to see tryptophan in a lot of these over-the-counter sleep supplements. That said, I'm not convinced tryptophan is the key ingredient. These over-the-counter sleep supplements also contain another compound, which is the key ingredient, called melatonin. And melatonin is a hormone made in our brain, and it has been shown to help us get to sleep a little bit sooner than we normally would. So melatonin is the key ingredient in expensive over-the-counter sleep supplement. Melatonin is pretty cheap, where a lot of these other products are more expensive. So now you know about that. Yeah. So again, leucine, isoleucine, and valine, they are your branched chain amino acids. What does the research say about branched chain amino acids? Okay. Odds are your protein powder contains them, and your protein powder probably tells you how much of these that they contain. And sometimes they even highlight leucine in particular, because leucine gets an awful lot of attention of the three, gets the most attention. So the research on branched chain amino acids is, it's a little mixed, it's a little iffy. There is research showing that when you give BCAAs to older folks, they tend to have an increased appetite. Okay, it tends to increase appetite in older folks. That actually is a pretty good thing, because sometimes as we get older, our appetite tends to decline, and that may not be so healthy for us. So anything that could increase appetite might be a good thing. The marathon runners and the cyclists usually are attracted to BCAAs because of some research showing that it may reduce fatigue during exercise. As you're running a marathon, you get tired, and you may not run as fast or as far. And anything that can reduce fatigue might, in theory, make you be able to run a little faster, run a little further. Okay, and there is some research on this. And then the bodybuilders, they have gravitated to the branched chain amino acid because of research showing that they appear to increase muscle protein synthesis, MPS, especially leucine. That's why leucine gets a lot of the attention in the world of bodybuilding. It actually it appears to show that it increases the ability of the muscle, the body, to make more muscle proteins, more actin, more myosin, troponin, tropomyosin, those big proteins that make up our muscle fibers. Okay, in theory, that if you could build more muscle protein, your muscles might get bigger and stronger. Okay, and that's why you may have heard of that. There's interestingly, there's another supplement that recently I've been hearing a lot about, and honestly, I hadn't heard about it for over 20 years almost. And in the last month, people have been asking about it, and it's a metabolite of leucine, and the metabolite goes by 3 letters: HMB, beta hydroxy beta methylbutyrate. That's why they call it HMB. And HMB was very popular in the 1990s for increasing muscle protein synthesis. And so bodybuilders, et cetera, were all taking this. I'm hearing about it again, and I don't understand why, because the research on the HMB basically shows if it's going to work, it's only going to work in a beginner. It is not going to work in a bodybuilder. And so the bodybuilders, I personally don't think they need it. I think it's expensive. I would stick with leucine if you're looking for anything, because leucine is, I think, a more broad spectrum amino acid than a metabolite of leucine, which is HMB. But again, you may hear about it. Like I said, I normally wouldn't even mention HMB, but for whatever reason, it seems to be coming back in vogue. That just means to me that somebody is marketing it as being, great. Everything swings in a pendulum, and HMB may be on its way back. So here's a clinical study. 7-day oral supplementation with branched chain amino acids was ineffective. Did not work to prevent muscle damage during a marathon. 46 experienced runners, that's important, they were not beginners, these were real runners. They were basically given 5 grams of branched chain amino acids a day, or a placebo, for 7 days during a marathon. And essentially they find it didn't work. Branched chain amino acid did not increase running performance during the marathon. BCAA was ineffective to prevent muscle power loss. It didn't reduce the reduction in power, didn't reduce muscle damage, and it didn't reduce pain during the marathon either. Okay, that's another thing it didn't do. It didn't make the muscles feel any better. So this is according to this study, BCAAs at least 5 grams a day was a bit of a dud. Here's another study that came out this year. Effects of branched-chain amino acid supplementation and resistance training in postmenopausal women. 30 women that are past menopause, they're either given resistance training, strength training, and a placebo. They're given strength training and branched-chain amino acids, 9 grams a day, or just another group which serves as a control. They don't do either. And they find the addition of branched-chain amino acid did not improve resistance training by itself. It didn't add anything to strength training by itself, at least. So bottom line, if BCAAs are going to help, it may take more than 9 grams a day. Okay, which again, that's a good amount. That may be more than you might be getting in your run-of-the-mill protein powder. Okay, but again, it remains very popular in the world of bodybuilding. In terms of food, I do want you to realize you can get branched-chain amino acids in food. It's in chicken and milk and steak. But look also where it is. Soy's got it. Oatmeals have branched-chain amino acids. And check out corn. What I like about this is, broke it down. Leucine, isoleucine, and valine. Look at all the leucine in corn. Corn's got more leucine than eggs do. And leucine, I mentioned it because leucine gets a lot of the publicity as being the best of the branched-chain amino acids. Some people may actually take leucine supplements. Well, corn's got it too, okay? So I just want you to realize it's not just about chicken and steak and turkey that you get BCAAs. You get them in plant-based foods as well. Maybe not as much on a pound-by-pound basis, but you are getting them there. I got this from nutritionfacts.org. This is a website run by a physician. If you've never been there before, it's a very good website. He does a lot of videos, is basically what he does, but his main thrust is he wants you to be a vegan. So just realize that all his stuff is thrusted towards being a vegan. He shows you how to eat more broccoli, or lower cancer, and all that jazz. It's a very science-based website. That's one of the reasons why it's so popular, and I like it myself. But again, if you want to have a piece of chicken, I got no problem with that. Now, arginine is a popular non-essential amino acid and also conditionally essential amino acid. So you do make it, and sometimes you may need more of it than you might need. Why is arginine so popular? Well, it increases nitric oxide levels in the body. Nitric oxide is a gas. It's predominantly made inside your blood vessels, okay? And one of the things that nitric oxide does is it relaxes or dilates the blood vessels. It opens them up so it can turn a thin blood vessel into a wider blood vessel. And the idea here is that if you can open up the blood vessels, you get more oxygen and blood and nutrients to the muscle, and you might remove lactic acid and other waste products which might hinder exercise performance. This is also one of the reasons why you may have seen supplements advertised on TV and internet for beet supplements. They also have been shown to raise nitric oxide levels. So what I would point out with arginine is this. If you're a healthy person, it won't harm you at all. I'm not worried about arginine. Not too worried about it. Sometimes one caveat to this, however, is people who have like flare-ups of like cold sores, arginine can cause an increase in cold sore flare-ups. Just something to think about. Little cold sores you might get around your lip or something like that, or on your tongue. So arginine might make that worse. So when you get a cold sore, get off the arginine. But the other reason I bring this up is as you increase the blood vessel diameter, well, that means blood pressure drops, okay? And if somebody is taking blood pressure medicine, well, the blood pressure medicine and the arginine, in theory, could add together and cause the blood pressure to drop even further. And this could be a little dangerous in some people, okay? Sometimes they may get up too fast and get a little dizzy, for instance, all right? And so that's my big caveat with arginine. Anybody is not so healthy, they might want to watch the arginine and the beet supplements and stuff like that if they're taking medications. If they're not a big deal, okay? I would also point out that because arginine is involved with the blood vessels, Most of the research in arginine does involve men with heart disease, and I should put a quote even on that side too, erectile dysfunction, because obviously, if you can open up the blood vessels south of the border, things tend to wake up a little bit, right? And again, trivia. This is exactly how Viagra works, by the way, and all those other little pills that do the same thing. The story behind the story of Viagra is that it was originally used for blood pressure control, okay? And during the original Viagra trials, the men started to report an interesting little side effect. And the researchers, once they heard about this, they were like, put the brakes on the blood pressure research. Let's go in a completely different direction. But that's the story behind arginine, or behind Viagra and those other drugs. They actually work by increasing nitric oxide levels. So again, it's a very interesting story. And some people actually may be taking Viagra for blood pressure control, but sometimes even on those TV commercials, they warn you as well, if you're taking Viagra, watch it if you're taking blood pressure medicines, because it could cause a drastic drop in blood pressure. All right. So what about healthy people? Do they need to take an arginine supplement? I remain unconvinced. I see no good evidence that arginine makes you bigger, stronger, faster. Nothing. I see nothing out there. For endurance athletes, I really don't see a whole lot. I don't see anything for strength training athletes. And so I'm not buying arginine. Yes, there is research on beetroot juice. Drinking beetroot juice during exercise, it appears to help people exercise longer before they completely poop out. So it increases what's called time to exhaustion. And that's very interesting, but taking arginine by itself does not appear to do that for most people. So, I don't get a big bang out of arginine. And here's a study that came out recently. L-arginine supplementation does not improve muscle function during recovery from strength training. 20 healthy guys, probably college students, and basically they're given arginine or a placebo, and they find out that our data indicate that arginine supplementation does not improve muscle recovery following high-intensity resistance exercise in young men. So again, this study apparently showing arginine a bit of a dud. But what about glutamine? So glutamine is really the king of the mountain in terms of conditionally essential amino acids. And there is research on glutamine. I would point out, however, most of the research is on people who are not healthy. It is on people who have cancer, HIV, people who've been undergoing a lot of surgery and stuff like that. When you give not so healthy people intravenous glutamine, but also glutamine supplements. Okay, when even supplements appear to have a similar effect, their immune system appears to improve a little bit. They tend to start gaining weight. They tend to get out of the hospital a little bit faster. And so based on that, because being sick is a stress, people thought that, well, maybe glutamine might help exercise, because exercise is stress as well. So it might help recovery from exercise. I would say maybe if you are an athlete, again, whether that is a real athlete preparing for the Olympic Games or whatever, or maybe you are a group fitness instructor who's teaching 5 classes a day, 3 days a week or something like that, maybe. I wouldn't say no to it, because glutamine, I don't see any real downsides to glutamine. I don't see any weird side effects, okay? And so why not take advantage of maybe some anti-fatigue effects and immune-enhancing effects these days? Everybody's talking about immune boosters. Glutamine may have an effect on the immune system, okay? Especially during very intense, long-lasting exercise, like running a marathon. There is research that running a marathon makes you more likely to get sick, okay? Because it actually drops your immune system's effectiveness of battling colds and flus. Glutamine appears to help the immune system. So for an athlete, I would say maybe. But for that generally healthy person going to Planet Fitness a few days a week for an hour a day, should you spend an extra $1.50 for a scoop of glutamine in your protein shake? I would say don't worry about it. Remember, you do make glutamine, and so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay. Okay, so athletes maybe, but for the rest of us, if you want it, it won't hurt you, but I'm not convinced it'll help you. Okay, some people do swear to me they just swear by glutamine. Here's a study came out. I don't even have the year here. Effect of glutamine supplementation on athletic performance, body composition, and immune function. This is a review and meta-analysis. Meta-analysis means it's a study of other studies. Here they looked at 25 previous glutamine exercise studies, and they find something I find a little confusing. Generally, glutamine supplementation has no effect on athletic immune system, doesn't help the immune system, doesn't help aerobic performance like running, or body composition, but there appear to be showing greater weight loss with glutamine supplementation. And I scratched my head at that because I said to myself, how in the world is it not affecting body composition, but is causing weight loss? What are they actually saying here? Bottom line is, guys, I have not seen any good research that says that glutamine causes people to lose weight. Again, if you wanted to try it, I don't see a downside to it in terms of side effects, but I'm not convinced it causes weight loss. And I guess in terms of body composition, maybe they're saying building muscle. And again, maybe that's what you're looking at, building muscle, burning fat. But what's causing the weight loss here, I don't get that. I'm not getting that. And that just could be the fact that the research is not, well, sometimes researchers don't always measure body fat the best way. Sometimes they, have you hold on to those handheld gizmos, and they use electricity to measure body composition. It may not always be the best way. Okay, so I'm inclined not to give this too much credence, but let's see what more studies show. Here's another study, 2019, glutamine as an anti-fatigue amino acid in sports nutrition. Here they're saying the ergogenic effects of this amino acid are still completely unknown. Ergogenic is fancy talk for improves exercise performance. That's what ergogenic means. And here they're saying in this review, most of the studies basically show that glutamine supplementation improved some fatigue markers, such as increased glycogen synthesis. That's actually very interesting. I've seen that before. And reduced ammonia accumulation. Ammonia might reduce muscle performance during exercise. But it did not increase physical performance, which is at the end of the day what athletes want. Is it going to make me run faster, jump higher, or lift heavier weight? And they're saying, no, it didn't. So, again, another one of those things, well, won't hurt you, may have some benefit, but at the end of the day, it's hard to say. Most of the people who I know, again, I know some spinning instructors who do take glutamine and swear by it. I'm on the fence. Like I said, it won't hurt you, but whether it helps is debatable. Any questions? Yeah? So sarcopenia is a phenomenon I want you to be familiar with for the real world because it's something that I don't think gets the attention it deserves. Sarcopenia is essentially muscle loss as we get older. Sarco means muscle, penia means you've lost a lot of it. And a lot of things can cause it, but lack of carbs and lack of calories, will increase the breakdown of muscle, which can accelerate sarcopenia. Okay, so again, as we get older, we may not eat as much food. We don't eat as many calories, we don't eat as much protein or carbs. This could accelerate the sarcopenic process. And one of the things that I think is most devastating about sarcopenia is that it mostly destroys your fast twitch muscle fibers. We've got slow twitch muscle fibers, we've got fast twitch muscle fibers, and it's the fast twitch fibers that are the powerful fibers. Those are the ones you're using when you do a leg press, or you get out of a chair, get off a toilet, or you get off of the floor. You're lifting weights, heavy weights. Those are the fast twitch fibers. Sarcopenia destroys those fast twitch fibers. This is one of the reasons why we tend to get weaker as we get older. We've all heard that phrase, help, I've fallen and I can't get up. One of the reasons for that is you're not strong enough to get up anymore because you've lost these fast twitch fibers. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem in America. So I just want you to realize that I think the best thing to hold on to these fast twitch fibers is to do strength training. You got to do strength training, okay? But also, again, you got to get enough protein, got to get enough carbs, and eat enough calories. And that's why I personally think for a lot of older adults, even a protein shake I think would be a great idea. It's very easily digested, especially for people who don't have a big appetite. I think anything you do to get protein and calories and carbs in is a good thing. What I'm showing you here is just a picture of sarcopenia to drive home how severe this condition be. This is a thigh muscle, and the red stuff is the muscle, and the white stuff is the fat. And you can see how things have changed in just a few decades. The muscle has shrunk and the fat has increased. Okay, and so this is a big problem in America. We have a lot of people who can't take care of themselves anymore, and a lot of them can't take care of themselves because they can no longer carry groceries anymore, can no longer walk up steps anymore. I watched a man just yesterday. It was a blind man of all things. 3 blind people walking across the street, and he seemed to be having trouble walking, just taking a step up onto the sidewalk. And it could have been due to the blindness. It's possible, but it just looked like he was very hesitant walking up that sidewalk. But I see a lot of muscle loss in people as we get older. But I want you to realize that it's not inevitable, and I'm going to show you why in a second. Here's a study which I found very interesting. Protein supplementation improves muscle mass and physical performance, makes you stronger, in undernourished, pre-frail, and frail elderly people, randomly controlled double-blind study. So it's a 3-month-long study. This is really good. It lasts 3 months. Okay, they randomly give people, they break them into 3 groups. One, they get 3 different types of protein. 0.8 grams per kilogram is the minimum. That's the RDA for protein. Or they give them 1.2 grams per kilogram or 1.5 grams per kilogram, which is around 0.6 grams per pound. Okay, I'm doing the math in my head for you. Bottom line, they find that protein intake of 0.6 grams per pound had the most beneficial effect regarding preventing sarcopenia and frailty compared to lower protein intake. So according to this study, older adults who are looking to maintain their muscle should consume more than the RDA. We're going to talk more about this in a minute. The RDA is 0.8 grams per kilogram, or about 0.4 grams per pound. That is the minimum. Here's what they're saying is that older people might need more protein than younger people do. And there may be a number of reasons why this is so. And we'll most likely get into that in a minute. But the research on the writing on the wall appears to be showing that as we get older, the minimum of RDA is not enough for people who are frail and pre-frail. And what do I mean by frail? Frail means the inability to perform your daily life activities. Okay, that's what frailty means. You're having trouble walking, you're having trouble carrying groceries, walking up steps, getting out of a chair, getting off the toilet. That's frail, okay? And here they're saying that protein at a higher intake than normal seems to benefit these individuals. So by increasing weight training, you get older. As you get older, that will change muscle. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And one of the key findings of the research is that age is not a problem here. One of my favorite studies in the entire world, and I do have favorite studies out there. This one came out about 25 years ago. It was probably the first study that ever looked at people who had one of them was 100 years old, but the average age was 92. And they basically gave them one exercise for I think it was 1 month. One exercise, which is the leg extension. And they found that in 1 month, these really old people became 175% stronger. A lot of them did not need their canes and walkers anymore. They were able to walk faster and further, and their little thigh muscles started to get bigger. So there was growth in their thigh muscles, even in people who are 100 years old. So absolutely, all people should be doing strength training, but as we get older, I think it's even more important. But that is one of my most favorite studies in the entire world. It was actually, I believe, the very first study to show that older people can not only lift weights, but lift heavy weights. They gave them actually a lot of weight to lift. It was 80% of the most weight they can lift only one time. And I think they did like 3 sets of 6 or 3 sets of 8. I was just explaining this to my 76-year-old mom yesterday. Yeah, mom's got to do some strength training, Teresa. She definitely has to. It's really, really important as we get older. It's got to increase your protein. You got to do some strength training. Walking is great, but you got to do some kind of resistance training. Okay. So this is very interesting. In my latest podcast, I was talking to a dietitian last week about, I brought this one up. 50% of women and 30% of men over the age of 71 do not get enough protein. They eat less than is recommended. And this is important because we've heard for years that Americans eat too much protein. We've heard this. Apparently, in older populations, that is not true. And the official guidelines for Americans point this out. And so I think this is something that should get more attention, and it really goes counter to what we've heard years, that we eat enough protein. As we get older, this might not be true. Again, for a number of reasons. Maybe as we get older, our appetite goes away, which it does many times. We don't get as hungry. And as we do eat protein, maybe we're not as good at what you call muscle protein synthesis. That's a possibility as well. So increasing protein above the RDA for an older individual may be something to take a look at. Is sarcopenia inevitable? And I would say no, and here is the proof. Here is a 74-year-old couch potato sitting around maybe binging Netflix all day long, and versus a 70-year-old triathlete, guy who runs and swims and bikes on a regular basis. I don't see any sarcopenia in this older individual. None. Zero. Does this mean you have to be a triathlete to maintain your muscle? Absolutely not. Just get into the gym 1 or 2 days a week, doing a total body strength training program. And a total body strength training program can be as simple as 4 exercises, by the way. and you will hold on to your muscle longer. And I think this is really important. Again, Teresa mentioned your 76-year-old mom. My best buddy's mom is 76, and she's now in a nursing home in South New Jersey. And you know, they're keeping her in a wheelchair all day long. She's getting weaker and weaker. And it is just so frustrating for us. They do not want these people in nursing homes to walk. Why? Because it's a fall risk. They don't want them falling. And so they want to keep them in bed. They want to keep them in a chair. Problem with that is it accelerates the sarcopenic process, making it even worse. I get off my I have a lot of soapboxes, as you can tell, and that's one of them. She's super active but doesn't eat enough protein. Okay, so so Teresa, so maybe a protein shake might be maybe something to take a look at for her. Whether it's something you get pre-made at like a vitamin shop or something like that, or something you make yourself. You can get some protein powder, and you could either mix it with milk or even just a regular protein shake with some fruits and vegetables. I'll put in the chat box. I'll put in at lunchtime my breakfast smoothie. I had this morning. I actually had enough for lunch. I'll have it for lunch as well. But I throw in a whole bunch of stuff in my smoothie. And again, I also throw in some chocolate protein powder so I can choke it all down. But yeah, she's got to eat a little more protein, and I'll show you how to get an idea of how much protein she should be consuming. So let's talk about that right now. So protein need is partially based on how much you weigh. Okay. So let's start with the RDA. So the RDA is the minimum, the recommended dietary allowance, and I'm giving it to in the metric system, which really I don't care about, but the textbooks always mention this. And even if you listen to my podcast last week with a dietitian, we were talking about this, and she's all into the metric system. And so she gave me a whole bunch of metric system values for older adults like that. I went on my website for the podcast, and I actually converted them to the grams per pound. So minimum 0.4 grams per pound. So if you know your mom's body weight, you take your mom's body weight, multiply it times 0.4, that'll tell you your mom's RDA for protein, okay? And that would be the minimum in terms of grams that she should be consuming per day. In terms of Ensure, I'm not Ensure. They do have a high protein shake, and I believe it has about 30 grams of protein per shake. I'm pretty sure. And that's a good amount. 30 grams of protein is a good amount. All right, I think that's a good amount. The calories of Ensure, I think they dropped the calories. Unfortunately, I think the calories are about 230 or something like that. It tastes good, but years ago Ensure was like 300 and something calories, and then they, for whatever reason, started to go in a different direction and turn into a weight loss shake. I think older folks need more calories and protein myself, but it's fine if you like Ensure. It does taste good. I got no problem with it. Again, it can be a little pricey, so you might get the Walmart version of Ensure, which would probably be about the same thing. Okay, 160 calories and high protein versus 220. Yeah, years ago it was over 300 for Ensure, and now they've dropped it. So again, if it's the worst thing you eat per day, you're okay, but it is giving you a quick 30 grams of protein, which is not bad. 25 or 30, don't quote me, but it's in that realm, and that's usually enough for most people. If you get a couple of them a day, that's probably fine. But again, you could also go to like a vitamin shop and get a thing of protein for like $30, and just take a scoop. Some of these scoops have 20 grams in a scoop. Throw that in with some milk, and you got almost 40 grams of protein right there. It might be a little cheaper, but so shop around. Okay, so the RDA is 0.4 grams per pound, and again, if you're basically you take your body weight, multiply it times 0.4 grams, and that'll tell you the total grams of protein minimum to shoot for per day. So for instance, if you were 110 pounds, 110 times 0.4 is 44 grams. Again, not that much. Remember, 28 grams is 1 ounce. 28 grams is an ounce. So we're looking at about 1.5 ounces of protein a day for somebody who weighs 110 pounds. Now that said, that's only based on body weight, but age also plays a role in how much protein you should be consuming. And the research right now for older folks is apparently a little bit higher than the RDA, maybe 0.6, maybe 0.8 grams per pound, okay? I think the RDA, the person I was interviewing last week, I think she was quoting maybe 1 gram per pound for some older individuals. I wouldn't quite go that much. I would say let's look at what the RDA is, let's take a look at that, and then maybe go up a wee bit from that. 0.6, 0.7 grams per pound for older people, which incidentally, by the way, appears to also be appropriate for younger people as well. I want you to realize that unless you're a professional bodybuilder, you don't need to be consuming truckloads of protein every single day. The research, I'll show you some in a minute, appears to be showing that somewhere around 0.6, 0.7, 0.8 or so grams per pound appears to be enough for most people. Okay. Now, whey and casein. So whey and casein protein, we've got, these are 2 milk proteins, by the way. Both of these are found in milk. Casein protein makes up most of the protein in milk. Whey protein makes up about 10% of the milk protein. Okay, and whey protein obviously is very popular in the world of exercise. I think they both work better together myself, and so I like a combination of whey and casein. Remember, milk is not just whey, milk is not just casein, milk is a lot of protein. There's a lot of different proteins in milk, but these are the 2 major proteins. And you can see the difference between them. Casein cheaper, whey expensive. But the big difference here is, look at whey. Whey has more of an effect on muscle protein synthesis, okay, building muscle, versus casein, which has more anti-catabolic effects on the muscle. In other words, it has more anti-muscle breakdown effects. So whey helps you build muscle, casein helps prevent muscle from being broken down. Well, that's interesting because these 2 effects may be synergistic. They may work better together, and I personally think they do, and that's why I personally prefer a combination of whey and casein. You can get protein powders that are combinations of both. Muscle milk probably being the most well known of them, but there are others out there that contain both of these. Again, milk is a combination of both. So that's something else to take a look at. Not almond milk, by the way, and not these other quote unquote milks. These other vegetable-based milks and milks you see out there, they tend to be low in protein. Okay, like I got some chocolate almond milk in my fridge right now. I like it; it tastes good, but it's only got 1 gram of protein in a glass, versus cow's milk, which has got about 8 grams per 8-ounce glass. So you got more in cow's milk than in there's almond milk and there's wheat milk and all kinds of milks. Although technically they're not allowed to call themselves milks in some country anyway. The milk industry doesn't want them to. But you see there's some differences between them. Again, I think they're both going to work better together than either one by itself. But I know a lot of people gravitate towards the whey, and again, that's fine if you like whey. But I'm a more broad spectrum guy. I think these are better together. Now, the other protein, which is also popular these days, is soy protein. And it comes from the soybean, obviously. There's a lot of soy protein supplements out there. What I would say is this. When you look at the totality of the research, way up since my stomach, what about Beggie, B-E-G-G-I-E? What is Biggie protein? It sounds like a rapper. Oh, veggie protein. It did sound like a rapper.
It did.
So veggie protein. We talked about this on my podcast last week, specifically pea protein, which is very popular these days. Pea protein, as you rightly pointed out, is an incomplete protein, but they mix it together with other proteins to make it complete, to make it better. My only concern with veggie protein powders is a few years ago, there's a company out there that does independent laboratory testing of supplements, and it's called Consumer Lab, and they tested veggie protein powders a few years ago, and they found that in the vegetarian protein powders, they tended to have high levels of pesticides. And the reason at the time, and even a lot of popular brands as well, even Shakeology, which was popular back then, got thrown under the bus for this one too. And they said that, where are you growing your vegetables? If you're growing your vegetables along a highway, well, then they're going to pick up all the exhaust fumes of the cars and trucks that pass by. So I think veggie protein is fine, but I'm curious where they're getting their vegetables from. Are they getting their vegetables from another country that doesn't have very good environmental protection, like China? By the way, another soapbox, the vast majority of dietary supplement ingredients are probably coming from China today. Yeah, you heard that right. China makes 60% of the vitamin C in the entire world. China not only, if we've learned anything from the pandemic, we should be making our own penicillin. We haven't made penicillin in America since 2009, or should be 2004. We get a lot of this crap from China, and that's a national security risk. But China also makes a lot of dietary supplement ingredients. So one question I would ask all these companies is, what country do you get your ingredients from? And if they say, well, we get it from many different countries, is China one of them? And what percent do you get it from China from? Again, we're living in this world now of Asian hate and all that stuff. I'm not talking about that. It's a country that basically has throwaway people. And I'm not too keen on that for a number of reasons, but it has very bad environmental protection. They've been wearing masks in China for years because the pollution is so bad. I mean, even before they had the Olympics in China, what was it, 10, 15, 20 years ago, they actually, they say that the president of the United States is the most powerful man in the world. No, he is not. President Ping in China is, because he literally cleaned up the atmosphere in Beijing for the Olympics. He literally got the companies to stop their all pollution, and suddenly the clouds got better. So, but that's another story. Again, I just want to know what country the companies get their ingredients from. That's my big concern, is What about the pesticides? I'd ask them, do you do third-party testing? And if so, can I see the results of your third-party testing? I think that's not a bad thing to take a look at. If you're concerned about a certain specific veggie protein, email me and I'll see if I can take a look at it and see if I can find anything on it. Or you could always do a quick Google search and type in the veggie protein name plus pesticides and toxins and see if anything pops up. Something might, you never know. But as a whole, I'm not against them per se. I just would like to make sure you're getting as clean a product as you possibly can. And veggie equates with being healthy, and sometimes companies cut corners, and I'm not happy with that. And again, I'm concerned with the degree of ingredients that come from China. So again, a question I always ask. I interviewed a guy a couple months ago on my podcast. He has a very interesting nut. It's called Just Seeds and Nuts Together. And it's a really cool product. He sent me some and I actually fell in love with it. It's literally ground up nuts and seeds, flax seeds, pumpkin seeds, etc. He gets all of his ingredients from America. I didn't even know America made pumpkin seeds anymore, but yes, he gets everything organic and he gets it from America. New York and California, they grow these things. He makes it in Massachusetts. If you're looking for a healthy product that's made 100% in America, Just Seeds and Nuts Together. Google it, you'll see them. And again, I don't get any kickback from him. I just fell in love with this product. I loved his coconut flavor. I put it in oatmeal. It had different flavors. Again, everything's natural. I'm shocked that this stuff was actually being made in America. Anyway, back on track. Soy. When you look at the research on soy and the countries that eat a lot of soy, you see less breast cancer. Yes, there's a question mark. Hold that thought. When you look at guys who drink 2 glasses of soy milk a day, they tend to get less prostate cancer. Doesn't necessarily mean that does that, but that's what the research seems to be showing. You tend to see lower cholesterol and lower bad cholesterol levels, but you've got to eat between 20 and 50 grams of soy protein a day in conjunction with a low cholesterol diet. Less hot flashes in women when they consume anywhere from 20 to 60 grams of soy protein a day. And there is also some evidence that bone density, bone strength may improve. And again, a lot of the thought here is that soy contains these compounds called isoflavones. Isoflavones are bioidentical hormones. They look like estrogen. And these are thought to be the secret sauce responsible for all these effects in soy. And so for a lot of these soy supplements, they will literally concentrate these isoflavones in their products, again, thinking that that's the key ingredient that makes soy so wonderful. I'm not convinced of that. I think soy is more than just isoflavones, but that's, again, a different thinking of a lot of the companies out there. Food companies and supplement companies want to usually like to drill down to some magic ingredient or common denominator, and that's not always the way things fly. That said, I would suggest women talk to their doctor, or men for that matter, who have a history of breast cancer. Men get breast cancer too. Breast cancer or endometrial cancer. Guys don't get that. Again, countries that eat a lot of soy don't get more breast cancer, but what about people who have cancer? I don't know. I can't tell you, and I haven't seen any research on this, and I don't think I ever will, because it'd be kind of an unethical study to do. My guess is doctors would tell women not to eat soy if they had a history of cancer, just out of an abundance of caution. Can't say I blame them because of how bad cancer can be, but I don't see any conclusive proof that it does it, but it's one of those things like, why take the chance? I'm not convinced that soy affects the thyroid gland. Sometimes soy gets thrown under the bus as causing hypothyroidism, and there's really no evidence for that. Hypothyroidism is caused by the immune system attacking the thyroid gland. Okay, we don't know why that is, by the way. And soy, soy contains compounds that inhibit iodine absorption. You need iodine to make thyroid hormone. And so if you take soy, well, it may lower thyroid production by a little bit. And this is the reason why if you have hypothyroidism, you know that they tell you not to eat or drink anything except water for an hour after you take your thyroid pill. So soy does not cause hypothyroidism. And I'd also point out that spinach and kale also lower thyroid hormone production, but nobody says kale causes hypothyroidism. So I don't buy into the hypothyroidism hype. All right. Any questions on soy at all? Okay. So I mentioned a minute ago the RDA for protein. I should have put this next slide back to back with it. I neglected to do that. But how much protein you need if you're exercising? And I would say generally the studies are using between 0.6 grams per pound and 0.9 grams per pound. That is what I see mostly when I look at the research, 0.6 to 0.9 grams per pound. And if you're into the metric system, 1.2 to 1.8 grams per kilogram. Again, most people don't do that. Most people just use the 0.6 to 0.9 grams per pound just to make your math easier. So for Teresa, you might take your mom's body weight, multiply it times 0.4, that'll give you the RDA, okay, that's the minimum. Then multiply your mom's body weight times 0.6, and that'll give you a little bit more. I'm not sure she needs 0.9 grams per pound, but let's see what happens if she's rolling at 0.6 and she knows she's getting stronger with exercise, and that may be all she needs. Very good, I'm glad. Use 0.7. I think 0.7 is fine, and yeah, and actually, as we're about to see, that might actually be the sweet spot. So, and in terms of people who are going to the gym, and some of them are just doing cardio, and some of them are just lifting weights, I would say if you're only doing cardio, maybe you stick it around 0.6. If you're only lifting weights, maybe you go a little higher to 0.9. And if you're doing a combination of both in the gym, 30 minutes of cardio, 30 minutes of strength training, call it right in the middle, 0.6, 0.7. Again, we don't know the optimal amount of protein, generally speaking. We know it's probably somewhere between 0.6 and 0.9 grams per pound for the vast majority of people. Are there some people who go a little bit more, maybe 1 gram per pound? Yeah, but most studies are showing about 0.6 to 0.9 grams per pound. Yeah, I think it's a happy medium. Here's a study that came out a couple of years ago, systematic review, meta-analysis, meta-regression, whatever that is. So the effects of protein supplementation on resistance training induced gains, muscle gains in healthy adults. They looked at 49 previous protein and exercise studies involving almost 2,000 people, and they find that protein intake at amounts greater than 1.6 grams per kilogram a day do not further contribute to resistance exercise-induced gains in muscle mass, fat-free mass. It's muscle they're saying here. So they're saying right here, more than 1.6 is all you need to do. That's the cap, all right? How much is 1.6 grams per kilogram? 0.7 grams per pound when you do the math. So you nailed it, 0.7. They're saying, according to this study, they saw no further improvement in muscle mass when people consumed more than 0.7 grams of protein per pound of body weight. So you can take that for what it is, but like I said, it falls within that range of 0.6 to 0.9 grams per pound. Is this gospel? I don't know. I know it's in the range and I'm comfortable with it, so if you want to use 0.7, I'd be fine with that. I'd have no problem with that whatsoever. It is within the range, and it's not a crazy amount either, okay? I guess you just answered that. Or we just tend to think alike. What about boxing style workouts? If you're getting cardio strength so much that more toward 0.9? Not necessarily. Boxing has a very large aerobic component to it. You're boxing. That's a lot of aerobic. It's aerobic, it's also anaerobic. I still think that I don't think 0.9 is bad, okay? But I don't know if it's better than 0.7 or 0.65, etc. My concern with eating lots and lots of protein, however, is that, you know, if you're eating like 1.5 grams per pound or something like that, you may be eating protein at the expense of fruits and vegetables. And I want you to eat those fruits and vegetables because they're going to help you recover from all that exercise. Okay, they do help with the recovery process. So, I wouldn't say no to 0.9 because, like I said, it's the upper limit. It's in the range. But we don't know the optimal amount of protein for different exercise programs. Nobody's done a study where they took 100 people and have them play golf, 100 people have them box, 100 people do CrossFit, 100 people do bodybuilding, 100 people play hockey, and give them protein to see how much will optimize their muscle mass, etc. We'll never see studies like that. I doubt it anyway. So, but if you're in the range, I think you're okay. Again, during exercise, it's important to remember that while protein is important, we don't use protein very much during exercise. We burn for fuel carbs and fats. Carbs and fats is our primary fuel source during exercise. Now, as I said before, if you did start cutting your carbs or cutting your calories, well, then you would start to increase that breakdown of protein, which could contribute to sarcopenia and other things as well. People have told me, and this is a worst case scenario, but I have heard it occurring during some real low calorie diets. People have even told me how they've begun to lose their hair. Makes sense, the hair follicles made of protein, and the hair is made of protein, and hair falling out. That could be a sign of not getting enough calories during the day. And again, I have heard people tell me this. I'm losing my hair. What's going on? You're not eating enough. They've cut you. They've sold you a bill of goods with some fancy dancy, dietary supplement. Well, at the same time, you weren't looking, and they had you cut your calories, to 1,000 calories a day, and then they want you to exercise 5 days a week for an hour a day. Sure, you'll lose weight, a lot of water, a lot of glycogen, and some hair sometimes. And not only that, your skin may start getting thinner, and maybe you get a wound and you don't heal so well. Okay, so again, protein's important, and that's why we don't utilize it very much when we're exercising, unless we are forced to. Any questions on protein? I believe I'll talk about collagen later on today. I think I will. But I will just point out that collagen is not the greatest protein for exercise. It's definitely not the greatest protein for weight loss because collagen is an incomplete protein. It means it's missing one or more amino acids, which makes it not as good as a piece of chicken, for instance, or whey protein, etc. So, there's a lot of, I know collagen is very important, and if you want to put collagen in your protein shake, that's fine if you want to do that because probably the other things in your protein shake will complement what the collagen does not have. But there's no magic weight loss effect of collagen. None. Zero. I've never seen any. And I will also point out that, these collagen supplements are expensive, and what is collagen but essentially Jell-O? And so you could probably just do Jell-O and get the same effects. So do you think soy protein is bad for men? No, I do not, Wayne, and I don't see any evidence for that. That's one of the things that I brought up in last week's podcast. We talked about that. I see no evidence that soy raises estrogen levels in men. None at all. So I wouldn't worry about it. Again, if you're eating, a truckload of soy every single day, it's possible. It's possible. But, you're having a soy bar or a soy protein shake once or twice a day, I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. I see no evidence for that. Now, in terms of fat, see, breakdown of protein leads to rhabdo. So, yes, you mentioned, my magic word, rhabdo. Yeah, rhabdo is rhabdomyolysis, which is the very fast breakdown of muscle, releasing the contents of the muscle into the bloodstream, and this can cause some extremely bad things happening to you. I have written an awful lot about it. As I said before, I'm updating my rhabdo book right now, so if you're going to buy my rhabdo book, I would say do not buy my rhabdo book for at least 1 month. In a month, it will be much, much better than it is right now. I have made drastic improvements to this book. I've went into more detail on many different things, and my question and answer section is much larger, etc. But I've written a lot about rhabdo on my joe-kennan.com website. I've got several podcasts I've done on rhabdo as well. Yes, it is the breakdown of the protein. The muscle fibers actually disintegrate. They die, and the stuff in your muscle fibers leaks in your bloodstream. They can cause kidney failure, heart attack, a drastic drop in blood pressure, all kinds of stuff from rhabdo. I literally, before I came on with you guys today, I just got 2 emails from people who got rhabdo doing a specific type of workout, and it's very popular in CrossFit gyms. And the guy said to me, I did it the other day with my friend, and she's in the hospital now with rhabdo, and do I think I should go to the hospital? I'm like, I would. And then I got another email, the guy did the same workout, he's got rhabdo as well. Very, very sad. I just got quoted in a magazine article about rhabdo this week. The reporter got rhabdo, went back to the gym, finally when the gyms opened up, and first day back, boom, he's in the hospital with rhabdo. So, scary stuff. I'm a critical care nurse, lots of young 30 and 40s with heart attacks from rhabdo. Yes. When you say heart attacks, did they survive? When you say heart attacks, literally, they're, thank God they survived. Because that's, when we think rhabdo, we think kidney failure, and that's what the average person thinks of, and they're not thinking about that very fast, influx of potassium and calcium, and as you know, can literally destabilize your heart rate and cause a heart attack. And I'm glad you brought it up so people can see that, because I think some people say to me, Joe, you talk too much about rhabdo, and I'm like, it's serious. Admitted with chest pain and did not die. Thank goodness the person did not die. And all males, yeah. It's funny you said that, because I added that question into my book. Is it a women's issue? Because most of the people who reach out to me are women, and it does affect men as well as women equally, according to the research. But more men tend to get it, but more men tend to they tend to be less likely to reach out for help unless they're having chest pains. But women, they tend to be more inclined to, reach out and say, hey, what's going on? So, but yeah, very, 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 very sad. So, fat. Fat is, you need fat. You got to have it. It's not evil, okay? I always remember my very first biology class in college many years ago, the teacher telling us how this couple had a child, a baby, and they literally put the baby on a zero-fat diet, and the baby died. So that's how important fat is. We take things to extremes sometimes. Do you think lectins in soy and other vegetables cause leaky gut, which is a concern of Dr. Gundry? No, I don't buy Dr. Gundry one bit. He sells a simple answer to a complicated question, and I don't believe his supplements do anything. There is no evidence that lectins are compounds in beans and soy, which if you eat them uncooked, they can cause some distress and they can be toxic, they can be poisonous for us. But just heating them up, like in a crock pot or whatever, for a short period of time destroys those lectins. So they don't do that stuff that the raw bean would, for instance. So no, I don't buy Dr. Gundry, and it's just unfortunate that he says what he says, and I've looked at some of his supplements. They're just overpriced things that don't do anything to what he says. There's no evidence for it, and so I don't buy him. I don't view him as a credible source of information. So that's what I got to say about that. Fat, again, you got to have it. And we can, again, you can tell I have no opinions on anything, right? So you got monounsaturated fat, healthy fat. You got polyunsaturated fat, healthy fat. And then you got the saturated fat, which is said to be the not so healthy. It's important to realize they all have the same amount of calories, okay? Fat has 9 calories per gram. Okay, that's double what you see in carbs or protein. Carbs and protein have 4 calories per gram, so fat's a very, very energy-dense molecule. Okay, very energy-dense molecule. And again, when we say we have monounsaturated, polyunsaturated, and saturated, sometimes the monounsaturated fats are called MUFA, M-U-F-A, MUFAs, M-U-F-A, monounsaturated fatty acids, MUFA. MUFA. And polyunsaturated fatty acids, they're sometimes called PUFAs, PUFAS, polyunsaturated fatty acids, MUFAs and PUFAs. And then there's no cute acronym for saturated fat. I wish there was. What was I going to say about them? Oh yeah, also we say they're monounsaturated, polyunsaturated, saturated. What are they saturated or unsaturated with? Hydrogen. Hydrogen is the key determinant of what's saturated versus unsaturated. So here is a saturated fat. This is a triglyceride. This is one fatty acid, two fatty acids, three fatty acids, triglyceride. And as you can see, you see a whole bunch of H's. H's everywhere. This is hydrogen. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the entire universe. Okay, our sun is basically a big ball of hydrogen. Okay, stars are big balls of hydrogen. Okay, and what happens with fat is that when you take a fat and you bombard it with hydrogen gas, you literally are shoving hydrogens into that fat on purpose. Because when you do that, you not only make it saturated with hydrogen, but you also make it more stable, shelf stable. In other words, it doesn't spoil as easily. It lasts longer in a vending machine. Okay? So you, as a company, they want to make saturated fats because the food, the tasty cake, the cookie, whatever, will last longer and they can save money on it. They just have to make it, they don't have to make it every week. An apple, okay, will turn rancid much faster than a cookie will if you left them on your kitchen table, for instance. Now, if we were to start pulling off hydrogens, like here and here and here and here, we make it more unsaturated, okay? And when you pull off hydrogens, you make it more unsaturated, you make the fat more healthy, okay? Polyunsaturated fatty acids, those MUFAs, they tend to be more heart healthy than the saturated fats are. Okay? So saturated fat bad, mono and polyunsaturated fats good. Okay? Here's another tidbit from the latest guidelines. Americans, more than 70% of adults are exceeding the recommendations for saturated fat. You are allowed to have some saturated fat. Interestingly enough, if I remember correctly, you're allowed to have about 7 grams of saturated fat a day. That's not a lot, 7 grams. More than 70% of adults exceed this by a lot. Again, if it comes in a can or it's got a wrapper around it, or if it's chocolate flavored or whatever, it'll have a lot of saturated fat. Cookies and cakes and Entenmann's cakes and all that stuff, lots of saturated fat. Not saying they don't taste good, they do, but we tend to eat way more than we need. Now, trans fats, on the other hand, are something different. If somebody ever says to you, what's worse, saturated fat or trans fat? I would say trans, because saturated fat has a daily value. You're allowed to have a little bit of saturated fat. There is no safe amount of trans fats. None. Zero. Zilch. And they're actually being removed from the food supply as we speak. Companies have been doing it quietly for a number of years, and they have a few more years to get their act together. So what are trans fats? Trans fats are a special type of fat that are produced when you make saturated fat, when you hydrogenate a fat, when you bombard it with hydrogen gas, you make trans fats in the process. Okay, so these are processed trans fats. All right, there are some natural trans fats, but we don't have to worry about them because they occur in such minute quantities. Most of what we consume are produced and artificially produced trans fats. So they're made during hydrogenation. They do some bad things. They lower the good cholesterol, the HDL, high density lipoprotein. They really raise the bad cholesterol, the LDL. That's not good right there. You're lowering the good, you're really raising the bad. And there is good evidence that they elevate the risk of heart attacks, and maybe even some forms of cancer. okay? And this is the reason why about 10 years ago, companies were forced. They took him kicking and screaming into the light, and they made them start listing trans fats on food labels. However, even though they listed the trans fats, there was still a loophole to this rule. The loophole was that zero didn't always have to mean zero. And the rule of thumb is this: if the food had less than 1/2 gram per serving, they could legally say zero. If it had less than 1/2 gram per serving of trans fats, they could legally say zero. That didn't make sense. That's kind of like you go into the bank and they say, I'm sorry, you don't have any money in the bank. Wait a minute, I have $499 in the bank. Nope, it's zero. And that's what they were saying here. You could have 0.499999 grams per serving, and they were legally allowed to say zero. Companies have gotten, again, they've been forced to basically remove trans fats completely from the food supply. The question, however, is and we don't know the answer to this yet, what exactly are they replacing the trans fats with? I don't know the answer to that. And I haven't heard too many people talking about it yet, but that's definitely going to be a discussion in the future. So bottom line, comes in a can, a box, a wrapper. It may have some trans fats, or it may have some substitute for trans fats, and I don't know what they are. Maybe the trans fats are just removed and are replaced with more sugar or more saturated fat. That's a possibility too. I don't know. So keep it in the back of your mind. People, I'm sure, will be asking about this eventually. Now, you go to the supermarket today, and you're shopping, and you're like, I don't want no trans fats. And you see a food that says zero trans fats. Again, may not necessarily mean it has zero. How do you know if it has zero or not? Look at the ingredients. When you see these words, partially hydrogenated or hydrogenated, those are fancy words for saturated fat. And if it's got saturated fat, odds are it's going to have some trans fats too. So they can't hide in the ingredients list. They can't hide in the ingredients list. And also, by the way, you can see right above trans fats, it says saturated fat, 4.5 grams. Remember the rule of thumb. When you see 20% or more, it means it's high. This is 23%. This is high in saturated fat. You have to decide for yourself, do I want that? Do you want a food that's high, or regularly eat a food that's high in saturated fat? Again, it's up to you, okay? So again, you've got to be an educated individual when you look at some of these things. Again, remember, 5% or less means it's low in that nutrient, so it's low in sodium, it's low in cholesterol, okay? When you see 20% or more, it means it's high in that thing. It's high in saturated fat. And why is there no percentage next to trans fat? Because there's no safe amount of trans fat allowed in the diet. Zero. That's why there is no daily value here. Okay? This is the old food labels. There should be a percentage next to added sugars. There's no percentage next to protein because protein is based on body weight. That's why you'll never see a percent of protein, percent next to protein, because a 300-pound person will have a higher RDA than a 200-pound person. Okay? And then this is what a trans fat looks like, gang. Fat comes in essentially two flavors. They're called cis and trans. These are biology and chemistry terms. Cis means the hydrogens are on the same side of this double chemical bond you see right here holding these carbons together, where trans means transverse. That's what trans means, transverse. They're on the opposite side of this double bond you see. Again, that's kind of what it means. Again, it's more trivia than anything else, but I thought I like throwing this out to you because we normally don't see what a trans fat looks like too much. And our bodies are smart enough to tell cis is okay, trans fat not so much. The cis won't lower bad cholesterol levels, the trans will. So that's how complicated and intricate our body is. We can tell even subtle differences between molecules. Questions? In terms of types of fat, so I said we have our MUFAs and our PUFAs, and here are some of them. Monounsaturated fatty acids, omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids, and omega-6s, which I don't worry about too much, to be honest with you. Again, examples of them, food examples: nuts, olive oil, canola oil, safflower, avocados are good sources of MUFAs. Omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids, yes. The fish oils, we've heard about fish oil. Some of you may take a fish oil supplement. Flax seeds, walnuts. They're also good sources of omega-3s. We're going to talk about the difference. There's another omega-3 I want to point out to you in a second. The omega-3s in say, nuts and soybean oil are different than fish oil, but they're both classified as omega-3s. And then omega-6s I don't really care too much about, because odds are, gang, we're already getting way too much omega-6s in our diet anyway. Really what we should be worried about are the omega-3s and the monounsaturated. They're important as well, but those omega-3s are really anti-inflammatory, versus these things, omega-6s, which can be very pro-inflammatory when you eat them in high amounts. So omega-3s, the PUFAs, a little bit more on that. Again, we have the fish oils, which are called EPA and DHA, fish oils. But then you have another omega-3, which is found in nuts and seeds, and that's called ALA, alpha-linoleic acid. I've seen this doctor selling olive oil from Italy, promoting drinking olive oil daily. Your thoughts? So we'll talk about olive oil in a little bit. It's a monounsaturated fatty acid. I think it's fine. I'm not convinced it's better than other monounsaturated fatty acids out there. I'm going to show you some others that are very similar to olive oil. So, my guess is he's trying to capitalize on the Mediterranean diet stuff, which we'll talk about. But it won't hurt you. It definitely won't hurt you. And I may have seen him as well. I would say if you're eating a salad a day, you want to put olive oil in it, it's perfectly fine. Do you need to be drinking olive oil? I may have seen him as well a while ago. So it probably won't hurt you, but is it better than other types of oil, which are of similar amounts of monounsaturated fatty acids? I'm not sure. Alpha-linoleic acid, again, is what you find in nuts and seeds. What I would say about it is it has some very interesting properties, and interestingly also enough, we can take this ALA and we can turn a little bit of it into fish oils. We can take ALA and turn a teeny amount of it, about 1%, into fish oils, which I find very interesting. Women, you're a little bit better at it than us guys. Women can convert approximately 2% of their ALA into fish oils. For us guys, it's about 1%. So women got us beat on that. But alpha-linoleic acid also appears to have some other effects. It may lower blood pressure, according to some studies, which is very intriguing. Okay. In terms of the fish oil, which again, very popular these days, you may be taking a fish oil supplement. I take one myself. It is, again, it's one of these PUFAs, these omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids. As I said, they're the two fish oils that every fish oil supplement will tell you about is called EPA and DHA. Those are thought to be the important fish oils, even though there are more oils in them. And they're thought to be important because research shows that when you take them in high doses, they seem to reduce the risk of heart disease. CAD is coronary artery disease, better known as heart disease. And a couple reasons why they tend to reduce heart disease. They are pretty effective at lowering triglyceride levels. There's even drugs out there, which are high-dose fish oils, weapons-grade fish oils, I sometimes call them, that are effective at lowering triglyceride levels. They also lower blood pressure at high doses, and that's another reason why they appear to reduce the risk of stroke. If you look into the research, you'll even find stuff saying fish oil helps depression, fish oil helps arthritis. Again, we could probably talk all day on fish oil research. What I would say is to get a lot of these effects, you got to take a lot of it, like 3 to 4 grams a day of fish oil. And I would exercise caution above 3 grams a day. And that's only because when you start to get into a high dose of fish oil, maybe it might have a little bit of a blood thinning effect, which for people who may take certain medicines called blood thinners, maybe they add together, and maybe your blood gets too thin, which there is such a thing as that. You might cut yourself or bruise much more easily. You can sometimes see people, and I'm sure our critical care nurse can weigh in on this, when you sometimes see people who are taking blood thinner medicines and it's not regulated properly. They got bruises on their arms and their legs from even the least little bump. And that could be a sign their blood is too thin, okay, for lack of a better term. So, I think for most people who are not unhealthy, people who are healthy, generally 500 to 1,000 milligrams a day I think is fine for the vast majority of people. Again, when you eat a piece of fish, okay, you're getting about 1,000 milligrams. If the fish is about the size of the palm of your hand, that's about 1,000 milligrams of fish oil right there. So if your fish oil is giving you anywhere from 500 to 1,000 in the combination of EPA and DHA, I think you're okay. I wouldn't, if you are taking a fish oil supplement, don't be swayed by a big number in the front. This is all the fish oils it contains. There's a lot of fish oils out there, but to find out the actual amount of EPA and DHA, you got to turn the bottle over and look at the back label. And that's where they literally will break it down for you. It'll say 250 EPA, 550 DHA, or something along those lines. Okay. I personally keep my fish oil in the refrigerator because I don't want it spoiling. Remember, it is a fat, and so I keep it in the fridge. And food for thought, if you are taking a fish oil supplement and you're burping up fishy smells, you can taste it and smell it. That means the fish oil has gone bad. It's gone rancid. So you do not want to be burping up fish smells. Another reason why you might want to keep it in the fridge. Some fish oil supplements, actually, notice this brand right here. And this is a fine brand. One of the reasons I like these guys, look at the label, look at the bottle. Light will not penetrate this bottle. This is Carlson. They're actually smart. By making an opaque bottle, you're preventing ultraviolet light from penetrating it. And that could actually hasten the breakdown of the fish. A lot of fish oil supplements also come packed with a little bit of vitamin E, which is an antioxidant, which can further reduce spoilage. But either way, I still keep them in the fridge. I don't like swallowing a lot of big fish oil pills, so I like a liquid supplement from Nordic Naturals myself. I don't get a kickback from Nordic Naturals. I wish I did, but I don't. But I like it's liquid in it, but it has a little lemony taste to it. Fish oil versus flaxseed oil supplement. Well, most of the research is on fish oil for all these things, triglycerides and blood pressure and all that jazz. There is some intriguing research on flaxseed lowering blood pressure. And I have seen that research. I have a YouTube video where I believe I showed you the research. If you find me on YouTube, on YouTube, I usually take supplement research and I break it down like we're doing here, where I show you the research. But there is some research on this, and they attributed it to the ALA content in the flaxseed. I don't know if you can make that assumption. They're assuming it's the alpha-linoleic acid in flaxseed, but something was lowering blood pressure significantly in people. And that I found very, very intriguing. But most of the research is on fish oil. Flaxseed doesn't get as much attention. Maybe I should do another video on flaxseed benefits. That might be good. Flax benefits. I think you just gave me a good video topic idea. I'm always looking for new YouTube video topic ideas. In terms of food sources, again, just to break down a little further, we talked about before, for the fish oil, obviously tuna and salmon, fish in general for EPA and DHA. And then if we're looking at ALA, again, walnuts, pumpkin seeds, let's not underestimate spinach and kale and cauliflower and broccoli, flax seeds as well. They also contain this ALA, omega-3 fatty acid. So you can be a vegan if you want to and still get omega-3 fatty acids. You can. Again, that conversion, there is a conversion between ALA into EPA and DHA. We do it for some reason, but I'm not sure if it's significant or not. And again, how they compare to each other, hard to say. It is 12 o'clock. Do you guys want to break for lunch?
Okay.
I've been talking for 3 hours, gang.
Yeah, it's good for me.
Good. Why don't we do this? Since you're all at home, you don't have to take a long lunch break. How about you come back at, say, 20 after 12?
That's about what we used to do with Todd.
Yeah. Todd gave you less of a lunch break than I would. Normally I'd give you a half an hour or so. But okay, so I'll see you back here at 20 after 12.
Okay.
All right, gang, I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
Sure.
here. I'm moving. This is 45. I did. Yes. And then all these things I don't have to read them. This is glycemic. Yeah. I'm going to have to somehow copy that. I don't know, I'll have to ask on that. I don't know how that's done. Oh, shit. I'm gonna put this on this. Oh, why? No, none of these are in here. I gotta figure out how I'm going to transfer it from the phone. Oh.
What'd you have for lunch? Anything good?
Turkey.
Nice. You say caffeine?
No, just turkey.
My favorite food.
Yes. And a non-caffeinated drink.
All right. I can eat turkey every day.
It didn't have added sugar.
That's funny. How long have you lived in Hamilton, New Jersey?
I've been here for about 27 years now.
Oh, wow, you're a veteran.
I still have a home in Philadelphia that my nephew lived in, so
Yeah.
I'm a Penn Jersey. I got a foot in each state.
It's all right. You're not far away. Get there when, you'll be there in half an hour if you need to be.
Yeah, there's my nephew usually calls me like, "Can you come here right now?"
New Jersey's got a pretty state. They do a very good job of balancing, businesses with nature. A lot better than Pennsylvania does, I think.
Mhm.
That's where we are.
They are much more aggressive about that because I was the water commissioner here in our condominium. We're on 18.5 acres, and I dealt with the state, and we have our own. It's called a private public water system. We have our own 5 wells, and I mean, I'm subject to the same rules and regulations as the town of Hamilton, Pennsauken. We have to have the same tests. We have to have the same inspections.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
Wow.
After that problem that they weren't doing their wells deep enough, they were only going like 90 feet, and it was bad up there in Gloucester.
Really?
They come down, crunched hard on everybody.
I did not know that.
Mm.
Wow. That's something.
You had the environment.
I went to the gym yesterday. It was the first time I didn't wear a mask because I am vaccinated. Finally, I got it done. Last week was not fun, though. Whoa. Last week was not fun. I spent it, basically curled up in a little ball under a blanket.
It is.
Yeah.
Everybody is of this opinion that they're bulletproof. I said no.
No.
You can still get it even though you have the immunization because
Yeah.
now we're working on COVID-20 now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get booster shots though. I still think there's some. They're going to try to monetize this somehow.
Well, I was hoping they did it
Yeah.
like they said they were going to do. Give you a combination flu and booster for COVID in the same shot.
There's been talk of rolling it into a flu shot. I don't think that's going to happen. I think well, you never know. But at this point, I don't know.
The only way we can get people to get flu shots.
Well, I get it. Honestly, I wasn't getting a flu shot before all that's happened. Actually, I didn't get a flu shot last year. I mean, it seemed to work best in me when I wait a few years before getting a flu shot. But that's a story for another day. But yeah, the second shot was rough. I agree.
You have to make sure you're getting the trivalent and not just the triple dose and not the single or the 2. You need to get the original flu shot the year before and then the new. That keeps your system jogged.
Yeah, that's what they say. I think I got a flu shot, I think 2 years ago, I think. I believe. But like I said, I like to say I'm pretty healthy. But yeah, there's no, you can't be 100% defended.
Well, I noticed that this year, and I even brought this up to my doc when I went with him. I said, we haven't had the flu. We haven't had the upper respiratory infections. We haven't had the sinus infections, the ear infections, because everybody was wearing a mask.
I'm sure that played a role in some of it.
He said to me, I'm sitting here. He said, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
He said, I'm down like 50%. I said, oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, we spent a good amount of time indoors, and I'm sure the mask did help. People coughing and sneezing on other people. I'm sure it definitely did prevent the transmission of things.
That washing of the hands, I think, is the big one.
I've been doing that anyway, so.
A lot of people don't. Honest to God, I see that.
I know. I know. No, I'm with you, and
Yeah.
I'm starting to do. I haven't done them yet, but I'm starting to do live classes again. So this Zoom thing is, I think moving forward, AAAI is going to do a combination of Zoom and live classes, but I prefer the live class to the Zoom, to be honest
I
with you,
prefer it myself, Joe.
because I'm
So much more.
sitting down all day long, and I don't really get a chance to see you guys like I normally would. But I've got I've got a couple on the books right now. One in Northeast Pennsylvania coming up, and then one in Maryland, I think next month. And so, but that was another thing. I thought, if I'm going to be in a room for 7 hours with a bunch of people, I might as well just get the shot. But plus,
Yeah.
I don't know about New Jersey, but in Pennsylvania, it was very bad rolling out the shot. It really took a long time to roll
Right
out
on.
to everybody.
I'm telling you, as soon as the shots come out, it was in Burlington. I had my first shot as soon as it came out. I was done in March.
Yeah.
End of March, and April 1st was my second shot. And it was fast. I went to
Yeah.
the Vegas Center at Rowan College,
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
and it was like clockwork. You
Yeah.
come in, you showed your paper, the guy scanned it, you moved on, bang, 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 bang. And I got there at 11:45,
Good.
and at 12 o'clock I had my shot.
Oh yeah, it was very good. I just went to a local pharmacy in the neighborhood and got it there. It was very, very easy to do.
Well, what I was saying is a lot of the local pharmacies, you had to call them at like 12 o'clock at night to make an appointment. You had to have an appointment, and it was bedlam. It's just
Yeah, I didn't have that experience. I called them, and they said, "When do you want to come in?" I said, "How's tomorrow?" They said, "Great, come in anytime." I did. Gave me a shot. Said, "Sit down for 10 minutes. Make sure you don't die on me." Okay.
they made me sit for 20 when the nurse said to me, it's either 10 or 30. I said, I'm sorry. They made me sit for 20 minutes. And when I got in on the last one,
Yeah.
you can leave it at like 11, I think it was 11:30. I just got down and put my stuff. I'm going to look at it. The guy goes, you can go. So evidently I was taught how to tell time different. My friend thought, she come back, she said, they didn't give me the shot. They ran out. I said, no, I'm done.
It's over with for now, and that's a good thing.
Joe,
My weekend this weekend is much better than the last weekend.
Oh, good.
Last
Joe,
Saturday it was a lost weekend. Anywho, yeah, Teresa, I missed the live stuff as well. I know. I just heard yesterday. I know AAAI does a live gig, like a mini conference every January in Lansdale, Pennsylvania, at a YMCA, and I just heard yesterday that is going to happen in January. So that's true. I don't think there'll be any real conferences like in Maryland this year or anything like that. It's a lot of logistics to put the live conferences in motion. And
Are they talking about having the one in Jersey next year in June?
I would be surprised if that did not happen. I believe it will, but I haven't heard anything. It takes not only a lot of logistics, but you've got to sign contracts a year in advance for these sorts of things. I need to talk to Nora about that because she does all that stuff. So I don't know. I hope so. I got to think that by next year we're completely out of the woods. But it is encouraging that People have been asking me to do live stuff again, which is good. And not only me, but other people have already done live things. Mike Rickett has been traveling. Mike Rickett's been traveling in different states doing classes already, I believe. So some colleges like Rowan, I do teach at Rowan College often. They're still doing virtual stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Until the fall at least. And ironically, a lot of the virtual classes don't fly. I only did a handful of classes last year, where normally I do 50
Well,
a year.
Believe me.
I went down to maybe 5 or 10.
Believe me, to get this here, I've learned a lot about my tablet. My God, I didn't think I was that
We all did.
professional here with it.
We all did. Anyway, omega-3 benefits. What are some benefits of these things? Omega-3, 6, 7, 9. All I did here is, and this is not in the book if you have it. I believe I may put it in the update, but this is some of the differences between the omega-3s, the omega-6s, 7s, and 9s, and again, just how they might differentiate from each other. Again, keeping in mind, personally, I don't put a lot of stock in these other omegas. I put a lot of stock in the omega-3s. We don't really have a lot of problems getting omega-6s in the diets. Omega-7s, I'm not really going to lose too much sleep on them because I don't think there's a lot of research on them. And omega-9s, they're not essential, which means we make them. And I bring this up because some fish oil supplements will say, it's got omega-3, omega-6, omega-9, omega-12, omega-15. Who cares? Rule of thumb. The more claims you see on a food or a supplement, the more you should ask yourself, what aren't they telling me? Sometimes the label claims are a smokescreen. These are the ones I'm worried about. These are the ones we're probably not worried about. These are the ones we're probably not getting a lot of. Omega-3, reducing heart disease, may help depression, may help brain development, decreases inflammation, decreases triglycerides. Omega-6s, notice right here, the typical SAD already has them. What is SAD? This is an acronym that has been popping up a lot in the literature over the last few years. SAD, Standard American Diet. Isn't it sad we eat so poorly in America? That's literally how researchers and doctors are referring to the American diet. SAD, Standard American Diet. So anyway, these are just some of the differences between them. Again, I think omega-3s have probably the thing we're probably not getting enough of. And don't pay extra for an omega supplement that says it's got different omegas in it. If it has a bunch of other omegas, that probably means it doesn't have a lot of omega-3s.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe something to think about. So, natural ways to lower your cholesterol, your bad cholesterol, your total cholesterol, all that jazz. Here are some natural ways that science has shown can work. Cholesterol, bad cholesterol, triglycerides, good cholesterol. Notice in red, I have listed their commonalities. Weight loss, fiber, exercise. Weight loss, fiber, exercise. Weight loss, fiber, exercise. Weight loss and exercise. So generally speaking, when someone says to you, my cholesterol is too high, what can I do? Weight loss, fiber, and exercise. And you will most likely be right. Again, there are some other things you can do, but they all have in common those three factors. So again, there may be some other things I may have missed, but these are ones that, again, have been shown to help in various clinical research. Garlic, again, I use a garlic, I like an aged garlic extract supplement myself. I don't have heart problems I'm aware of, but I like garlic. I can put it in food and stuff like that. Whey protein, oddly enough, can help cholesterol levels too. But can't go wrong. Weight loss, fiber, exercise. Olive oil, mentioned olive oil a little while ago. Yeah, there has been research on olive oil. Again, this may be one of the reasons why that doctor is pushing it. Again, there is some research that may help decrease blood pressure, reduce cellular inflammation, reduce blood clotting. It kind of thins the blood a little bit. Decrease in blood sugar, that may be helpful to people with diabetes and pre-diabetes. And it may also help the good cholesterol as well. Helping the good cholesterol remove plaque and cholesterol a little bit better than HDL by itself. So there's research on all these things. And again, they in turn may all come together, to help reduce the risk of not only strokes, but heart disease as well. And excuse me, that's really good. That's not a COVID cough, by the way. But the take-home message again here is, remember, olive oil is a monounsaturated fatty acid. It's quite possible that other monounsaturated fatty acids might have similar effects. So again, the research really isn't there yet, but if you like olive oil, terrific, I got no problem with it, but there are other monounsaturated fatty acids that may have the similar effects. Okay, and I'll show you some, I think, on the next slide. Yeah, it stinks when you cough, you have to tell people it's not a COVID cough. Pardon me. Although, weirdly enough, though, I do have this weird dry cough occasionally when I talk, and that started showing up last week after the shot. Related? I don't know. But I don't get it when I'm sitting here by myself working, but when I talk, like that, it's weird. So maybe I report that as a side effect.
Well, let them know about it. They want to know about that.
Very weird. So, comparing the different oils out there. So here's the oil, here's the saturated fat, and here's the monounsaturated fat. Look at this. Here's olive oil right here. 1.8 grams of saturated fat, 1.2 grams of polyunsaturated fat, and 10 grams of monounsaturated fat. Yeah, that's really good. Let's look up here. Hazelnut oil. Got very similar amounts as olive oil. How about safflower oil? Pretty similar as well. Okay, so and canola's up there kind of too. So is it all about the olive oil? Would safflower, hazelnut have similar effects? Not quite sure. Happy to see avocado in there. Yeah, avocado's right up there, man. It's like 10. Basically 10. So you're right, I missed that. Avocado oil might have similar effects, Teresa, as maybe olive oil will. So again, it's just going to take research to know for sure, and it's not really in a lot of companies' best interest to do this research. Olive oil is its own industry, and so they're going to do their research, but is Big Avocado going to fund studies on avocado oil versus olive oil? I just don't think so. I don't think so. And, Big Hazelnut, I don't think they will either. But it's quite possible they would. Mediterranean oil versus olive oil versus Mediterranean diet. If you were to compare them, again, while there is research on olive oil, the Mediterranean diet is more powerful than olive oil by itself, because olive oil is just one thing. Mediterranean diet is lots of colorful foods and lean protein, again, healthy fats, but olive oil is just a fat. Okay, there's some other chemicals in there, but there's far more healthy compounds in the Mediterranean diet. So what I'm saying is, like that doctor is promoting, don't think that olive oil is going to be a substitute for the Mediterranean diet. It's not. It's not. And so I would give that doctor pushback on that. There's ample evidence that the Mediterranean diet can do a lot of good things, lowering blood sugar, lowering the risk of heart disease, dementia, all kinds of stuff. There is, again, it is the most studied diet out there. And so again, you like the olive oil? That's cool, but let's not lose sight of the big picture. And then the other oil that everybody always asks me about is coconut oil. And I would say in moderation, fine, but just remember that while people tend to think it's healthy, it is almost all saturated fat. So coconut oil is 92% saturated fat. That's a lot. It's got a few less calories. I'll leave that to your discretion if you think 8.3 versus 9 calories per gram is significant or not. No big deal in my book. But when you look at the research, the coconut oil, it really raises total cholesterol and triglycerides. It really raises HDL, but it also really raises LDL. So, is this LDL more important, is this raising of HDL more important than these other things? I don't think so. And so I would say moderation is fine. I would just watch it in high doses. And also, get your cholesterol checked if you're using this a lot. I've met people who told me all my cholesterol values, LDL, etc., are fine, and I use olive oil or coconut oil. Great, and it's fine for you. But if you come up high on LDL or cholesterol, on triglycerides, and you're using a lot of coconut oil, cut back, redo the test, let's see what happens. So, and then ironically, even though it's got a lot of calories per gram, some people think that coconut oil, I keep saying olive oil, some people think coconut oil can help people lose weight. I'm not convinced that it does. And they point this out because coconut oil has these special types of fats called medium chain triglycerides that you tend to burn off a lot easier. You're less likely to store them as fat. I don't buy it. I'm just not convinced that coconut oil helps people lose weight or burns fat or anything like that. So I'll say more research is necessary, but I wouldn't put my money on it. Here's a study that came out last year, the effect of coconut oil consumption on cardiovascular risk factors, heart disease, a systematic review, meta-analysis. So they looked at 16 previous coconut oil studies. Conclusion, coconut oil consumption results in significantly higher bad cholesterol levels than other oils, and this should inform choices about olive oil consumption. So bottom line, they're just saying what we already said, significantly higher levels of bad cholesterol. Take that into consideration. But again, monitor your LDL levels and let's see what happens if you use it. Would like to be the same for coconut oil effects on cholesterol. I'm not sure about coconut milk. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I'm not quite sure how much of the oil is in the milk. Part of me wants to say it wouldn't have the same effect, but I'm not sure. I know coconut water won't have that effect, but as for coconut milk, I don't know. If you're into salt, I couldn't think of a better place to put it. So if you're into the salt thing, realize that Himalayan salt and regular salt and sea salt really have basically the same sodium content. Not a big difference between them. And yeah, they all got little trace amounts of little minerals, but I don't see a significant difference in minerals, magnesium, potassium, etc. between them. So I think it all comes down to what do you like best if you do have salt in your house. It's totally up to you. What I keep forgetting is to look at the iodine content of table salt versus Himalayan salt. I don't think the iodine content is significantly different, but I think it all comes down to texture. Do you prefer something that's a little bit bigger, like Himalayan salt, or something more granular, like maybe a Morton's table salt or something like that? I think it's basically just personal preference. Average intakes, this is sodium intakes, average intakes for those 1 and older is 3393 milligrams a day. That's more than the 2,300 milligrams per day that is recommended. Age 1 year and older. Holy mackerel, we're starting off really young, we're increasing our sodium. Most of the sodium consumed in the United States comes from salt that's added during commercial processing. So it's not what you're adding yourself in the home, it comes from what is being used in restaurants and stuff like that. Oh, by the way, the salt being used in restaurants and probably other food processing is most likely not iodized salt. And that's an issue because iodine is needed for the proper functioning of your thyroid gland.
Yeah.
The thyroid stores iodine. And so if you're eating most of your foods from fast food, that's most likely non-iodized salt. I don't know why they don't put iodine in salt. I don't get that. I have never gotten a good answer on why that is.
Well, you can buy it. You can buy iodized salt at the supermarket, but that's a separate.
You absolutely can, but I don't understand why restaurants don't use that. Why they prefer to use non-iodized. So
because it's more expensive.
Might be, perhaps, but the average intake is way more. It's recommended that Americans get no more than 2,300 milligrams of sodium a day, and for some people even maybe less. But average American getting almost 3,400 milligrams, far more than is needed. Why? Because sodium is highly associated with high blood pressure and strokes. For sodium, nearly all men and 80% of women consume too much. Again, men generally consume 4,000 milligrams a day, and women get about 3,000 milligrams a day. So, yeah, something to think about. And since sodium can raise your blood pressure, and since high blood pressure is a leading cause of stroke, stroke being the 5th leading cause of death in America. How might you lower blood pressure naturally? Here are some ways. Obviously, weight loss, and we're not talking about a lot of weight loss. Studies have shown just a 7% drop in body weight can significantly drop your blood pressure. A 7% drop, not even 10%, just 7. Exercise, absolutely. You guys all knew that. You know, getting anywhere from a minimum of 30 minutes a day or even 20 minutes a day can lower blood pressure. I have seen this myself in people. A buddy called me a couple of years ago. My blood pressure is 195/90. What do I do? Take a walk around the block and call me back. He takes a walk around the block. He calls me back in 30 minutes, 120/80. So just taking a simple walking around the block can significantly lower blood pressure. Obviously smoking, because that's a good thing, because smoking can squeeze together blood vessels. Which you squeeze those blood vessels together, boom, your blood pressure jacks right up. And so that's another reason not to smoke. Eat more potassium. So in America, we eat more sodium than we should, but we don't eat enough potassium. Potassium is the opposite of sodium. As sodium raises blood pressure, potassium lowers blood pressure, lowers it. It has a relaxing effect on blood vessels. And Americans do not get as much sodium as they need. The recommended dietary allowance for sodium is 4,700 milligrams a day. Most Americans get far less than this. Why? They're not eating the foods that have potassium: fruits, veggies, beans, and seeds. Eat less sodium, you knew that. Limit your alcohol, you most likely knew that as well. A drink of alcohol might actually lower blood pressure, it might, but chronic alcohol consumption is associated with an elevation of blood pressure. Okay, so don't drink alcohol unless you have to. And honestly, and while we're on the topic, don't buy into the health effects of alcohol. And I know in America we've had this love affair with wine for years and all that stuff. Let's call it what it is. Alcohol is a toxic poison. It is a toxic poison, but it's been riding this wave of popularity because alcohol raises HDL, good cholesterol. Okay, yes, don't drink unless you have to. That's pretty funny. I like that. So it raises good cholesterol levels. Big whoop-de-doo. Heart disease is more associated with lowering the bad cholesterol than raising good cholesterol. So don't worry about that too much. And let's face facts, exercise is also very effective at boosting HDL, as is weight loss. Hibiscus tea is one that is probably on not many people's radar, and yet there is some very intriguing research that 1 or 2 glasses of hibiscus tea a day can significantly lower blood pressure. On my YouTube channel, I show you the study where hibiscus tea is compared to a blood pressure drug, and they both work the same. So, and hibiscus tea, it's cheap. You can pick it up at your supermarket. You know, it's not expensive at all. So very interesting. I will sometimes take hibiscus tea or any tea, actually on a regular basis. I cut up in a tea bag and I throw it in my smoothies. So if somebody literally said to me, I don't like green tea, cut open a tea bag and throw it in the blender with your smoothie. I do that every day with the smoothie I make. Now, in terms of diets, there's a lot of diets out there, and I'm saying when it comes to weight loss, they all have one thing in common: it gets you to eat less food. Every diet I have ever seen, at the end of the day, gets you somehow to eat less food. Are we going to cut lectins out of our diet? You're cutting out calories. Are we going to cut our carbs? Are we going to eat more fat? Are we going to go on paleo? Are we going to eat at certain times of the day? It all is about eating less calories. Slim fast. Drink a shake in the morning and a shake at lunch and eat a sensible dinner. You're cutting calories. Intermittent fasting, which we'll talk about, same thing. You're cutting calories. So it would be nice if there was a magic elixir out there that we wanted to do without. And I've been waiting for weight loss pizza forever. It still hasn't shown up. Wouldn't that be great? Eat all the pizza you want and lose weight. It ain't gonna happen. Here's an intriguing investigation. Came out in 2020 in the British Journal of Medicine. Comparison of dietary macronutrient patterns of 14 popular diets for weight loss and heart disease risk factor reduction in adults. So this is a review of previous studies. And again, they looked at 14 different diets, including the Atkins diet, that's the original ketogenic diet, even the Zone diet, Mediterranean diet, etc. Here's what they find. Overall, weight loss of all diets diminished after 1 year, okay? While the benefits for cardiovascular risk factors on all interventions also disappeared except for the Mediterranean diet. So what they're saying here is, all diets helped you lose weight, yes. But after 1 year, none of them worked any better than others. All the weight loss benefits went away, okay? All the weight loss benefits disappeared for all diets after 1 year. And in terms of their benefits on reducing the risk of heart disease, all of them disappeared as well, except the Mediterranean diet. It's a very poorly written sentence, to be honest with you. Scientists talk like this a lot. I think they keep trying to impress each other with how smart they are. But bottom line is they're saying, after 1 year, no diet's any better than another, okay? And none of them appear to improve your heart disease risk factors past 1 year, except for the Mediterranean diet. Again, more evidence the Mediterranean diet appears to be a better diet for long-lasting health. Questions? All right. And there have been studies on the Atkins diet. There was no surprise here. There have been 1 year long studies on Atkins, came out many years ago, where they compared them to a low-fat diet. And they would find that, Atkins diet people, they lose weight faster for the first 6 months than people who go on a low-fat diet. But after 1 year, there was no difference between them. Why? After 6 months or so, people are like, this stinks. I want a banana. I want to eat a baked potato. And so they basically fall off the wagon. Same thing, it sounds like what's happening here. After 1 year, there's no difference in weight loss. Zero. I mean, there's nothing. And in terms of, again, the most important thing is, does it protect you against heart disease? And the answer is no, except for Mediterranean. What's the news between micro and macronutrients? So, Laura, great question. We've been talking all day so far about the macronutrients. And the macronutrients are proteins, carbs, and fats. Macro, the word macro means big. And proteins and fats and carbohydrates, they make up the bulk of our diet, okay? So they make up the biggest part. The micronutrients, on the other hand, micronutrients are the vitamins and the minerals. We don't need as many vitamins and minerals to stay healthy, and so they're micro. Micro means small, macro means big, and that's it. Any other questions? We'll talk about the micronutrients in a little bit, actually.
You said it was carbs, proteins, and what else for the macro?
Fat.
A fat, okay.
Think about it. Everything you eat is a protein, a fat, or a carb for the most part. Your turkey, protein, that's a macronutrient, right? Yeah. So mostly when we eat food, we eat a combination of carbs and fats and proteins. And so they make up the biggest part of our diet, and they're called the macronutrients. Vitamins and minerals, you got to have them. Vita means they're vital, right? But we don't need a whole lot of them to stay healthy, and so they're called micronutrients. Micro means small, macro means big. Any other questions? So let's talk about now the most popular diet to come down the road, gee whiz, in the last 10 years, ketogenic diet. What's the research showing on this? Well, let's talk about what this diet actually is. Ketogenic. Ketogenic means it increases our production of ketones. That's what it means. Ketogenic. Genic, like Genesis, formation, creation, right? So ketogenic is the creation of ketones. Realize that you and I are always making ketones in small amounts. A ketogenic diet increases the production of these things. Now, two ketones that are very popular in this diet are called acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate, BHB. So if you've ever looked into the keto diet, you've come across BHB. It gets a lot of publicity in this diet. But these are just two ketones, all right? Normally we make low amounts of ketones, but when we start cutting carbs in our diet, our production of ketones goes up a lot. And ketosis is the term that is used for just an abnormally high level of ketones. Again, we're always making them, but when we are making a lot more than we normally would, that is called ketosis. Let's see, I've heard this could be bad for some people with the liver production of ketones. Yeah, there's going to be some, Teresa, there's going to be some people who should not do a ketogenic diet. We'll talk about that in a few moments. But yeah, it's definitely something that I would be want you to do under being medically supervised, especially if you had any kind of liver problems. Now, as I said, we're always making ketones on a low amount on a normal basis, but when we cut our carbs, or we go on a high-fat diet, or we just don't eat, or do intermittent fasting sometimes, that can also increase our ketone production and sometimes put us into this ketosis phenomenon. And people in the ketogenic diet are all about ketosis. They will go to the drugstore and they'll get pH sticks and they'll urinate on the pH sticks to see if they're in ketosis. Sometimes you may be able to tell if someone's in ketosis by smelling their breath. Their breath will begin to give off this acetoacetate ketone. You can smell it, and basically the way it smells like nail polish remover. Because what is nail polish remover?
Acetone.
Yeah, acetone is a ketone. And so your breath starts to smell like nail polish remover. And so that's another way in which you might be able to tell in some people if they're going into ketosis. I have had some nurse friends who are completely against it. Yeah, I get it. It's popular in some circles, but there's a lot of nurses and doctors who are dead set against it. And I won't say it's, it has its issues. It has its issues. And, I could say sometimes there may be a place for it. We won't talk about that. But I do think it has some problems associated with it, which, especially for anybody who exercises, I'm going to show you an interesting study today. So if we just look at, ketone, paleo, low carb, fairly similar. It's not for me either. I like carbs. So you look at ketone, paleo, low carb, and again, protein, but the big thing here is carbs. Ketogenic, 5%. They're really cutting your carbs for the most part. Okay, versus a very high-fat diet. And again, there may be some subtle differences between here. Some people will go on different ketogenic recipes, if you will, where these percentages may be a little bit different. But generally, it's a very high-fat diet and a very low-fat diet, bottom line. So no beans, no starches, no fruits, no veggies, no seeds, no starchy anything on a ketogenic diet. And it's nothing new here, nothing new. This has been around since the 1920s, not for weight loss, but for epilepsy. And I don't know how they figured this one out, but people back then who had epilepsy, well, their seizure frequency, they didn't have as many seizures when they went on a low-carb diet. That is very interesting. I'm not sure the mechanism behind it. It may have something to do with the brain not using glucose as much, I'm sure. May have something to do with it. But now we have medications for epilepsy, but there may be people out there who don't respond well to medications and may be doing a ketogenic diet for their epilepsy. And just, I won't talk about it really a lot today, but there is also some intriguing research for ketogenic diet and memory. And I'm not making this one up. There is research that appears to show that going on a ketogenic or low-carb diet appears to improve memory in people with dementia. That, I think, is very, very interesting. I believe I have a video on that on my YouTube channel. If I don't, I really should put one up there, but I'm pretty sure I do. But it is intriguing that it appears to help some forms of cognition. So there's a time and a place for everything. But epilepsy was the big thing, and I expect to see more memory research on ketogenic diets moving forward. I'm seeing a lot of ketoacidosis, mostly in diabetics, due to high ketones. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're right. With diabetics, they don't get their insulin. They can't burn carbs very well, and so ketone levels go up in the body, and they get that ketoacidosis. Because ketones are an acid, not like sulfuric acid, but they're an acid compounds. And when your body becomes too acidic, enzymes stop working, your cells don't function as properly as they should, and you could actually go into a coma from the ketoacidosis, sometimes called metabolic acidosis, and it's actually quite serious. And people with type 1 diabetes, they realize what happens if they don't get their insulin on a regular basis. They run that risk. So yeah, you're right. The diabetics, they take that very, very seriously. What can happen if people want to diet, the ketogenic diet, they generally don't. They're looking for weight loss. But you're right. Ketones go too high, you got problems. You got a lot of problems. So that's one issue. Another issue potentially, and this came up in our podcast last week, is that ketogenic diet appears to increase inflammation in the body. What ultimately does that mean in terms of long-term health? I don't know. We do know that too much inflammation is associated with different diseases. So could the ketogenic diet be increasing the risk of long-term diseases? We don't know. We haven't done any studies like that as of yet. Hopefully they're in the pipeline now, though. Now, in terms of weight loss, here are some of the things that we know. BHB, that's ketone, that's that beta hydroxybutyrate. It appears to help rats lose weight. Okay. People? Not so sure about people, but in rats it might. BHB also in mice appears to increase brown fat production. Now, fat's an interesting compound because it comes in two flavors. You got your white fat, which doesn't do anything, and then you got your brown fat. Brown fat is more coveted because brown fat burns more calories. And in theory, the more brown fat you have, the more calories you might burn just sitting there watching TV. Well, if BHB increases brown fat production, could that be a mechanism through which it might help people lose weight? Maybe, but I haven't seen any people research on brown fat and BHB production, BHB and brown fat production. But it's interesting what they're showing with the mice. I haven't seen anything in people yet. And honestly, just because it increases brown fat doesn't necessarily mean it's going to cause you to lose weight, but I'd like to see some data on that. They used to think in the past that human adults did not have any brown fat, and now we know that's not necessarily true. Many humans do have brown fat in their body. It tends to be clustered behind the shoulder blades for whatever reason. Behind the shoulders, it tends to be clustered. And this is one of the reasons why some people jump into those ice baths and those chambers that make you really, really cold, really, really fast. They're supposed to not only reduce inflammation and pain, but maybe also improve brown fat production. Again, haven't seen any data on those things either. So it turns out that maybe the ketogenic diet might reduce ghrelin levels. Okay, ghrelin's interesting because it's a hormone. Ghrelin is a hormone that's made in your stomach, and it plays a role in hunger. And the easiest way to know when you're making ghrelin is notice when you don't eat for a long time and your stomach starts growling. When your stomach is growling, you're making ghrelin. That's the easiest way to remember. Ghrelin, stomach growling. And normally what happens is as ghrelin levels go down, your hunger goes down. When your stomach is growling, you're making ghrelin, you're getting hungry. Okay. So again, writing on the wall like this is very, very interesting that maybe there might be something to this in terms of weight loss. That said, there are exercisers, bodybuilders, strength trainers who take ketogenic diet for muscle building purposes, etc. There is no evidence, zero, that ketogenic diet will make you bigger or stronger or faster. None. Zero. I have been looking and I can't find any. As a matter of fact, I'm about to show you a study which showed just the opposite. And this is a study that nobody talks about except me. So, will it work for weight loss? No doubt about it. Absolutely. I have to be a knucklehead to say no. You are losing weight with a ketogenic diet. Why? Because you're burning off your glycogen and you're losing all that water. Remember, glycogen stores a lot of water. The rule of thumb for glycogen is this. Every 1 gram of glycogen stores about 2.5 to 3 grams of water. Every 1 gram of glycogen stores 2.5 to 3 grams of water. So as you lose glycogen, you also lose an awful lot of water. And that's why people lose weight really fast on a low carb ketogenic type diet. They're losing a lot of water, they're losing a lot of glycogen. That's the most thing, the most reason why. But long term, 5 years, 10 years, is a ketogenic diet better for long-term weight loss? I don't think so. And there is some preliminary research that says it's not. Also, everybody I know who has done a ketogenic diet, and I've got some people I see on Instagram and stuff like that, and people I know have tried it, none of them can stay on the diet. They all say, I gotta go back on the diet, I gained 10 pounds. So they're yo-yoing. They're doing it for a period of time and they fall off the wagon again. So that tells me I don't think anybody can do ketogenic diet long term, 5 years, 10 years. And also, what does that mean in terms of health? I don't know. So my issues with a ketogenic diet are as follows. Again, long-term lack of human studies, 5-year, 10-year studies, I don't see them. Is it healthy? I would say, I think it might depend on, is your health in danger? Okay, you're 800 pounds, you're gonna die, right? You're 800 pounds. Well, then ketogenic diet might help you lose weight pretty quickly, and that might take the strain off your cardiovascular system. So maybe in some people, the risk might outweigh the benefits, or the benefits might outweigh the risks. So that makes sense. Average person, I don't know if it's healthy, long term. Can it be maintained? I don't think so. And there's some research that suggests it can't be. And I would also say, again, for diabetics, if you're a diabetic, you already have issues with ketones, okay, as has been pointed out in the chat room. So I'd be cautious of that. I'd also be cautious if you had any kind of pancreas problems, again, liver problems as well, which I didn't mention. Again, when you have health problems and you want to do a ketogenic diet, I think this is best undertaken under a doctor's supervision where you can get regular blood tests to see what's happening. I have no doubt that when you lose weight with a ketogenic diet, your cholesterol, triglycerides will probably normalize. Maybe your blood sugar will as well. But again, that can be complicated if you're taking medications. So ketogenic diet might lower your blood sugar too much, which could be an issue for people with diabetes, for instance. Interestingly, if you Google, ketogenic diet and DUI, you see several defense attorney websites out there discussing how a breathalyzer test may think you're drunk when you're really not while you're doing a ketogenic diet. I did a YouTube video on this a while back as well. I think it's unlikely, but there have been a couple of instances where breathalyzers might have thought you were drunk when you really were not drunk. And so we can use it as a defense. Cops can do more than a breathalyzer test if they have to really figure things out. But again, there have been some instances where breathalyzers, I'm thinking of sometimes people with lots of DUIs have to breathe into a tube before they can start their car. There has been an instance where one of those ignition lock devices did not work on people taking who were doing a ketogenic diet. That was many years ago. I think that maybe they're probably better by now, but don't use it as defense. So here is a study came out in 2018 on the keto diet and weight loss. This was a review article, 13 different studies of a keto diet versus a low-fat diet. They find that the people doing a ketogenic diet lose about 4 pounds more per month than those who do a low-fat diet. That makes sense. Remember, they're losing a lot of water when they cut their carbs. Okay, that does make sense. After 5 months, the weight loss with a ketogenic diet peaks. No further weight loss after 5 months. Kind of makes sense. You're running out of your glycogen, all right? And maybe you're getting bored with the diet after 5 months. After 2 years of a ketogenic diet versus a low-fat diet, there's only a 2 pound difference between these two regimens. So I'll leave that to your opinion. Do you think a 2 pound difference, people doing keto only lost 2 pounds more than people doing a low-fat diet? Is that really significant? In my book, it's not. 2 pound difference between these two regimens. So I'll leave that to your opinion. Do you think a 2 pound difference, people doing keto only lost 2 pounds more than people doing a low-fat diet? Is that really significant? In my book, it's not. Pound difference between these two regimens. So I'll leave that to your opinion. Do you think a 2 pound difference? Any ketogenic diet reviews related to heart disease and heart disease death? I'm just curious, what would happen in somebody doing a ketogenic diet for 10 years? Do they have a greater risk of heart attacks, of high blood pressure, of strokes? I don't know the answers to this. So I just don't know I don't know. It makes me wonder. I would love to see that study, and maybe it's in the pipeline now. I can only hope, but I just don't know. So, any questions so far? All right. And here's the study that I kind of teased you about a minute ago. It's a 3-month study of the ketogenic diet on body fat, blood parameters, cholesterol, etc., and exercise in people doing CrossFit. So this was intriguing because it involved CrossFit and it involved the ketogenic diet, and we know CrossFit can have some, improvements in blood cholesterol and all that jazz. And what would happen if you combine these two? Pilot study means it's a baby study, it's a beginner study, it's a small study. So let's take a look at what they found here. So it's a very small study, only 12 people, unfortunately. That's sometimes the way to go with nutrition and exercise studies. But I like the fact that they broke them up into 2 groups. Okay, it involved men and women. I did like that, both women and men. They got a control group who eats normally and does CrossFit 3 times a week. You got a ketogenic diet group who does the keto diet and does CrossFit 3 days a week. It's a 3-month-long study. That's enough time to see weight loss and anything else that might happen. Okay, so like that, okay? And I also appreciated that they measured body fat with the DEXA scan. The DEXA scan is the same device that sometimes doctors will give women and men to measure their bone density, right? It's an X-ray machine, but the DEXA scan will also measure muscle density and body fat too. Okay, I've even seen some health clubs and wellness spas that are popping up with DEXA scan body fat tests. Don't do that, by the way. I'll tell you why after that, but don't do that just for willy-nilly because you're curious what your body fat is, because it's X-rays. But I appreciate it. What?
And it's expensive.
It is, and it's again outside of a clinical setting, it's not worth it for many reasons. But I appreciate the fact that in this research study, they did do this because this is the most accurate measure of body fat, more accurate than everything. So what happened? So they find that the blood BHB ketone levels were up to 3 to 9 times higher in the ketogenic group than the control group. Makes perfect sense. Their ketone levels went up. DEXA body fat also decreased by 12% in the ketogenic diet group. So they lost about 12.4% body fat in the ketogenic diet group. That's good too. But check this out. The DEXA also revealed the lean mass in their legs decreased by 1.4% in the keto group. Also, the thickness of their vastus lateralis thigh muscle decreased by about 8% in the ketogenic group. Now, one thing I'd point out, if you're a math person or a statistical person, you notice these p-values here. When it comes to statistics, all you got to do is remember p less than 0.05 is something to pay attention to. That's significant, right? So this is a non-significant value. It's a non-significant drop in body fat or lean mass. And this is also a non-clinically significant drop in muscle thickness. But I looked at this 8% and said, that's a real life significant in my book. It can be clinically non-significant, but real life significant. Most bodybuilders don't want to lose 8% of their thigh muscle thickness, right? So that's a problem right there in my book. So this is very interesting, but then also their bad cholesterol jumped about 35% in the ketogenic group. We know that exercise lowers LDL, but not in the ketogenic group it didn't. And isn't exercise supposed to build muscle? If this research is true, they're saying that not even CrossFit can prevent muscle loss during a ketogenic diet. So they end the study this way. They say, they further find out this. Resting metabolism did not improve. 1 repetition maximum on the squat did not improve. Their 400-meter run time did not improve. Their VO2 max were similar between groups. Ketogenic diet did not improve VO2 max. And then they end up by saying this, whether the detriments in dual leg muscle mass and vastus lateralis thickness in the ketogenic participants were due to fluid shifts remains unresolved. That's a very good point, because as fluid moves around in through different body cavities, that could be the reason why you're seeing these decreases in muscle thickness. Maybe. It's a possibility, because water is lean mass. They don't like to talk about it, but water is a lean mass. It's not just muscle. So they could be viewing that there. And then they say the increase in LDL in these individuals warrants further investigation. No, it doesn't. It went up 35%. So that's scientists being scientists. Bottom line is, I'd like to see this study replicated with 100 people and see what happens. And I checked this week. There is no further study undergoing. I checked what's called clinicaltrials.gov, where you can see different clinical trials, and I didn't see anything with ketogenic diet and CrossFit. So I don't know, but I'd like to see it replicated. But this, a lot of people say to me, when I did ketogenic diet, I looked smaller. And that smaller could be due to the fact that they are losing glycogen in their muscles and appearing smaller. And if this is a real effect, realizing that the ketogenic diet increases inflammation, could this inflammation also play a role in this loss of muscle? I don't know. There's a lot of I don't knows in this. I get that. But bottom line is, the fact that they did not see any improvement in exercise whatsoever basically means bag it. I mean, you'll lose weight, but is it going to come at the expense of your muscle? I don't know. I'm not impressed. Bottom line, I'm not impressed with it. What else we got here? Oh, and then we have the ketogenic supplements. Yes, you too can go into ketosis and not even have to worry about going on the ketogenic diet. Just take our supplements. And nah, don't buy into this. This is a bunch of baloney. I've been following this for some time. I need to do an update YouTube video, because I have even more studies I'm about to show you now. Bottom line is, these are BHB supplements, BHB being a ketone. And when you take a beta-hydroxybutyrate ketone supplement, well, of course your ketone levels will go up, Of course they will. All the studies show that. But is that really going to make you bigger, stronger, faster? I am not convinced of this. And I also don't see a lot of weight loss either in the studies that have been popping up over the last couple of years. So I would say you don't need any ketone supplements. And by the way, a lot of these things don't taste very good because they tend to contain a lot of sodium. And so they're kind of hard to choke down. But the fact that I'm not seeing any improvement says I would steer clear of them. Here's a study. Short-term ketone supplementation and exercise performance. Here's a review of 13 previous studies. The researchers conclude ketone supplementation exerts no clear influence on exercise performance from sprints to events lasting up to 50 minutes, or metabolic, respiratory, cardiovascular, or perceptual responses to exercise. More research is needed to elucidate the strategy could provide an ergogenic effect on it. No, it does not. I don't buy any of that stuff. Again, that's scientists talking scientists. Again, trying to be scientifically, politically correct. More research is necessary. I'm not buying it because there are many studies now showing that this stuff is baloney. Here's another one. Short-term ketogenic supplement, ketone ester supplementation impairs race walk performance. They're actually using here the new version of ketones. The original version, which started to come out about 2 years ago, were ketone salts. They contained a lot of sodium. These are a newer, more improved version of ketones, and they didn't work. So save your money. Any questions on ketones? Yeah, I got to do an updated video on the ketones. I feel bad for the people that swear by them, and there are people who, they sell them and all that jazz. And the research really isn't showing a whole heck of a lot in terms of human studies. And then we come to intermittent fasting. Has anybody done intermittent fasting? I have. I did it a few years ago. So very, very popular for a number of reasons. So not necessarily for weight loss, by the way. Longevity. Yes. What's very interesting about fasting, and even intermittent fasting, is when you cut calories in animals, every animal ever studied lives longer. They live longer and they live healthier when you cut their calories by about 25%. I mean, they may live 40% longer. There's something about cutting calories that appears to help us, animals live longer. No studies on people as of yet because we live so long, thank goodness. Again, it would take a lifetime long study to figure this one out, and nobody's done that yet. So I don't know the answer. But when it comes to weight loss, it is about the calories. There is now research that has looked at intermittent fasting, and they do find that you do lose weight, and it is because you are cutting calories throughout the week. You can't fast on Monday and then go hog wild and eat whatever you want on Tuesday. You've got to eat normally on Tuesday, fast on Wednesday, eat normally on Thursday, fast on Friday. So at the end of the week, you are actually eating fewer calories. If you fast on Monday and you go to Cheesecake Factory on Tuesday, it ain't gonna happen. It just will not happen. The studies are showing this. Here was an interesting study came out in the 1950s where they find that older adults in a nursing home who did alternate day fasting, they didn't need as many hospitalizations as older folks who did not do alternate day fasting. I've never, ever seen it replicated, and I don't know why. That would be really neat to look at again. So usually one study doesn't matter a whole lot. I personally like to see 3 studies before I start saying, maybe there's something here. But it's intriguing. I just don't get why in over 60 years nobody looked at it again. And then there is also some data that suggests that your blood vessels will work better if you do intermittent fasting, but you got to eat healthy on those fasting days and non-fasting days. Okay, you again can't fast on Monday and go to Cheesecake Factory on Tuesday. So it appears to improve blood vessel function. So there are benefits to this intermittent fasting thing. I do think it comes down to calories. I did it myself about 3 years ago. I lost about 10 pounds. And it stabilized after about 10 pounds. I didn't lose anything more. I did notice my hunger had dropped. I didn't do anything fancy. I did alternate day fasting. I just did not eat breakfast every other day. And I basically stopped eating at 8 o'clock and 8 or 9 o'clock, and I didn't eat until noon. And interestingly enough, I found it a little liberating that I did not have to eat breakfast. You know, they used to say a breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You know who said that, by the way? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day?
The cereal guys?
Dr. Kellogg. Yes. So something to think about.
I thought so. He had that place that he used to take people to, the Fat Farm, Michael.
He had a health clinic in the early 1900s. Yes. The retreat in Michigan, I think it was, or Florida.
Yeah, it was Michigan.
So, anyway, but there most likely is something to fasting, but weight loss is the simple answer, is the correct answer. There's a study came out this year, the effect of intermittent fasting on weight loss and diabetes risk markers in women with a history of gestational pregnancy-induced diabetes. It's a 12-month, one-year study. So here they look at 12, it's a randomized study. They do either intermittent fasting every other day, or they do continuous energy reduction. So they either intermittent fast or they diet every day. Okay? And they got 62 people, and they find that intermittent fasting produces similar weight loss as regular dieting over a 1-year period. This is one of the studies showing that, again, it is all about the calories. So whatever you feel is best for you, bottom line. In terms of side effects with the fasting diets, I don't see a whole lot, but a few things to bring up. There may be a temporary rising of bad cholesterol levels in intermittent fasting compared to people who eat less every day. Intermittent, like temporary, like maybe it may last a week or 2 weeks or something like that, and then your body may adjust to it. So I don't think that's really significant. There is an enzyme in our bodies, a very important enzyme that metabolizes drugs. It's called the P450 enzyme system. It's a big monstrous thing. If you say P450 to any nurse or doctor or pharmacist or even dietitian, they'll know what you're talking about. It's a very powerful drug metabolism enzyme. Well, it turns out that fasting may interfere with that P450 enzyme. What does that mean if you take medications? Some medications might break down too slow, some medications might break down too fast, but at the end of the day, I don't know because there hasn't been a lot of fasting drug research, so I don't know. How long was I on the intermittent fasting? I did it probably for a few months, maybe 3 months, I think. And then I, slowly went back to eating breakfast again. Maybe I should go back. I got to lose my COVID weight also, so maybe I will go back and just fast every other day and just not eat breakfast. That's all I did. I didn't do anything funky. I just said, nah, I won't eat till noon. And again, I lost about 10 pounds. Not more than that, though. It stabilized me. Again, be careful if you have diabetes, type 1 or type 2 diabetes. And again, you're not eating like you normally would, so there could be a dramatic drop in blood sugar, hypoglycemia, which can be an issue for people with blood sugar problems. So be careful of that. So, questions? Does anybody want to take 5? Because I've been yapping for another hour.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, if you want to take 5, we can take 5.
Okay. I do 7 to 8 stretches here.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to stand up and do some stretches because standing all day is not really good for our circulation.
And neither is sitting. That's the new smoking.
To your blood clots.
Oh.
Holy mackerel, it's 93 degrees here? Holy crap. Wow, that's insane. Wow.
Only 88 here in Hamilton.
Oh, it's always cooler in Hamilton.
Because we got the farms and it's open.
Yeah, I know.
The closer in the city, you're always going to have more concrete and more buildings blocking the air.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
I'm on my deck and it's 91.
Ah.
I'll be headed back inside soon.
Wow.
Yes.
And where are you at?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like Lancaster. I used to teach classes at the Lancaster YMCA, I think.
Oh yeah, I taught there for a while.
Yeah, that's a nice place. And there was a couple other gyms in Lancaster that I have been to.
Yeah, there's a very nice one there it's like a country club when you walk in. They have an Olympic-sized pool. They have tennis courts, squash courts.
I like Lancaster. A lot of people moving up there, trying to get out of where I am.
Yeah.
They keep moving north.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Lancaster. It's always neat when you're driving down the street and you see the Amish. I always like
Oh,
that.
yeah. Yeah.
Very cool. Before starting any diet, get annual checkups so you know if you have health conditions that may contraindicate some of these diets. Yeah, I would agree completely. You know, you always want to get checked out before you do anything on any of these drastic diets, or even starting an exercise program. I mean, you know, we've all been cloistering away for a year and all that stuff, and now the gyms are opening back up again, and we're facing things we've never seen before. You know, as I said, we won't know the full ramifications of COVID for many years, I don't think, or not just with the non-exercising bit, but also with the psychological stuff, and you know, people aren't seeing people anymore, so you know, I'm sure there's a social anxiety issue. And you know, I went to the gym yesterday, first time I did not wear a mask, and even walking in the door, I felt a little weird.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm vaccinated, I'm not wearing a mask, and they weren't making me. And I saw other people not wearing a mask. I was like, okay, I'm cool. But it was strange. And even going to the supermarket yesterday, I wore a mask yesterday out of respect for other people. But you know, even the supermarket workers, some of them were not wearing masks. So it's weird. It's weird, and there's mask shaming going on and all that stuff. You know, we're I don't know, things are getting better, but
We're still conditioned to the mask and staying 6 feet away from somebody. We're like Pavlovian's dog.
Yeah, I know. All right, so food labels, we talked about them today. Let me show you the old versus the new food label, because they have changed dramatically. On the left is the old version. On the right is the new version. Look at the difference. Calories now are gigantic. So if you go into your kitchen today, you will see the new version. You may see the old version too. Some companies have another year or two, maybe more now because of COVID, to get their act in gear and switch over. There are some significant differences between these two. Again, the font size of calories is now very big. They're doing that on purpose. They want you to know how many calories you're eating. Is we're eating too many calories. Also notice the inclusion of added sugars. They are telling you added sugars now, which I think is a phenomenal improvement. They no longer tell you calories from fat, okay? I get that, because you know, nobody really did the math. You could actually figure out the percent of calories from fat in food by, you know, taking the calories from fat over the total calories, but nobody did that. So they did away with that to make room for the big calorie size. Notice over here on the old version, vitamin A, vitamin C, calcium, and iron, and they only told you the daily value percentage. Here, everything is standardized now. D, calcium, iron, and thankfully potassium. They're standardizing these are the nutrients that we are likely to be deficient in. They're giving us not only the percent daily value, but they're telling us the actual amounts. So again, big improvement in terms of that. I do like the fact that they are including potassium, since so few people get potassium in our diet. They did away with all this 2,000 and 2,500 calorie business. because nobody looked down here. Nobody said, oh, if I'm eating 2,000 calories a day, I'm allowed to have 65 grams of total fat and 20 grams of saturated fat. Nobody looked at that. So, they just did away with it. So, and again, the font sizes on a lot of these things are bigger. So I'm okay with it overall. It's a definite improvement. What else do I want to say about this? Again, remember our rules of thumb. 5% or less means it's low. 20% or more means it's high. This one here is high in added sugars. It is low in saturated fat. It is, not high but not low in dietary fiber, right? So remember it. And again, if I look over here, it's mediocre, low in potassium. It's really high in iron. It's high in calcium. It's medium in vitamin D. 5% or less means it's low. 20% or more means it's high. You now can quickly identify and scan any nutrition facts label or dietary supplement facts label in America. Just remember those two things. 5% or less is low. 20% or more means it's high. Right? It is definitely an improvement, especially I'm encouraging my house on teens to read. Yeah, they got to read food labels. And once they start reading food labels, maybe they don't eat what they normally would eat. And again, the other thing I would point out to them is the more food claims you see, what aren't they telling you? That's a smokescreen. It's gluten-free, it's calorie-free, it's carb-free, it's high in protein, it's got no high fructose corn syrup. There's something they're not telling you. And who knows what that is? Maybe the first ingredient is white flour, for instance. Maybe it's high in calories, or maybe it's high in added sugars. So that's a great rule of thumb on food and dietary supplements. The more claims you see, the more your spidey sense should tingle. They're not telling you something. They're diverting your attention away by looking at the claims. And that's, again, it's very good marketing. Now let's talk about your gut health, which is, everybody likes to talk about, the microbiome health, and do you need a microbiome supplement, a probiotic supplement, etc. So the gut, when we talk about the gut is not your belly, okay? The gut is not your belly. So it's a bad term, but the gut is a tube, this big long tube that starts at your mouth and ends at your butt. It's that big long tube. It includes your intestines and your esophagus. And again, it goes right at your butt. That whole big long tube is called the gut. All right. Although when we talk about the gut, we're really mostly talking about the large intestine, because the large intestine or large colon, that's where a good amount of these bacteria reside. Although remember that there's bacteria everywhere. Okay, there's bacteria on our skin. I'll never forget that in high school biology class, I was a senior in high school, and our teacher gave us Petri dishes to take home one day as an experiment. do whatever it is you want to do with the Petri dish. And this girl in my class, she kissed it. Oh my goodness, the bacteria in the shape of her mouth that popped up on this Petri dish. Yuck! So there's bacteria everywhere. As a matter of fact, there's even a totally separate microbiome. It's in your brain. Our brains have bacteria and viruses, and we don't know how they got there. They're not supposed to be there, but they are there. And that's probably the final frontier of microbiome research. How did they get there, and what do they do? So we know that about 3 pounds of your body weight is due to these bacteria. So when you get on the scale, subtract about 3 pounds. That is the weight of your microbiome inside of you. Pretty crazy. Matter of fact, there's about 100 trillion bacterial genes inside of us. Okay, trillion. Well, that's a lot more than the human genome. So we're actually more bacteria than we are human, which makes it even weirder. What are those bacteria doing inside of us? We're not quite sure yet. We know that they do play a role in our immune system. Okay, you've probably heard the people saying 70% of your immune system is in your gut. I've seen that a lot popping up on Facebook and Instagram, stuff like that. It's true. And the reason why that is that we have all these immune cells in our large intestine and in small intestine to a degree, and they stand guard over the bacteria inside of our intestines. And it's kind of like North Korea and South Korea. You ever see their dividing line? What do they call it? The 37th parallel or something like that?
Yeah, that's it.
And they stand and they look at each other. You stay there, you're cool. You cross this line, we got a problem. Same thing is with us. Even the so-called good bacteria are not good if they punch a hole through our intestine. And those immune system cells are there as a sentry, a protection guard, if you will, to protect us just in case they punch through. Okay. And by the way, gang, low carb diets. I wonder about gut health, because remember, the healthy bacteria inside of us like to eat carbohydrates for fuel, to make energy. On a low carb diet, those healthy bacteria don't have a lot of food to eat. And so what they tend to do then is they tend to eat away at the mucous membrane that is inside of our intestine. Our intestines are coated with mucus, okay? And that mucus is very rich in carbohydrates. So when we do not eat enough fiber, those healthy bacteria start to eat away at the mucous membranes, mucus barrier in our intestine. That in turn opens the doorway for eventually those things punching through the intestine and leading to, maybe, who knows, maybe sepsis, which is a really bad thing where bacteria get through your bloodstream. And some people talk about things called leaky gut, where the junctions between your gut cells are leaky and things leak through them. So eating a better quality diet can actually help protect the integrity of your intestines, and so your good bacteria don't start eating away at you, okay? And so that's something I don't hear a lot of people talking about. That is something to consider. Also, these healthy bacteria produce compounds that our immune system can use to stay healthy. So there's a symbiotic relationship between a bacteria and the immune system. They do talk to each other, and we're not quite sure how they're talking to each other. Some of the compounds that bacteria make, at least in a test tube study, are toxic to cancer cells. If you look into this, you may hear about something called short-chain fatty acids. Short-chain fatty acids are fatty acids, but they're short. And it turns out that these short-chain fatty acids can be toxic to cancer cells. This may be one of the reasons why a healthy microbiome might protect us from cancer, at least colon cancer. Okay, there is some research on that. We know that the microbiome make vitamins, specifically vitamin K. Vitamin K we make from our bacteria inside of us. Okay, vitamin K very popular these days for a number of reasons. So you may be taking a vitamin K supplement. We do make it from those bacteria. And there is some preliminary research on weight loss, which I'll share with you in a second. I do think the biggest research the biggest evidence is decrease in calories, although the weight loss research is weird. So what's going on here? So there was an intriguing study done a few years ago where they took twins, identical twins, humans. One twin was overweight, one twin was skinny, and they literally pulled out their bacteria and they gave them to mice. And they found that when they gave the bacteria of the overweight human to the mouse gained weight. They did not change the calories that the mouse was eating. All they did was give it the bacteria, the gut bacteria from the overweight human being. When they gave the skinny twins bacteria to the mice did not gain weight. And so the theory here is that perhaps bacteria from skinny mice, or skinny people, I should say, might be less able to break down food from bacteria from overweight. What they're saying here is that overweight people and maybe overweight mice may be too good at breaking down food. They might absorb more calories from food than, say, a skinny mouse or a skinny human being. That is a theory. It's an intriguing theory because I can't think of a reason why an overweight person's microbiome would cause a mouse to gain weight when you did not give that mouse extra food to eat. But it does give you some idea that perhaps maybe they're absorbing more calories than they should be, or at least more so than a skinny mouse or a skinny person would. I do think it boils down to calories at the end of the day, but this is intriguing. If you take a probiotic supplement, I'm not sure you need to. Some people do swear by them, but I would ask about the strain of the bacteria in the probiotic supplement. The strain is the exact type of bacteria being used. Here they're saying multi-strain complex. So the strain is the exact type of bacteria. Here's why I bring this up. Companies do not have to tell you the strain. All they have to tell you is the first two names of the bacteria, the genus and the species of bacteria. Bacteria have three names: the genus, species, and strain. For instance, here is an example: Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG. The genus of the bacteria is Lactobacillus, the species is Rhamnosus, and GG is the strain. There's a lot of Lactobacillus rhamnosus bacteria out there, but there's only one GG, Lactobacillus rhamnosus. Why is this important? Because if you're taking a probiotic supplement for depression or whatever, wouldn't it be nice to know if there's research on that? So, for instance, suppose Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG is being used in a supplement for depression. You could do a quick Google search, Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG, and at the end of that search string, you enter these letters, PubMed, P-U-B-M-E-D, PubMed. Okay, that's actually going to eliminate all the crummy websites, and that's going to show you the results of the National Library of Medicine. That's where all these studies that I'm showing you today are coming from. These are actual clinical studies. You can go to PubMed.gov and you can do the search yourself. Sometimes I'll just do a quick Google search and just put in PubMed, and that'll start to show me the results of clinical studies. So I would type in Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG depression PubMed, and that could tell me if there's been any studies of humans on that particular bacteria. Okay? I dropped my mouse. So again, it is the wild, wild west, these types of things, but people have told me that they believe in their probiotic supplements. That's great. I wouldn't tell them not to take it if they believe in them. But I'm a fan of you being an educated person when it comes to looking at the claims that they make on these things. Okay. And I also do think that there is an easier way to change your microbiome, which does not require a probiotic supplement. There are two ways to do it. And one is to eat a better diet. Eat more fiber, more fruits, more veggies, more beans, more seeds. Studies have looked at this. You eat more fiber in your diet, in like 2 weeks, your microbiome has changed for the better. 2 weeks, that's all it takes, 2 weeks. So that's one way to do it. And then the other way, which apparently can help your microbiome as well, that's exercise. There have been studies that looked at people who exercise, and they do appear to have healthier bacteria, than a healthier complement of bacteria than people who do not exercise. I think the food is the better way to go, to be honest with you. I think they're better together, but if I had to pick one, I'd say food. And when it comes to the microbiome, sometimes we like to talk about, or they like to talk about, what's called the microbiome diversity. The diversity is all the different types of bacteria and fungi and viruses, et cetera, inside of you. That whole thing, that whole ecosystem is the diversity. And it turns out that diversity means power. Diversity means strength. Diversity means integrity of the microbiome. not human beings, but Americans have about 1,000 to 1,200 different species of bacteria inside of them. Americans have between 1,000 and 1,200 different species of bacteria in them. Okay, that's a lot, but if we looked at people in South America, it's about 1,600 different species of bacteria. Americans and Canadians and British and all that, our microbiome diversity is declining. Why is the diversity of our gut health declining? Because we're not eating the foods that contain fiber. We're eating crap. Versus, we're not eating food, right? We're eating food-like things. So diversity means strength, and it means health. There's no one, even though they do say, probiotic is healthy, there's no best bacteria, so you want to have a diverse microbiome ecosystem, and you get that way by eating a more healthier diet, So our diversity in America is declining. It's much less than South Americans. Why are there no signs on I-95 about that? I think there should be. But again, fortunately, you can do this, exercise and eat a better diet, and your microbiome diversity will start to improve in less than 1 month. And that's a fact. Any questions on microbiome? Yeah. Somebody sent me this picture many, many years ago, and I've been using it ever since because it's a great example of how important water is. Water, or as we say in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, water.
Water.
We call it water in Philly. Apparently there was a movie on HBO or Hulu or something that was filmed in my area, and they were interviewing one of the actresses. I forget her name, Kate somebody other. She's got a nice British accent, and she said that the Philly accent was the hardest accent she's ever had to try to figure out. So yeah, we call it water. Acme is Acme. We have our instrument.
Yes, Acme, yes.
Acme, yes.
And zinc.
We have our instrument way of talking in Philly.
And zinc. It's not a sink, it's a zinc.
Yeah, we use that one too. But this is a good example. Look at water. I mean, bone, 22% water. And I've been subconsciously trying to tell myself water for years now, trying to break myself of that habit. Brain is mostly water, blood obviously mostly water. So it's everywhere. And it turns out that if you were to simply say, I'm not going to drink any water, good luck with that. You're dead in a week.
Yeah.
You're dead, literally dead. You die. You got to have fluids, because every time you breathe, you're losing fluid through your breathing. You go to the bathroom, you're losing fluid. You're sweating. We're all sweating. I'm sweating here today. And I got a little ceiling fan going on. I'm like, my God, I'm sticking to my chair. So we're sweating all the time, and so we lose water really fast. You can last for months without food, but you cannot last very long without water. So very, very important. And so on hot days like this, although all the times we should be concerned with what our hydration is, what kind of fluid intake we've got going on here. The easy way to get an idea of how much fluid you should be consuming, the easy way, which is not always the best way, is just to take your body weight and divide it by 2. So if you're 200 pounds, 100 ounces of fluid a day you should be consuming. All right. Now, fortunately, we count fluid in steak and salad. We count coffee. We even count soda. All that counts. If you want to drink water, that's great. But we do count fluid in, if you're eating a raw steak, again, it's all bloody, that's water. So we count all that stuff. Generally speaking, the average man and woman already consume about 100 ounces of fluid a day when you factor in everything. Exercise is going to increase the need somewhat as well, especially on hot days like this, and conversely, cold days as well. We can become dehydrated in the winter time. So that's, again, something to really keep in the back of your mind, especially when you're dealing with older folks, because sometimes older folks, they lose the sensation for thirst and they just forget to drink fluid. My buddy's mother-in-law has that problem a lot. She continually does not drink enough fluid, and all of a sudden, every once in a while, her blood pressure drops And also, not only that, she gets really nasty constipated. She cannot go to the bathroom. And water helps that process. And every so often, they got to take her to the hospital and they got to do the laxative thing and, fill her full of fluids again because she's just not drinking fluids. And that's unfortunate. But that's the easy way, body weight divided by 2. Generally speaking, we're already getting that amount. It's about 100 ounces of fluid a day for men and women across the board, more or less. As I drink water. In pretty much every exercise science book I've ever seen is this statistic. A 2% drop in fluid level it will significantly decrease exercise performance. And why? That's dehydration. If you lose 2% of at least 2% of your body weight in fluids, you are clinically dehydrated, okay? That's true. And that doesn't seem like a lot, to be honest with you. However, if you were to do the math, it actually is several pounds. For instance, you could take your body weight and multiply it times 0.02, move the decimal place 2 places to the left, and multiply that, and that'll tell you the number of pounds that you'd have to be losing in fluid to be clinically dehydrated. For some people, it could be like 5 pounds. Okay, so body weight times 0.02 gives you an idea of how much it takes to be dehydrated. So it doesn't seem like a lot, but for most people under normal situations, it's a little challenging to become dehydrated. Okay, some people, yeah. Again, you're going to go. Sometimes I'll do there's a bike ride where you bike from Philly all the way down into, I don't know, New Jersey, and it's like 75 miles. Oh yeah, you'll get dehydrated out there because it'll take like 7 hours to do. But yeah, it's a little challenging if you're in an air-conditioned gym. Okay, most people don't need to be carrying around a jug of water. It's a gallon in the gym because they're not going to get dehydrated. Now, that said, again, things are more complicated than just body weight divided by 2. Are you acclimatized to the temperature? In other words, are you accustomed to the temperature? Most of us aren't really used to this 92-degree weather yet. We're not yet acclimatized to this temperature. Okay, so maybe later today I go take a bike ride in the temperature to help me acclimatize. The clothing you wear plays a role as well. Are you wearing long sleeve, a lot of clothing, not a lot of clothing? Low intensity versus high intensity. Are you a beginner at fitness, or are you a veteran at fitness? That can also factor into your ability to become dehydrated, and obviously the room temperature as well. So most gyms being like 70 degrees or so, it's a little difficult to be dehydrated if you're working out for 30 minutes. So, and you won't be usually. So it is somewhat complicated, but it generally doesn't have to be. Drink when you're thirsty, I think, is the best thing to do. I think that's the best thing for most of us to do. Drink when you're thirsty, and you should be okay. There are some guidelines that you should be familiar with. These guidelines are for athletes. So for instance, I know one of you said that your son was a hockey player. This would be for the hockey player, okay? So the general idea here is drink 17 to 20 ounces, a pint basically, about an hour and a half before your game, your event, whatever that might be, hockey, or you're going to go out and bike ride for an hour, for instance, or 2 hours or 3 hours. So drink about a pint, about an hour and a half to 2 hours prior to the event. And then during the event, every 20 minutes or so, 10 to 20 minutes, take a couple mouthfuls of water. Okay, 7 to 10 ounces every 10 to 20 minutes. And this should help reduce dehydration, which again can happen even in hockey. When you're in the hockey rink and it's like 30 degrees in that rink, you can get dehydrated in cold temperatures. You can. And then after you're done playing your event, get on the scale and weigh yourself. You should weigh yourself before the activity. You should weigh yourself after the activity. For every pound that you lose, drink 24 ounces of fluid over the next several hours. Don't drink it all at once, otherwise you'll explode. Right? So if you lost 5 pounds, you're drinking about 100 ounces over the next several hours, right? So these are the athletic guidelines for fluid replacement. These are not that person who's going to, again, Planet Fitness for 30 minutes. Okay, that's not gonna, you don't need that. Drink when you're thirsty, you're okay. This is for that person who's gonna run a marathon, who's gonna go out. Again, hockey is an example. Hockey's very, very difficult. You're going out all out for several minutes. You can get dehydrated doing that. Football in the heat, I think that's really important. I think every coach should be aware of this. You mentioned rhabdo a little while ago. Rhabdomyolysis becomes worse when you are dehydrated. The effects on the kidneys can become worse when you are dehydrated. So rhabdo is even worse in a hot environment. And there have been instances, for instance, of football players who have died from rhabdo because they were out in the heat and they were basically working out for hours in the heat. They had not drank any liquid, because sometimes the coaches get even stupid and they don't give them fluid. Oh, you're weak. I have heard even in the 21st century, some coaches not giving fluids to people, and I don't get why that is. That's like, I don't know what to think about that. But I even have heard in the last few years of that happening sometimes. So again, be careful, stay hydrated, whether it's hot temperatures, whether it's cold temperatures. Okay. Does boxing count? Class in no AC for 1 hour. You're going to lose a lot of weight in boxing in a non-air conditioned environment for 1.5 hours. So what I would say is get on the scale and weigh yourself before, and then get on the scale and weigh yourself an hour and a half later. If you are boxing for an hour and a half and in no AC, I would guess you're losing at least a couple pounds. My guess is maybe even more. I have a lot of clients who don't like to drink water. Yeah, so there are a lot of people who don't like to drink water. Maybe you can jazz that up a little bit. Like, for instance, they sell this stuff, makes water taste better. Okay, if that's what it takes to make water taste better, that's good, because if it tastes good, you will drink more of it. Okay, so you could try that. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, but they have to realize that if they don't drink enough fluid, their body will start to shut down, and the kidneys will start to shut down. Again, one way you can kind of see this. I'm having to use electrolytes for flavor. It's a good situation. Yeah, I mean, if you're adding something in to make the taste better, it's electrolytes or some kind of who knows, maybe even Splenda. Who knows? If it tastes good, they will drink more of it, and that will help them. Decreased water loss, calcium, which can cause kidney stones. Yeah, it's a possibility. What was I going to say? I just knocked it out of my head. I forgot. Water. I can't remember. But I think it's really, really important. We don't think about water. Your body will start to shut down. Oh, that was what I was going to say. You can look at the color of your urine. And if your urine is looking yellow, like this font color you're seeing here, you're either dehydrated now or you're on your way to being dehydrated. Yellow looking urine, yellow smelly urine, not a good thing. Okay, your kidneys will start to conserve fluid if they think you're being dehydrated, and that can also cause this. But you don't want to be seeing yellow urine all the time. In the morning you'll see it because you're sleeping for 8 hours or whatever, but definitely not throughout the day. Okay, so that's the easy way to see yellow urine, especially urine even stinks. Not a good thing. Now, at the other end of the spectrum is this phenomenon, which again I would point out to you because sometimes we harp on hydration. There is a rare phenomenon that can occur in people who drink too much water. It is called hyponatremia. Hypo means low. Na is the way I remember it. Na is the symbol for sodium. And basically, this is a dilution of the electrolytes in your blood, like sodium and potassium and calcium. Okay? And you drink so much water that you dilute those electrolytes. Why do they call them electrolytes? Because they conduct electrical signals. Yeah, you and I, we are electrical creatures. We run on electricity. We do. The electrical signals in our brain become chemical electrical signals, and that's how our muscles work. Well, if you dilute those electrolytes, it means you dilute the electrical signals that go to your brain. And this can be quite serious in an extreme situation. Your thinking gets out of whack. you're not thinking clearly. You're going to have cramps, muscle weakness begins to occur, and in a worst case scenario, again, I'll just call it what it is. You could die from this, and there have been rare occasions people who have died from hyponatremia. And also, again, not to make things even more complicated, but you mentioned rhabdo a little while ago. There's at least one case of hyponatremia causing rhabdomyolysis, which is even weirder because normally when in the gym world they say, oh, drink, it protects you against rhabdo. It does not protect you against rhabdo. And in rare cases, it could actually trigger rhabdo. Rhabdo is a perplexing and fascinating phenomenon, as you can see. But I don't want you to scare you away with this. I do believe this is rare. I have heard from people who this has happened to, and so I want you to be aware of it. But I think you got about as much chance, generally speaking, as winning the Powerball lottery. But it has happened in people, and it has happened with bad results as well. And so be aware of it, and drink when you're thirsty. Usually hyponatremia occurs when people are novice runners and cyclists and they drink, thinking they're going to get dehydrated. And it can have just the opposite. You can have headaches from this too. That's another thing, headaches. I've investigated these bee pollen weight loss supplements, which were very popular many years ago. Bee pollen helps you lose weight. A lot of people were telling me that the distributors, this was sold through multi-level marketing campaigns, the distributors kept saying, drink, you gotta drink water. And a lot of people were leaving comments on my website, I'm getting headaches from this product. That's hyponatremia. They were getting headaches because they were drinking so much stinking water because they were listening to these dumb distributors that they were literally giving themselves hyponatremia. Headaches is one of those side effects. Water intoxication is what we refer to it medically, and you're absolutely correct. It is literally called water intoxication. Yeah, that's exactly it. And it actually says it better than hyponatremia. You're intoxicated from water. It's like you're drunk. So yeah, it's rare, but it has happened. Now, since we're talking water, you may be saying water versus Gatorade. What should I do? The easy answer to this is this: if you're exercising less than 1 hour, stick with the water. Water's fine, especially if you're in an air-conditioned gym, right? If you're exercising for more than 1 hour, do a sports drink. Let's say Gatorade. I'll say Gatorade because there's a little bit of research on Gatorade. Some of those other sports drinks I'm not so sure about because they're just lots of sugar, and too much sugar is not necessarily a good thing. So you could make your own sports drink. Throw some lemons and limes and oranges in a jug and drink that with maybe a pinch of salt. You made your own Gatorade, basically. Okay, but more than 60 minutes. Sports drink. Again, something to think about. So like you mentioned, you're in a hot boxing environment for an hour and a half. If the environment, if what you're doing is, if it's hot, intense, and time consuming, think sports drink. Think HIT, H-I-T, hot, intense, time consuming. Think sports drink. Generally, more than an hour, sports drink. Okay, less than an hour, do a water. Okay, but that again, a sports drink definitely going to improve your performance. Again, if you're out there for a long time, if it's hot out, the electrolytes and the sugar will help you. Questions?
What was that again on the HIT? Hot, intense, and the T?
Time consuming. Takes you a long time to do it. Like I'm going to bike from Philly to Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. I've done that.
Yes.
I've done that. You ride over the Ben Franklin Bridge. It's a hoot, but once that sun comes up, yeah, it'll take the wind out of your cells real fast. Hot, intense, and time consuming. That's another way of saying if it's more than an hour, sports drink. Now, let's talk your metabolism, which everybody likes to talk about. Is my metabolism too high? Do I have a sluggish metabolism? Can exercise raise my metabolism and help me lose weight? So, what is metabolism? Well, inside your body right now, there are millions and millions of chemical reactions occurring right this second. you can take those chemical reactions, you can break them up into two categories: the anabolic reactions and the catabolic reactions. The anabolic, or anabolism, that is a chemical reaction that results in something being created, right? Like building muscle. The catabolic reactions, these are chemical reactions that result in something being broken down, okay? Digesting food is a catabolic reaction. Burning fat is a catabolic reaction, okay? You got to have them both. Got to have anabolic and catabolic. So the anabolic and catabolic reactions together make up your metabolism. That's the easiest example, the easiest explanation of what metabolism is. It's all the cellular reactions and you're going on in your 40 trillion cells of your body right this second, okay? And when we talk metabolism, we usually bring up the term resting metabolism, resting metabolic rate. And that is your metabolism when you're sitting there quietly. It's been a few hours since you've eaten, okay? And you're not really moving a lot. All right, that's your resting metabolism. So you're at the end of the day, you're sitting down, you're like, my God, I thought that guy would never shut the heck up, you know, and you start like just calming down. That's RMR. If you were to then go to sleep, that's called BMR, basal metabolic rate. Basal means lowest, and the BMR is a little bit lower than the RMR, a little bit. Sometimes we take them, use these letters, these acronyms interchangeably, but BMR is a little bit lower than RMR. BMR is your metabolic rate when you are sleeping. And another way of thinking about basal metabolic rate is it's the minimum amount of energy to keep you alive. Think about it. When you go to sleep, your brain is working, your heart is working, your spleen is working, your liver is working. It's just not working like it is right now. So, you know, if you were to leave for the day, you turn off the TV, you turn off the lights, but your fridge is plugged in, your DVR is plugged in, your computer is plugged in, you know, it's a minimum amount of energy necessary to keep you going. Menopausal and metabolic metabolism changes. Yeah, I'm not an expert on this, but there are some things that do occur. Metabolism tends to drop as through menopause. Estrogen is an anabolic hormone. It is an anabolic hormone. We don't think of it generally speaking, but it is. And so as estrogen levels drop, we do tend to be more catabolic. Women, for instance, they do tend to lose bone mass within the first 5 years, I believe, after menopause. Don't hold me to that, maybe 5-7 years, but there's a significant amount of bone loss that occurs after menopause, first 5 years or so. And again, a lot of this stuff can be traced to that drop in estrogen levels. So, you know, there are changes that do occur, and some women may get hormone replacement therapy, some women may opt for soy or some bioidentical thing. But yeah, there are these things that do happen. And again, even with guys, things happen as we get older as well. Our metabolism does, as men, our metabolism drops. So yeah, it's part of it's part of the aging process. We haven't really figured it out yet. I'm looking forward to the day when we do. We'll all live a lot longer. But yeah, stuff does happen as we get older, unfortunately. If you were to estimate your resting metabolism, and I don't recommend you do this, there are many equations out there. The more accurate, one of the more accurate ones out there is called the Mifflin-St. Jeor equation. I may have put this in the book. Bottom line, this is kind of like, this is dinosaur stuff, because you can put an app on your phone that'll do all this math for you. But if you want to do it yourself, here are the equations. And again, I don't do this, and I don't recommend you do it. But basically for a male, it's 9.99 times your body weight in kilograms plus 6.25 times your height in centimeters squared minus 4.92 times your age plus 5. And there's a similar equation for women. I say don't do this. Again, I stole this from MyFitnessPal. They got their own BMR calculator. You could just type in free RMR calculator online or download an app on your iPad or your phone, and do it yourself. But I don't particularly care for these types of things because all these tell is your resting metabolism, the energy you need to keep alive when you're resting. Well, big whoop. That doesn't have anything to do with the energy requirements when you're exercising. You need more energy than what is required to keep you alive, basically. So I just never understood this. And I just don't know why people even think about this. What if you got, suppose it says you need 1,700 calories a day to keep everything going. Well, that's great, but you're also going to go to the gym. You're also going to go to the supermarket. You're also going to run after your kids. All that other activity is going to add to your calorie needs. And so you may find yourself, if you're sticking to, say, 1,700 calories a day, you may find yourself not having the energy to get through a day because you're just not fueling your body. So unless you're going to sit in a bubble all day to lose weight, I just think these calculations are useless. And so I tell them to you so at least you're familiar with the concept if you haven't seen them before, but I don't do them and I don't care. I don't recommend you do them because I don't see a reason to do them. Unless just out of curiosity you wanted to know. And then, okay, that's great. But other than that, you need more energy than your resting metabolism to get through a day. So now that said, let's look at what's called 24-hour energy expenditure. There are three things that cause us to burn calories, energy, in a 24-hour period. These three things are as follows. Exercise, physical activity, that's one. Resting metabolic rate is two. You could say resting and basal metabolic rate. Okay, that's two. And then three is what's called the thermic effect of food. And what does that mean? That is the energy you use digesting and processing food. Yeah, it takes energy to burn fat and to burn carbs and to process proteins. So you got your resting metabolism, you got your energy, your exercise, and thermic effect of food. Which of those three makes up most of your 24-hour calorie burning? Look.
Thermic.
No, thank goodness it's not thermic. Otherwise, we'd have to eat all the time.
Oh,
Because again, if thermic effect of food required an awful lot of energy to do, we'd be eating constantly, ravenously, like a bird does. Birds eat a lot. It is resting metabolism. Most of the calories we burn in a day come from right now when you're doing nothing.
oh.
Exercise, they say in this example here, accounts for about 32% of your daily calorie burning. I don't believe that one bit. I don't believe beginners can burn enough calories to make up for 32%. I personally think that's half. I think it's about 15 or 20% in a beginner. I don't think beginners have the ability or the desire to exercise more than that. And why do I bring this up? Because you want to buy the expensive fitness gizmo, whether it's the Total Gym, the Bowflex, a rower, a treadmill, whatever. And you want to exercise. That's great. But exercise, but you get off the bike or the treadmill, the Peloton, whatever, use the mirror, whatever you want to do. But then you eat a pizza. Exercise cannot outperform a bad diet. And so I bring this up because I want you to realize that exercise by itself is awful for weight loss. It's horrible. It does not work. If you only exercise, odds are you will not lose weight, and that's because most people cannot do enough of it for weight loss. The guideline for weight loss and exercise is about an hour and a half a day every day. Well, the minimum guideline for exercise is 30 minutes. That's for health. But for weight loss, it's an hour and a half. Most people cannot do that. And that's why exercise alone will not work. And that's why a lot of these exercise gizmos comes with some kind of an eating program. Even CrossFit, therefore, while I was pushing the paleo diet, they may still do it. Because CrossFit's great for strength building and all that jazz, but you ain't gonna lose weight if you're leaving CrossFit and eating pizza. All diets, it all comes down to calories at the end of the day. So pigging out on going to Papa John's after going to Planet Fitness, it will not cut it. Same thing again, Planet Fitness. I said to somebody the other day, I said, Planet Fitness has pizza day. Really? I'm like, I'm surprised you didn't join Planet Fitness. They literally have a pizza day once a month. What? I'm like, yes, they do. Boxes and boxes and boxes of pizza. What? So you go to Planet Fitness for an hour and then you leave with 4 slices of pizza. Good luck with that. You just nullified. And then some, everything you burned off on the treadmill.
Right back hips.
So, and the same thing if you leave Planet Fitness with a pocket full of Tootsie Rolls, which they also have. Same thing. It would be nice if exercise did this, but it won't. Now,
Well, they don't have that at Future Fitness, let me tell you.
I'm sure they do not.
It's water and that's it.
Yeah. Although, believe me, if I didn't re-up LA Fitness like I did, it was like one day later they ran the special. I would have joined Planet Fitness. Cheaper, but I was like, oh, whatever. Anyway, does exercise raise your metabolism? In other words, the idea here is, and people say this, exercise raises your metabolism so that you burn more calories when you're doing nothing, and this will help you lose weight when you're sleeping. That's the idea behind exercise raising metabolism. And when we talk about this, what they're really referring to is something called EPOC. EPOC stands for excessive post-exercise, after exercise, oxygen consumption. Okay, sometimes it's called afterburn. Okay, but in reality, it's the amount of calories you use after exercise, and you burn a few extra calories after exercise is over because you have to replenish your fat reserves and your glycogen reserves, and you have to put everything back to where it was before you started exercise. Okay, it's kind of like cleaning the house. You got to put things back, right? And that's what EPOC is. It's the energy you use after exercise to bring everything back to the way it used to be. Okay, and it is a real thing. It does really exist. But does your metabolism really stay elevated for a period of time, an hour, 2, 5 hours later, 10 hours later, and will this result in weight loss occurring? And the answer is, I don't believe it. I don't believe it one bit. I've never seen a study for it. If you've bought into the P90X DVD there for a while, they were big on this thing. I don't buy it. And one of the reasons I had this strange picture here, people doing handstands, is when you do things you're not used to doing, well, you'll work harder at it. And if you work harder at it, well, that means you might have a somewhat higher EPOC afterwards compared to when you did something you were used to. And that was actually the idea behind P90X years ago. They didn't call it what it really is. They called it the muscle confusion, which you've probably heard of which I'd say there is no such thing as muscle confusion. It's a myth. It's a marketing gimmick to sell that product, and they did very well. Muscle confusion really is another name for cross training. One day do one thing, another day do something else. And cross-training is designed to lower the risk of injury. Because if you do the same thing every single day, you're going to get injured, an overuse injury. But the idea of doing different things on different days to keep your body confused, to keep your exercise, your EPOC higher, to burn more calories, there's no evidence for that. There's zero evidence for that. So I wouldn't lose any sleep about that. Your metabolism will go up for a period of time, but depending on what study you see, that period of time could be 20 minutes or it could be 3 days later. There are some studies out there that show crazy amounts of time. But just because you're burning more calories doesn't necessarily mean you're losing more weight. That's another thing to keep in the back of your mind. Weight loss and burning calories don't mean the same thing. And just as fat burning and weight loss don't mean the same thing. For instance, you burn fat when you eat a piece of pizza. You're burning the fat from the pizza. You start burning the food fat before the body fat. So sometimes it's the subtleties is what you get caught up on. But weight loss and exercise are not really going to do so much for you unless you do a whole lot of it. Like if you're doing an hour and a half of boxing 7 days a week, it's quite possible. But the average person, again, walking into YMCA, probably not going to do that. Isn't it true that increasing muscle mass increases metabolism? Yeah, but not as much as we might think. The last study I saw in this, which was several years ago, found that, again, a pound of fat burns like 2 calories an hour or something like that, where a pound of muscle might burn like 7 to 13 calories an hour. So muscle is more metabolically active, it actually is, but it's not generally, newer research is starting to show it's not going to raise your metabolism as much as you might think. But it does to a degree, but will that really make a difference in terms of helping you lose weight? That the research is not really showing. And then we come to this very quirky topic that I'm going to tell you about for a very good reason. It's called the respiratory exchange ratio. The respiratory exchange ratio. This is kind of a nerdy topic, but there's a reason why I'm bringing this up to you. So it is doctors and scientists, they can get an idea if you're burning fats or carbs by measuring how much oxygen and carbon dioxide you're inhaling and exhaling, okay? They'll stick a tube in your mouth and they analyze the gases, and they can tell if you're burning a lot of fat or if you're burning a lot of carbs. You've probably seen something like this advertised on television. I see it in Gizmo. Sometimes I see it on my Facebook feed, or I think I've even seen it on TV, where people are blowing into some gizmo and it's supposedly telling them if they're burning fat or not. This is what they're doing, okay? They're looking at the respiratory exchange ratio. Now, without getting into the numbers, because they're irrelevant, as the number goes up, you're burning more carbs. As the number goes down, you're burning more fat. And that's about as much into the weeds that I want to delve into, because it's not really relevant for the most part what we're talking about. But higher RER means you're burning more carbs. A lower RER means you're burning more fat. Okay, that's all it means here. Okay. And again, scientists will sometimes look at that. How much, what's your respiratory ratio at rest? What's your respiratory ratio during exercise? All right. So I bring this up because it leads well into this phenomenon here that people like to ask about. Fat loss, weight loss is best on an empty stomach. Should you do fasted cardio? Or can you eat breakfast? What's the scoop on this? So we've got a few studies on this. I'll give you a couple here. Here, again, small study, 8 guys. These are young guys, probably college students. It's a 2-week-long study. They basically give them, have them exercise, do the same exercise either after breakfast or they have them fast overnight, okay? And they eat the same breakfast, so nothing changes. That's important. And then they all have them do the exact same amount of exercise. Why 36 minutes? I don't get, but 36 minutes at 65% of their maximum heart rate. And then they measure their RER 12 hours later and 24 hours later to see who's burning the most fat. Okay, so pretty straightforward. And the answer is, who do you think burned the most fat? People who did fasted cardio or people who ate breakfast?
Well, who ate breakfast?
Let's see what the numbers say. Eating breakfast burned more fat, dropped the RER, at 12 hours and 24 hours after exercise. So you get the gold star. Absolutely. People had a greater fat burning experience after they ate breakfast. And not only that, but they were able to attain a greater VO2 max during exercise, and their EPOC was a little higher as well. So the metabolism after exercise was a little bit higher. So that's interesting. It's interesting. It doesn't completely seal the deal here, because the studies are kind of all over the place. But generally speaking, I would say is, what this means is if you say, I like doing fasted cardio, I can do fasted cardio, that's cool beans, go ahead and do it. But if you're like, I got to eat something, then go ahead and eat something and don't worry so much about this. Here's another study that involved women, and I don't see a lot of women's studies, so I wanted to bring this up. 20 women worked out either fasted or not fasted. They all did cardio 1 hour a day, 3 days a week for 1 month. Now we're getting somewhere. This is a 1 month long study. This is enough time to see weight loss. Remember, fat burning is one thing, weight loss is something else. So what happened here? They all did cardio an hour and a half, 1 hour a day, 3 days a week, and they either did fasted cardio or not fasted cardio. They all cut their calories. And the result is both lost similar amounts of weight and similar amounts of body fat. Drop the mic. I think that seals the deal in my book. Fasted cardio, if you like it, great, but in terms of weight loss, didn't seem to matter. So don't punish yourself unless you absolutely like it. And here's another study. Exercise, training, and fasted. Current insights came out last year. There is little evidence to support the notion of endurance training and fasted mediated increases in fat breakdown. We recommend that endurance athletes should avoid high intensity training while fasting. I would agree completely with that. Yeah, you're not going to be the greatest sprinter or hockey player, etc., if you're in a fasted state. I've been arguing with me for that for a long time. Yeah, people will do that. But the studies, people are going to argue about a lot of things. We live in a very argumentative society these days. I think people will argue about something just to argue.
Yeah, you're right on that.
Yeah, so I wouldn't put much stock in fasting and cardio. And then we come to NEAT, which is something else that's relevant to the world of metabolism, and that is non-exercise activity thermogenesis. It sounds really, really complicated. It is not. Some of you may be doing NEAT right now. If you're tapping your foot, you're doing it. NEAT is any activity that is not exercise. Taking the stairs, for instance. If maybe you wear a Fitbit and every hour it buzzes and tells you to go and get up and move, that's NEAT. The idea here is build activity into your day, and that'll help you burn more calories throughout the day, and maybe that'll help you lose weight. There are some studies on NEAT that do show if you tap your foot 15 minutes, I'm making this one up, but basically it says something like, if you tap your foot 15 minutes a day for 10 years, you'll lose 1.5 pounds. Wait, or something goofy like that. These studies are out there. They're having fun with numbers. I don't put a lot of stock in them. However, again, it's a good idea to move throughout the day. I have a friend who just told me, again, she told me she was driving back from North Carolina with her husband last month, and they were in the car so long, she developed a blood clot. Hello. And now she's on blood thinners. Yikes. That's scary stuff. Once you get on those blood thinners, they don't want you getting off sometimes. So I would encourage you to get up and build NEAT activity into your daily life. Take a walk up and down those stairs. Don't park further from the gym. Don't try to get the closest spot to the gym. Get up and move. Pull over to a rest spot if you're driving, several hours. NEAT, I think, does have its place. Everyone is an expert on Google. Can you give you almost any answer? You're absolutely right. Yeah, everybody's an expert these days when they read a blog written by some genius living in his parents' basement. Anyway, enough of that. Anyway, I've been again talking for an hour. Do you guys want to take 5 and get and build a little NEAT into your day?
Yes.
All right, I will do that too. Gotta get moving.
Yeah. Oh, God, yes, I have to get up. Oh.
Does anybody have any questions on anything?
Not so far. You've been pretty right on the money.
I appreciate that.
Recommendations.
I'm trying to keep it interesting because Zoom is its own animal, and
Yeah, well, I know, I had got your book the year before we went into COVID.
Yeah.
And you're giving a lot more new stuff than what was in your book.
yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm updating it now. After I get done the Rhabdo book, I'll tackle that next. I'm about 50% done it, I think. But yeah, hopefully before the end of the year, there's another version out that's got more stuff. Again, I didn't want to just reiterate the book, so I like giving you new stuff too. So it's not like I was in the book, and so I want to try to give you some updated information as well.
Now, is there anybody working at the office now there in New Hope?
Sure. Yeah, Nora's there.
Because I called the number and I couldn't get anybody. So maybe before you go off, you'll give the number.
I can give you the number, but I can tell you right now, Nora's there. Ian is there. I know in the past when I have called, and every time I call, all I do is I hear phones ringing off the hook over there. Nora has said to me, email, and you will get a response. So
I emailed them and I didn't get one. That's why I asked.
So in the future, that's interesting. I'm going to bring that to her attention. In the future, if you have concerns, email me, and then I will get it to them. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I emailed them. I had a question about on my research, and I couldn't get an answer. I had already put in that I was going to do this with you, and I couldn't get the answer about that, so I was kind of left up in the air about it.
Yeah, when in doubt, email me, and I can get the answer. But yeah, they've told me that the email is the best way. You can also leave messages on their Facebook page or email them from Facebook, because I know that gets monitored pretty regularly. But you get a better chance with an email. But I'm going to bring it up that some people are slipping through the cracks with the email then.
Yeah, because I didn't know what the answer was going to be, or if I needed any new direction or whatever, but I didn't get an answer. But I figured after I did this, I let them know again.
Yeah, Kat,
Joe, I had registered for this, and I've never heard anything back about any of this. So I don't even know if my name's on your roster or not. The last name is Miller.
I have a Sue Miller.
Yes. Okay, because I did not get the link to your class till 15 minutes after the class started. Yeah,
Okay, so it's just not me. Okay.
no,
Thank you,
So-
Sue.
So
Yeah.
that's, again, I can take partially blame for that, because normally, as I said before, I will email everybody the night before with, hey, this is who I am, and here's the link, and if you got any questions, email me. And I was on the computer for so long last night, I totally forgot.
okay, but they never sent, I was expecting something from the, from the AAA.
You
And
should
they
have.
never sent anything.
That's weird. When did you register?
I registered at least a week and a half or 2 weeks ago.
That's weird, because other people here have told me they got 2 emails for this class.
I never got anything.
That doesn't make any sense.
I know, I know.
How did you get the link today?
Because I went to their site yesterday, and I said, look, I've registered for this. I had the receipt for it.
Wait.
I have not gotten any kind of link.
That's weird.
That was yesterday, and they got back to me this morning. And like I said, they sent me the link after your class had started.
I'm sorry. Was that Dylan that got back to you?
I'm not Hardy?
Hardy. I don't know who that is. Oh, Dylan. Yeah, Dylan. Yeah, that's Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan Hardy, yes.
Yeah, that's Dylan. Okay, well, I'm glad he did. I feel horrible that you didn't get the link before that, and I don't know why. But other people got two emails.
Right. I just wanted to make sure so that I got credit for taking the course.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, and you're like I said, you're on my list anyway, so it's good. There's only one today who's not
okay.
on my list. He's not here. So, I'm gonna guess he's not here. Is Brett here? Not. There was someone named Brett supposed to be in the class, but he is not
Also,
here.
too, if you would at some time, either at the end or whatever, put up your contact information, please.
I will do that. I'm going to give it to you at the end again. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty easy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll have no trouble finding me.
Okay.
All right. So question alert today, difference between micronutrients. We've been talking about macronutrients most of the day. Let's now talk about micronutrients, vitamins and minerals, and I'm also going to throw some other supplements in as well. And we'll see where this takes us. So let's talk about what can they say, what can't they say. I want you to realize that one of the biggest myths out there is that they say the FDA does not regulate supplements, and I would say yes, it does. There is a regulation. It's been on the book since 1994, and if you want to see it, all you got to do is Google or Bing or Yahoo 5 letters, and the 5 letters are as follows: DSHEA. DSHEA. I got 4 emails. Oh my goodness, they must have liked you, Teresa. DSHEA, that is the law. That's the regulation. That's the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, signed into law by Bill Clinton in October of 1994. And it defines what a supplement is, what they can say, what they can't say. As part of that regulation, they do not have to go to the FDA and grovel and say, please, FDA, will you please approve my supplement? No, supplements are regulated like food, not like drugs. That's part of the regulation. What they're not allowed to say, and normally they don't, although some seem to get around this somehow, they're not allowed to make a disease claim. You cannot say, for instance, prevents prostate cancer, prevents breast cancer. You can't say anything like that. You can't say, grows your hair, lowers your blood pressure. Can't say that stuff. But what they are allowed to do is make claims which give you the idea that they do these things, and these are called structure function claims. Structure function claims, you're looking at them, we're looking at one of them right now, when you see this word prostate support. That's one of the buzzwords, support, that they're allowed to say. So a structure function claim basically it tells you how the nutrient is used in the body. So it helps support a prostate. It maintains a healthy prostate. It aids in prostate support. How does it support a prostate? We're not allowed to talk about it. there is some research on that you have to have some research for structure function claims, but it doesn't have to be a 5-year human clinical trial. In some studies, maybe it's a mouse study. Okay, you got a mouse study, we can make a structure function claim. And unfortunately, that's what you see a lot of times. A lot of companies don't want to invest the time and the money into doing a clinical study, and I find that very sad. But that is the name of the game with a lot of supplements out there, unfortunately. So there is a regulation. It is lax, but there is one nonetheless. Number one, some things are red flags for me. If you're thinking about buying supplements, I don't like buying supplements if I can't read the language. I do see occasionally things printed in Chinese and Japanese, stuff like that, Russian. I'm not buying nothing if I can't read what's on that label. Red flags for me, if I see the word thermo, burn, lipo, and fen, I say run. They all mean the same thing. Thermo means thermogenic, which means fat burn. Burn means burn your fat. Lipo means lipogenic, lipophilic, which means fat burn. And fen means phentermine, which is an amphetamine drug that is sometimes used to help people lose weight. All these have in common is they are usually tip-offs that they contain lots of stimulants. And I don't like stimulants in weight loss supplements in general, or any supplements, because I think the risk outweighs the benefits for those products. And so I would encourage you not to use a lot of stimulant-based products. And by the way, that does mean pre-workout drinks too, which I know are very popular, but pre-workout drinks are nothing more than expensive caffeine supplements with some other things in them. You have to ask yourself, do you take any medications? And if so, is it possible the supplement and the medication may interact with each other? It's possible. It is quite possible this may happen. And sometimes these interactions have occurred. One of the more common ones out there, and I'll just tell it to you, is blood thinner medications, which I mentioned a little bit ago. Sometimes people will take these blood thinner drugs to help their blood not be sticky in their blood vessel system. Well, several supplements are blood thinners. They're primitive, but they're blood thinners nonetheless, and there have been interactions sometimes with these medications. So rule of thumb, I assume a supplement is a blood thinner until I know better. But that's one interaction, but there are others. There are some interactions or things could interact with, Viagra and antidepressant medications, all kinds of stuff. There's no such thing as quick weight loss, so run when you see that. I see that sometimes on products, a bunch of baloney, or if you even see things like lose weight sleeping. I just reviewed a product. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I just reviewed a product last month that made that claim on my supplementclarity.com website, and they made that claim. Lose weight sleeping. Really?
I remember one of those that did that.
Yeah, it's unscrupulous. If the website has no contact information and they're purporting to be a company that makes supplements, but they got a lab in their name, International Nutraceutical Labs Incorporated. If you put lab in your name, I want to see a building that does laboratory research. If I don't see no contact information, how do I know you're not somebody in a basement who just created a website? I don't know these things. So, that's a red flag for me. And then again, if you're subject to drug testing, you're an athlete, you're a police officer, you're in the military, you're a weightlifter, you're an Olympian, whatever. If you're randomly peeing in a cup, you want to make sure what you're taking won't cause a failure. So those are just some red flags that I wanted to throw out to you. You've got to do your due diligence. If you're sticking with the basic things, you're okay. But sometimes things are, when you go deep into the weeds, you run into products that are just, ridiculous in their claims. And sometimes they may work because they may have other things. And that's another thing to point out. Rule of thumb, off the top of my head, or I'll just say there are 3 areas of dietary supplements which have the most problems, okay? The most problems at all. There is weight loss supplements. Overall, they got a lot of problems, especially the ones that promise magical breakthrough, quick weight loss. Why? A lot of them have been found, not all of them, but a lot of them have been found to contain weight loss drugs. Yeah, weight loss drugs. No drug is supposed to be in a supplement. But they have been found. The other one is male performance supplements, and I ain't talking performance on the field. A lot of those supplements have been found to contain Viagra, okay, and other similar molecules. And then the other one would be bodybuilding supplements, like pro hormones, which have been found to contain hormones, testosterone and other things as well. So your basic multivitamin, no problem, but again, some of these other things, not so much. Now, in terms of, again, remember fen-phen. Yes, I do remember fen-phen in the 1990s, I believe. Several people died, I forget how many people, and that was a combination of fenfluramine and phentermine. And the geniuses that put that together had no direct evidence that the combination of those drugs were safe, but yet they threw them together anyway, and it caused heart valve defect that some people did die. The fenfluramine, and I even forget what that was actually removed from the market. The phentermine portion, it was deemed okay and is still prescribed by doctors for people trying to lose weight. Phentermine is an amphetamine. Yeah, absolutely. I do remember that. And I still see supplements that contain the name fen in it, and it bothers the daylights out of me that they would want any name association with that deadly drug combination. It's unscrupulous. So that's why
A lot of people were left with pulmonary damage after that. They took that.
I believe it.
The pulmonary artery.
Yeah, and that's very scary.
Yeah.
So, as I said, vitamins are called Vita for life. They're vital. Okay, they're vital for life. And vitamins are not made in the body. Human beings cannot make vitamins by themselves. And all vitamins have a disease, a syndrome associated with them if you don't get them long enough. Okay, like, vitamin C causes scurvy and stuff like that. That's a classic example. Sometimes it'll take many, many months before you see a deficiency, but they all, or sometimes even longer, but they all have this deficiency issue with them. We have the water and the fat soluble vitamins. Okay, water soluble vitamins dissolve well in water. Fat soluble vitamins dissolve well in fat. I personally would take your vitamin pill with food. I wouldn't take it on an empty stomach because you might not be absorbing the fat soluble vitamins. You don't have to take it in the morning. You can take it with your biggest meal of the day. It could be lunch, it could be dinner. Okay, that's perfectly fine. But those are your two classes of vitamins, water and fat soluble vitamins. So what I want to do now is just go through a bunch of vitamins and minerals and talk about them. Give you some pros, give you some cons, give you some things to think about. Okay? Why adults use dietary supplements? Again, I thought that was kind of interesting. What are they saying here? Users of vitamin supplements are more likely to report very good health. Interesting. Have health insurance, use alcohol moderately, they don't smoke, and they exercise more frequently than non-users. So what I'm getting at here is, are you healthy? Multivitamins are the most popular supplement in America. Like 70% of people take a multivitamin. Are you healthier because you take a multivitamin, or are you healthier because you do these other things? Okay, it's, again, something to think about. Yeah. So vitamin C, very popular water-soluble vitamin. It's a very commonly known antioxidant product. Okay, antioxidants neutralize free radicals. Okay, and that's good. It can help decrease inflammation in our cells. You need vitamin C to make collagen. So like I said, collagen is very popular these days. Well, you need vitamin C to do this. Okay. Somebody literally just told me about he had floaters in his eye for years until he started taking vitamin C, and the floater went away. I heard this story literally 2 weeks ago. I'm like, really? Keep taking the vitamin C then. He was taking 1,000 milligrams a day, which I think is a lot. You only need 10 milligrams to prevent scurvy. I personally would take vitamin C in smaller doses, maybe 500 or less. I think we absorb it better in smaller doses. Eyes are made up of a lot of collagen, my understanding. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I've never heard anything about vitamin C and floaters, but I was glad to hear he didn't have them. I didn't know he had floaters until he told me. So I'm like, that's good. Good for him. There is also some research on colds and flus. If you take vitamin C at the very first sniffle, for the first sign you think you're having a cold, it appears to reduce the duration of the cold by a couple of days, maybe 10%, 20%, or something along those lines. So there appears to be something for that. So not too bad. The only caveat I would say for vitamin C is some individuals, they have this condition called iron overload disease, also called hemochromatosis. Well, they absorb a lot of iron naturally, and that's not so good. Vitamin C increases iron absorption. So in theory, if you had this rare genetic abnormality, it actually might make the disease worse. Again, if you had iron overload disease, you probably would have shown up on a blood test by now. It's usually how doctors see it. Your iron levels are higher than normal. But it's something to keep in the back of your mind. Okay, but yeah, vitamin C, very, very popular. B12 is also extremely popular before. It's one of the B vitamins. There's many, many B vitamins. They call it B12 because it was the 12th B vitamin to be discovered. That's why they get their names like that. But B12 is the 12th one to be discovered. Notice the RDA is in micrograms, 2.4 micrograms. All right. One of the things it does many things, but it helps us make red blood cells. Okay. RBCs are red blood cells. And if you are deficient in red blood cells, you would have anemia. And one of the signs of having anemia is fatigue and being tired. And that's why if you look at any energy drink, you're going to see boatloads of vitamin B12. Now, that said, it is not the vitamin B12 that gives you the energy in 5-hour energy or Monster Energy. It is the caffeine. These energy drinks are caffeine supplements. They put the B12 in there, well, because B12 has this reputation for boosting energy, which it might if you were anemic, okay? Now, it's a little challenging to be anemic, for a B12 anemia, because we store B12 in our liver. We got about 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 years of B12 in our liver. So a little challenging to run out of it, although some individuals would eventually run out of it. Some examples would be vegans. I would say vegan because it's hard to get B12 in vegetables and fruits. Older adults, and by older I would unfortunately say anybody over the age of 50. Sometimes, not always, sometimes we lose the ability to absorb B12 in our stomach, and that can eventually cause us to run out of it. What's another group? Alcoholics, another group because they don't eat well. And then another group would be people who have type 2 diabetes, and they take a medication called metformin. Metformin is a very popular medication which helps lower blood sugar levels. And it's usually seen to be a pretty safe one, but it does appear to block B12 absorption. And so maybe they might need to take a B12 supplement as well. One thing about B12 I would point out to you is you could get a shot of B12, and some people do get shots of B12, and that's fine. But if you take a B12 supplement, don't swallow it. Put it under your tongue or chew it. Tastes a little bit like candy, so it doesn't taste bad. There's something about saliva that really increases the absorption of vitamin B12. So under the tongue, sublingual, or chew it. That will increase your B12 absorption, okay? And then the last thing I'd say is it's also, sometimes people use B12 for weight loss. There is no weight loss evidence. It does not cause weight loss. So I bring it up because there are clinics out there where they give you shots of B12 and people wear weight coats so you take them seriously. And I can't find any evidence. And so amazing claims require amazing evidence, and I don't see it. So folic acid is another B vitamin, okay? And it's RDA is also in micrograms, 400 micrograms a day. Folic acid is also going to be in your multivitamin, I'm sure. Again, prenatal vitamins are loaded up with it. A couple things I'd point out. Number one, folic acid versus folate, okay? Folate is the natural vitamin. When you eat broccoli or spinach or kale or what green vegetables, you're getting folate, because that's what the word means. Folate means foliage, green leafy vegetables, all right? Folic acid is the synthetic vitamin. It's made in a laboratory. And when you take folic acid, it gets converted to folate in the body, all right? We tend to absorb folic acid a little bit better than folate, and that's why multivitamins tend to contain folic acid, all right? And it does a lot of different things in the body. It does, one of the big thing is it reduces birth defects, and that's why, you know, women who are pregnant should be obviously taking folic acid to reduce birth defects. They've even been adding folic acid to the food supply for many years. You've probably seen orange juice with folic acid and all kinds of stuff. And that's a good thing. They're trying to reduce the risk of birth defects. A lot of women may not know they're deficient until a month later. And if they're not getting enough folic acid, well, then at that point, because they're not eating the foods that contain folic acid, that could raise the risk of birth defects. That's why they're adding it to food supply. It also is involved in the formation of red blood cells, all right? And it can also reduce this interesting little compound here called homocysteine. Homocysteine is it's an amino acid, and high levels of this compound, it can damage your blood vessels, it's thought, and may play a role in heart disease. Doctors don't normally routinely test for it unless you ask for it. Some doctors will, but it's not going to be in your traditional blood test. But folic acid will lower this compound, as too will B6 and B12. B6, B12, and folic acid together lower the homocysteine compound, and maybe they would also lower the risk of heart disease, but that is controversial. Not all studies are in agreement on this. So if you're interested in homocysteine, again, the easy way is B6, B12, and folic acid will lower it, but what ultimately does that mean in terms of heart health? Hard to say at this point. A couple things I would say about folic acid, and this is a bit controversial, but there are studies on this. There are some studies showing that folic acid appears to raise the risk of some forms of cancer. And why is this? I'm not saying folate does. I'm saying folic acid. Well, the way I think of it is, growing babies need folic acid, and again, they need folate, but we absorb folic acid better. Is it possible that increased cancer rate due to folic acid is due to a greater absorption of folic acid versus folate? I don't know. But these studies are out there. They're written in good journals. And it's hard to understand what's going on with them. So I would simply say, if you're going to have birth, you're going to give birth, if you think that's a possibility, stick with the folic acid. If you're past the time of your life where you're a guy, do the folate. Don't take a folic acid supplement. There is even some research for prostate cancer and folic acid. Again, it's controversial, but I want you to be aware of it. They're not always going to be the same thing. I think folate, generally speaking, is better. The only group I would say let's do the folic acid is a pregnancy. Let's do the best job we can possibly do, because most people are not going to be eating green leafy vegetables every day. So, folic acid, it's an interesting vitamin for sure. Niacin is another vitamin, sometimes called vitamin B3. It does a lot of different things in the body. It's most notable for lowering cholesterol and bad cholesterol levels. And it's niacin that does this, not the niacinamide. There are different forms of niacin, by the way. And the words are used interchangeably, but niacin is the vitamin that was used before the invention of statin medications to lower cholesterol levels. And then once the statin medications were invented, they kind of fell off. Niacin kind of fell by the wayside. But I bring this up because if you wanted to do niacin for your cholesterol, you sometimes in the store see no flush niacin that won't make you feel warm and make it look like you got a bad sunburn. And that is usually niacinamide, which doesn't have an effect on cholesterol levels. That niacin flush, if you've ever experienced it, is not the funnest thing out there. You literally look like you had a bad sunburn, you get itchy, and it lasts for about 30 minutes after you take it, and it's kind of hard to get used to. They do say you get used to it eventually, but niacinamide does not have that effect, but it also does not have the effect of cholesterol. So again, give you a little complicated. Again, if you were going to use the niacin form, yeah, it seems to be pretty effective at lowering these things, cholesterol, triglycerides, and even boosting HDL, but you have to take a lot of niacin to do this, like over 1,000 milligrams of niacin. And I'm not comfortable with self-medicating with niacin, and the reason is here, I jumped around with this a little bit, there's the flushing, but then there's also the liver problems with high doses of niacin, the blood sugar problems with niacin. So if you were going to self-medicate yourself with niacin because you didn't want to take a drug for your cholesterol, just make sure you get regular blood tests and see how your blood sugar and your hemoglobin A1C and your homocysteine, et cetera, are doing. Okay. Again, niacin is an interesting vitamin. It appears to have other effects. Again, niacinamide might lower the risk of type 1 diabetes, maybe helping osteoarthritis pain. You know, there's even, again, I'm not mentioning it today, but there's actually another form of niacin, which is highly touted on TV and the internet to be an anti-aging molecule. There are even celebrities now talking about how they take this niacin supplement. It's supposed to raise your level of something called NAD. Maybe you've heard about that, but I'm not buying it, to be honest with you. I got a couple videos on that. I'm thoroughly disappointed with the lack of research. So, any questions, by the way? Vitamin A was the first vitamin discovered, hence the name vitamin A. Ironically, it's in liver. Yuck, but it's in liver. But also I say ironically because too much of it can actually harm the liver. Your multivitamin probably does not contain vitamin A because it has this blood thinning effect. I think personally they stay clear of certain things because of the possibility of interaction with medications. Too much vitamin A may, I believe, if I remember correctly, may also demineralize your bones as well if you take a lot of it. Not a little bit, but a lot. Again, if you're getting it from green leafy vegetables, you have nothing to worry about. But multivitamins generally don't contain vitamin A. Rather, they contain a precursor called beta-carotene. Let's see, is there better brands with vitamins like Standard Process? I think if you stick with the brands you're familiar with, you're probably okay. Like in terms of multivitamins, I prefer Centrum, a chewable Centrum, because I like the taste of it. But there are some other brands out there. Shaklee's fine, but it just depends on what we're looking for. I think I've heard good things about Doctor's Best for different supplements, but if you stick with the larger brand names, I think you're okay. And ironically, I don't really see anything bad about the Walmart version either, or the Costco version. I really don't see them red flagging. So that tells me they're doing their due diligence, generally speaking, and they're putting out a quality product. Don't spend a lot for a multivitamin, for instance. You don't have to. And some of them are very expensive, but I don't think you have to do that. I'm just not convinced they're any better than anything else. And I'm not convinced that the mega brand, the ones that contain lots and lots and lots of vitamins, are any better than ones that contain less. If it's giving you 100% of your daily value, I think you're doing okay. So vitamin A, because it may have some issues, multivitamins usually contain beta-carotene, and beta-carotene is not a vitamin, it's a provitamin. Okay, it's turned into vitamin A, but only as you need it. You don't have any of the weird side effects like blood thinning and all that other jazz and liver problems that you might have with high doses of vitamin A. And so it is usually seen as a safer alternative, and I think that's why multivitamins contain them. However, that said, I would not, under any circumstances, take a beta-carotene supplement. And I wouldn't do that because A, the research shows it does not reduce your risk of heart disease or cancer. These studies have been done. They were done in the 1990s, and they found that beta-carotene supplements, when they were given to thousands of people, did not lower the risk of cancer, did not lower the risk of having heart disease. They didn't do anything, as a matter of fact, they didn't do anything good. However, in those same studies, they found something completely strange. In the smokers and the former smokers, and those who worked around asbestos, because they were pulling asbestos out of buildings back then, who took the beta carotene supplement, they got more lung cancer. Beta carotene increased the chances of somebody getting lung cancer, and it was a significant amount that risk went up anywhere from 18 to almost 30% increased risk of lung cancer. I have since, I believe, seen some studies on stomach cancer as well. Why is that? How in the world did beta carotene do this? Here's what you need to know. Beta carotene is found, in a lot of things, carrots, for instance. Well, when you see the word beta in front of something, well, that tells you that's the second carotene molecule discovered. There's an alpha carotene, a beta carotene, a delta carotene, an epsilon carotene. There's hundreds of carotene molecules. You eat a carrot, you're getting them all. But when you take something out of nature and you concentrate it in a pill, you might get a completely different outcome. You can still buy beta carotene in the stores and even on Amazon. And I don't know why. I can't think of one good reason to take beta carotene, and I would not take the chance. Lung cancer is scary. So this is the side effect that they never want you to know about, but I remember it extremely well. I followed those studies in school. And so just be cautious of beta carotene. If it's in your multivitamin, it's okay. They're not giving a lot of it, but don't take a specific supplement for it. Odds are you're all taking vitamin D, because vitamin D has been really popular in the world of COVID. It was popular before of COVID as well. And it makes sense, because vitamin D is actually more of a hormone than a vitamin. It probably would be called hormone D today. You get it when you go outside. Okay, that's important. It's in fish, it's in yogurt, it's in milk. Okay, but you do get it when you go outside. Even 10-15 minutes is you're making a whole lot of vitamin D. Every cell of your body has receptors for vitamin D. Every cell, all your 40 trillion cells, muscle cells, brain cells, heart cells, red blood cells, they all have receptors for this vitamin. Why? That tells us it's doing something. So I say it is a hormone-like vitamin. It has these multitude of effects. It increases calcium absorption, yes. We know that. Also, there's a possible link to multiple sclerosis. In kids who do not get vitamin D when they're younger, they have a higher incidence of MS decades later. So that's really interesting. What's up with that? Everybody with MS I've ever heard has been taking vitamin D. I don't think it helps it, but I think it could, as a child, it may help prevent it. I'm showing a picture of my 100-year-old grandmother when she was alive, because her balance was not the greatest. Several studies have shown that vitamin D improves balance and decreases falls in older adults. So at least one study has shown almost a 50% reduction in falls in older adults. A lot of older adults are deficient in vitamin D, especially those in nursing homes. Had I had known this when my grandmother was alive, I would have suggested my grandmother take a vitamin D supplement. I don't remember if she did or didn't, but yeah, it's a very, very sexy vitamin. But again, you don't need to take a lot of it to do this either. 600 to 800 international units a day, less than 1,000 international units a day is what the studies use to improve balance. And just for fun and giggles, I'm giving you the normal range on a blood test. If you were to get your blood tested levels, they would say if you had 30 nanograms per deciliter of blood, they would say you are normal. Normal doesn't mean optimal. Remember, this does more than you might think. Normal is based on bone health. So they want you for bone health to be at least 30 on a blood test. But what about heart health? What about cancer health? What about brain health? What about balance health? We don't know the optimal amount of vitamin D. And so if you're at least 30, I'm a happy camper, but some people even recommend being 50. The range is 30 to 100, if I remember correctly. It's a big range. I don't necessarily think you have to be 100, but I would like you to be at least 30. Okay. If you're 50, maybe even better. there are two types of vitamin D supplements out there. There's D3 and there is D2. D2 is what you make when you go outside, okay, from the sun. D3 is a more vegetarian form. It comes from, I believe, yeast, I think. And again, it's usually for vegans, but it doesn't matter which one you take. If you're taking a supplement, they're identical to each other. They don't work any differently. As a matter of fact, a lot of the fall research involved vitamin D3. Okay, D2 sometimes is known as cholecalciferol. Vitamin D3 is ergocalciferol. Okay, but I think they're identical, and pretty much everybody agrees with me. They are identical. Questions? Okay. Potassium, as I said, we have a big issue with lack of potassium in this country. 4,700 milligrams or 4.7 grams is the RDA for this nutrient, this mineral. Again, if you're eating fruits, veggies, beans, seeds, you're most likely getting enough, all right? If you like V8 juice, I actually got some the other day. Low sodium V8 juice actually has much more potassium than regular V8 juice does, which is a good thing. So that and to their credit, they were listing potassium long before they had to list potassium on their bottles. So that was actually kind of cool. Potassium is a well-known electrolyte. It conducts electrical signals, which again is involved in the conduction of nerve impulses and contraction of your muscles, including your heart muscle. You got to have potassium for these things. Potassium also helps regulate blood pressure because it is a vasodilator. That's a fancy word for it. It opens up your blood vessels. It relaxes the walls of your blood vessels, opening them up. Much like arginine, as we talked about earlier today, potassium also seems to have this effect. And as it opens up those blood vessels, it helps the blood vessels stay nice and rubbery, because we don't want their blood vessels to get stiff. As they get older, they might get stiff, and that could raise blood pressure. We don't want that to happen. So potassium can help our blood vessels stay healthy. That's pretty cool. Your thoughts on the pharmacopoeia and the role of supplements and vitamins? Yeah, so the United States Pharmacopoeia is a third party that analyzes supplements, and for a fee, you can display the USP label on your supplements to basically say to your customers, we have passed the USP standards of quality, which means we contain what we say we contain. And so I believe it's Nature's Made, which is always advertising on TV that they were the first to do this. Not everybody does it because it does cost money to display that label. And I don't know how much the USP labeling costs to have the right to do that. Probably several $1,000s, I would guess, but I'm not sure. But if you see USP, I think it's a good thing. You can trust they contain what they have. There are other third-party companies out there that do offer this. In the sports world, there's NSF, the NSF certification, which says the product does not have any hormones or anything that's going to cause you to fail a drug test. So there's a few of them out there, but you know what? If I see it, I feel good about it, because I like the fact that there's a third party looking over their shoulder and they're doing the extra thing they should be doing. So generally, I have no problem with it. I'm just pretty sure it costs Nature's Made a lot of money to display that. That's probably why they advertise it so much. They want to get their money's worth out of it. Again, as it's increasing your blood vessels, walls, as it's making them bigger, this is decreasing blood pressure. This is one of the reasons why potassium can help lower blood pressure. And I mentioned earlier today, the DASH diet is listed on the dietary guidelines for Americans being a healthy way to eat. It is a high potassium diet. Okay. And you just Google DASH diet and you can read all about it. There's all kinds of websites talking about it. As it decreases blood pressure, it decreases stroke. Okay, the number one cause of strokes is their blood pressure is too high. That's, and so it makes sense. As BP goes down, stroke risk goes down. So a lot of benefits to potassium. It's just in America, we don't eat a lot of foods that have this mineral, right? Another thing that you may have heard about potassium is it may help keep your bones stronger, bone mineral density. I'm not so sure that potassium increases bone density. I've seen some studies. It can't hurt your bone mineral density, but I still think the best way to keep your bones strong is to do resistance training, strength training, push-ups, machines, resistance bands, whatever, barbells, dumbbells, doesn't matter, body weight, some kind of resistance. As you strengthen the muscles pull on the bones, and that turn makes the bones stronger, and that's how it works. Okay, but it may or may not. I'm on the fence, but I'm okay with that, because generally speaking, I like potassium. A lot of people tend to think that bananas are the very best source of potassium. Usually when I teach these classes live, somebody says, what about bananas? Yeah, what about bananas? So here's the USDA website here. Bananas, one banana clocking in at 442 milligrams, which is a lot. One baked potato with skin, almost 1,000 milligrams. So a baked potato with the skin has got basically twice that of a banana. Again, banana's fine. I mean, all these foods are rich in potassium. I just wanted to show you that banana is not the only one out there. Look at this, a half a cup of tomato paste clocking in at 670. Green beans has got it. So there's a lot of good foods out there. Bottom line.
Got it.
What is it?
Spinach.
Spinach has potassium. Yes, absolutely. Spinach does. Fruits and veggies and beans and seeds will have potassium, and that's the reason why we're not getting as much, because we're not eating those foods. I was saying this story the other day, when the pandemic first hit, boy, the fast foods, they went like that. The only section of my supermarket that never went out of stock was the fruit and veggie section.
I was glad.
Which I was fine with that too. I never ran out of oranges, or anything like that. The frozen spinach, however, anything that was in a frozen freezer went. So I was very glad I saw frozen spinach again, because I put that in smoothies. But yeah, we're just not eating the foods that have potassium, and that's just unfortunate. The other mineral, which again is gotten very, very popular over the last many years, is magnesium. I think some people are not getting enough magnesium in their diet as well, again, for the same reasons. Not eating the foods that have magnesium. If it has fiber, if it's green, it has magnesium. It's important. Over 350 chemical reactions in your body require magnesium. So just remember, anything that's green will have magnesium, and if it has fiber, it will have magnesium. Okay, again, fruits and veggies and beans, seeds, they'll have magnesium. All right, and I think a lot of people may be walking around with subclinical magnesium deficiency and not knowing it. All right, again, it's in a lot of foods that people are just not eating. It assists with the absorption of calcium in the body. There is ample evidence to suggest that it can help migraine headaches. All right. Again, I would start with the food first, but maybe a supplement may be in order for some individuals. But there is good evidence for this. There's even some evidence that maybe I have a YouTube video on this for magnesium and depression, and I was very intrigued with what I saw. I wish there was more magnesium depression research out there. Some of what I saw was really impressive. So again, it's just a lot of good stuff out there about magnesium. Again, realize if you take too much too soon, you'll run to the bathroom. Milk of magnesia, get it? It's a laxative in too high doses. Usually if you take more than 400 milligrams, they usually say you start to get a little bit of diarrhea. I haven't noticed that when I took a magnesium supplement. I would literally take capsules and I throw them into smoothies and grind them up that way. But I didn't notice it, but some people do. But if you're keeping it around 300 or so, 400, you should be okay. But above that, they sometimes say it could be a problem. But again, it's a very, very interesting mineral that I don't think is getting the attention it deserves. What about Epsom salts and magnesium? Yeah, it's a great question. There is evidence that when you soak in Epsom salts, that the magnesium can make it through the skin into the bloodstream. I was very surprised at that. Epsom salts getting its name from the town in, I want to say in England somewhere, which it was originally discovered. I forget, they were giving it to horses or soaking horses' legs in it, and the horses were getting better. It was a natural stream, and Epsom was the name of the town. Probably still is around, but that's where it gets its name from. But absolutely, it does appear to penetrate the skin. I was very surprised at that, because the skin is supposed to be a almost impenetrable barrier to these sorts of things, bacteria, for instance. But it does appear that the magnesium can get through. I would also prefer to just take it as a pill, make sure. I'm not soaking in Epsom salts too much. On a similar note about penetrating the skin, what about the use of salt? To manage your pool without affect the person with high blood pressure. Alicia, I don't know the answer to that. Again, a lot of places are moving to sodium what's the word? Not dechlorinate, but what's the word I'm looking for? To get around using harsh chemicals like chlorine, they're using salt.
Disinfectant.
Thank you.
We do. We use salt in our pools at Future Fitness and all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't had any problem with anybody's blood pressure, except when they want to dump things in and everybody gets excited. Outside of that, I haven't had any problems with that in the water.
I think so, but it's a great question. I'll see if I can try to look into it. The place I worked at many, many years ago did the same thing using salt. I don't know. It's a wonderful question. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. You think if Epsom salts can do something, then perhaps maybe the salt in a pool could. It may also be the concentration as well, because the concentration of the sodium may be different than the concentration that's in Epsom salts.
Well, it makes the water much denser so that you work much harder in it because you become more buoyant. So you have to fight to keep your feet on the bottom.
That's a very good point. I'll have to look into that. I don't know, but I've never heard anything, as you really pointed out, I've never heard anything that sodium in a pool raises people's blood pressure. So
and I have the Wounded Warrior class. Everything that you can imagine a person is taking medically and pills, they're in my class.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure you are. Turmeric is probably the most, the most popular spice in America.
Yep.
And along the same lines, turmeric has an ingredient called curcumin. Curcuminoids, these are molecules in turmeric, which some people think are the active ingredients in turmeric. I don't necessarily think so. I think turmeric is better than curcumin, but I cannot deny that there is research on curcumin itself. But both appear to have anti-inflammation effects. Good penetration, good voice penetration. Yeah, we were switching. We were thinking about switching a home, but my mom is wondering about blood pressure. Yeah, it makes sense. I've never heard anything bad about sodium in a pool and blood pressure. So I think that's actually good. I think I would have heard about that by now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So decreasing inflammation is a good thing. Turmeric also has been shown to raise nitric oxide levels in the body. Remember, nitric oxide is something that opens up our blood vessels and can decrease our blood pressure. Okay, that's good. Preliminary research, not human, but test tube studies show that when you drip it on cancer cells, they die a horrible, agonizing death. So at least in a test tube, turmeric appears to be very toxic to cancer cells. That's kind of cool. I'm not so sure about people because we're more complicated than a petri dish or a test tube, but that's encouraging. Turmeric also has a blood sugar lowering effect, which can be good for some individuals as well. We do not absorb turmeric very well, however. We don't absorb it very well, and so some supplement companies will try to get around this by adding black pepper to their supplements. Black pepper will increase the absorption of turmeric and curcumin, if I remember correctly. And so in my smoothie, I put a little turmeric in there, and I even do little shakes of pepper, black pepper as well. Not a lot, just a little bit. You don't even taste it. But if you don't like black pepper, then I would say take the turmeric with fat. Turmeric is a fat-soluble spice. And so if you're cooking with it, you don't like pepper, that's fine. Just, fat. Fat will do the same thing as black pepper does. Black pepper, I can refer to, for instance, both India. Yeah, it interferes with an enzyme that's involved in the breakdown of turmeric. So absolutely, it does do this. I would say if you have kidney stone issues or gallbladder issues, definitely talk to your doctor. I think it's rare, but there have been some reports of gallbladder pain and maybe kidney stones with turmeric. But to be honest with you, I think you got to use a lot to see these problems. If you're healthy, I don't think they're an issue. If you have gallbladder or kidney stone problems, run it past your doctor, especially if you're taking a turmeric supplement, especially one that can use black pepper. The spice itself, I don't think so, but the supplements I wonder about. And if you are using this spice, I don't think you need to use more than a half a teaspoon a day if you're going to be using this. I wouldn't be just opening up that container, just shaking it all in there. About a half a teaspoon a day appears to be enough for the vast majority of people, okay? Garcinia cambogia is an internet weight loss sensation, has been for a number of years. I recommend you stay clear of it. It sometimes goes by the name hydroxycitric acid. And again, the idea behind it is it's supposed to inhibit the conversion of carbs into fat, because you can turn carbs into fat if you have to. This is said to prevent that from happening. And so it's in a number of weight loss supplements, but I don't believe it works, even though I cannot deny there are some studies on this. I did a podcast on this several weeks ago, and I have written some articles on it on my Supplement Clarity website. I cannot deny there are studies on Garcinia cambogia, but also there are almost an equal number of studies showing it does not work. So does it work? Doesn't it work? I think it's a crapshoot at best. But my big concern with this is whether or not Garcinia cambogia in some people may lead to liver problems. There have been a number of cases over the years of people going into liver failure while taking Garcinia cambogia supplements. Problem with this, however, is that many times people were taking a multi-ingredient supplement. You'll have 10 or 15 ingredients, including Garcinia cambogia, so you don't know what the problem, what the culprit is. However, a couple of years ago, there was a person who needed a liver transplant. That person reported taking only one supplement only, and it was Garcinia cambogia by itself. I'm starting to wonder if perhaps there is some genetic thing going on here where Garcinia cambogia may only affect certain individuals. And that's because this has been around a long, long time. And if it really did cause liver failure in everybody, people would be dropping like flies. And they're not. But yet, there are these reports that have been popping up. So I'm wondering if there may be a genetic issue going on here where whatever that genetic trait might be, Garcinia cambogia may interact with it. Again, I'm shooting from the hip on this one, I'm not quite sure, but liver failure is scary, super scary. And so based on that, and based on the fact that I don't see enough evidence, I see studies showing it doesn't work, I would say, it's not for me. It's definitely not for me. I would not take it. I just reviewed another product at Haddix, which tells me it's making a comeback. Red yeast rice is a popular cholesterol lowering supplement. And there have been a number of studies on red yeast rice. It is basically red rice that is fermented in yeast, and it creates this compound that they stick in capsules. And it's been shown to do this. And a lot of people say, I don't want to go on a statin medication because my cholesterol's too high. I want to go the natural route. I want to use red yeast rice. And I was like, you can do that. And there's a very good reason why red yeast rice works. It contains a naturally occurring statin compound. Yeah. When you create red yeast rice, you create a statin medication in the process. And that's the reason why it works. Again, the results are going to be variable. You know, you can go the natural route. It may work for some people. But again, it just depends on the company and the quality of the company you're using. This is actually Pharmanex. I believe they used to be owned by a British pharmaceutical company. This particular brand is what I've seen research on in the past. There may be other quality brands out there as well. Like a lot of things that do these sorts of things, I would avoid grapefruit. Grapefruit can also interfere with medication breakdown. And that's a common thing you see when people take statin medications. They may say, watch your grapefruit because it can interfere with how fast or how slow the thing is broken down. Same thing is true for this. It's literally called the grapefruit effect. It's so common, the grapefruit effect, because you see it interacting with so many different medications. And also, statin medications have been implicated in causing rhabdomyolysis in some individuals. Rhabdo, by the way, is the rare but serious side effect you see mentioned on the statin medication TV commercials. If you experience any pain or weakness, see your doctor. This could be a sign of a rare but serious disorder. It's rhabdo. So there are reports, albeit a few of them, that have also linked red yeast rice to rhabdo. Makes sense. If it's a statin, it's going to have that same effect. I would, again, I can't deny the research is out there on this product. This would not be my main go-to supplement for lowering cholesterol because of these issues. I would take a look at this one before red yeast rice. This is called bergamot. Bergamot comes from the bergamot orange, which they say grows in Italy. It grows in other places too. There are 4 or 5 studies of bergamot supplements, all showing reductions in cholesterol and LDL, bad cholesterol levels. Studies tend to use anywhere from 500 to 1,500 milligrams a day. People have told me 1,500 is closer to the sweet spot. It seems to work. I have a review of this on my Supplement Clarity website where you can see all the research and all the comments of people who've tried it to get a better idea. But it's not a statin medication or anything like that. So it may be something possibly to take a look at if you had cholesterol problems and you wanted to try a supplement. Although, again, I would still go with fiber and exercise and weight loss first. And then for the weightlifters out there and the athletes, they always ask me about creatine. Creatine is a natural product. You make it in your body, but thousands of clinical studies dating back decades and decades have shown when you take creatine that it improves muscle power, okay, makes people more powerful. It improves, I don't want to say strength, but it actually improves the power, the explosive nature of the muscle. And so for sprinters and powerlifters and bodybuilders, a lot of them are taking it. We were talking about hockey players, or I'd say one of your sons is a hockey player. Perhaps he has heard of creatine as well. And if he wants to take creatine A, if he's he's a teenager, I don't think he needs to. He's already running on all 8 cylinders anyway. But if people were going to take creatine, I would say stick to the lower dose of anywhere from 3 to 5 grams a day. That is sometimes called the maintenance phase of creatine. There is a loading phase where you load up, take 20 grams a day for the first week. I don't think that's necessary to do at all. Research has shown that 3 to 5 grams is all you need to do. So I would save money on the loading phase and not even do it. I don't think it's necessary. And you'll save money in the boot. Okay. A lot of people ask me if I need to cycle creatine, meaning go on it for a month or two and then go off it for a month or two. I would say you could if you wanted to. There's no reason that it's going to hurt you that I've ever seen. But if you're not lifting heavy or sprinting or anything like that, I would say, why not just go off of it? You don't need it. Save some money. So I'm on the fence whether you want to cycle creatine or not. I don't think it is for kids, to be honest with you, because most of the research is on adults. And then a lot of people are under the impression that creatine hurts your kidneys. I see no evidence that creatine is bad for your kidneys if your kidneys are healthy, and that's the important thing. If you got kidney disease, you got one kidney, then it's a totally different ball game at this point. But I see no evidence for that whatsoever. And then there is rumors, and they've been popping up for a few years, that creatine is linked to rhabdomyolysis. I see no good evidence of this. I see no evidence of this whatsoever. Both of these, again, especially the kidney issue, is linked to the deaths, I believe, of some high school wrestlers in the 1990s. They died from kidney failure while taking creatine. They were working out for 4 hours a day, wearing rubber suits, going into steam rooms, trying to lose weight, while at the same time taking the one supplement that was preventing them from losing weight. Yes, that is the other major side effect of creatine. You will gain weight. It is water weight. It is not muscle weight. People have told me they might gain anywhere from 5 pounds to 10 pounds of water weight when they take a creatine supplement. And I believe those high school wrestlers died from rhabdo. I went back and I looked for the newspaper reports back then. I saw no mention of rhabdo, but lots of exercise in a hot environment. They're dehydrated. They die from kidney failure. To me, that says rhabdo. And I think that's the reason why to this day people say you got to drink a lot of water when you take creatine, because creatine is bad for your kidneys. And they say creatine dehydrates you too. How does it dehydrate you if you just gain 5 and 10 pounds of water? That's another myth. Bottom line, 99% of people don't need a creatine supplement, in spite of the fact that a lot of research shows that in some instances it can help you lift heavier weights and sprint a little faster and stuff like that. And as for the best type, if you were going to try this for yourself, I would say stick with the cheap stuff, which is called creatine monohydrate. That's the stuff that 99% of all the research in the world is on. Do not be swayed by fancy titles and words, micronized creatine and hydrocreatine and celebrity endorsed creatine. That's a bunch of baloney. The researchers use that stuff on not particularly this brand, but just creatine monohydrate, which is inexpensive. Questions? So CBD, ever popular. You may have tried CBD. CBD is one of the cannabinoids in marijuana and hemp. Hemp and cannabis both contain cannabinoids, okay? And there are hundreds of cannabinoids. CBD is one of them. Everybody's getting on the CBD bandwagon, including even Martha Stewart. I'm not buying CBD from Martha Stewart. I don't get a good vibe from Martha Stewart. Maybe it's just me, but she's got her fingers in everything, and I just don't. I don't.
She's into topiary now.
Yeah.
Judge topiary.
She's into everything, and she's got no credibility in my mind, and that's just me. She's been hanging out with Snoop Dogg. I know. I think she's been hanging out with Snoop Dogg a little bit too long. He's like, you ought to get into CBD, Martha. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Snoop. Yeah. So what's the scoop in all this stuff? So cannabidiol is CBD. It's one of the cannabinoids. And Martha Stewart gets it from hemp. She ain't getting it from pot. Okay, she's getting it from hemp, and that's where all of them do. Okay, because hemp has very low levels of THC, and it has the same amount of CBD as marijuana does. So the idea here is you get all the benefits without getting stoned out of your mind. All right, and the way in which it's thought to work is through this thing called the endocannabinoid system. That's a big word. Endocannabinoid, which means inside our bodies, we have receptors on every cell of our body for cannabinoids. Your red blood cells, your brain cells, your heart cells, your muscle cells. We have receptors for these things. Why? must mean that they do something. We make natural pain-killing substances which can latch onto those receptors. And the idea here is these CBD cannabinoid compounds also can latch onto these receptors and have effects in the body, reducing pain, nausea, whatever, a whole bunch of different things. And there is some research for this. Again, there's a lot of them out there. What I would say is that I don't think it has any exercise effect. WADA is the World Anti-Doping Agency, and in 2019, right in the good old days of 2019, before we knew it was about to hit us, they've removed CBD from their banned list. That tells you that they don't think it makes you bigger, stronger, faster. So if you're taking it for exercise performance, I don't think it does it. Otherwise, it would be banned. The other thing I would point out is that we put a lot of emphasis on CBD. Realize that there's over 100 of these cannabinoid molecules that we know exist so far, and they appear to work better together. In the world of CBD, there is this concept called the entourage effect, which says that all the cannabinoid molecules work better than any single cannabinoid molecule by itself. And I don't see any broad spectrum CBD products out there. At least Martha Stewart, I don't think, has one. She may, I haven't paid attention to her. I'm referencing here episode 73 of my podcast where I interviewed a pharmacist who's involved in this, and we talked about a lot of this stuff. And she's literally in a cannabinoid dispensary. And she brought up this idea of the cannabinoid entourage system. Basically, don't put all your eggs in the CBD basket. They work better with their friends, kind of like with beta carotene. Beta carotene works better with alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon. When you take one thing out of beta carotene, put it in a pill, you get some effect. But when you eat a carrot, you're getting a better effect. So, it's a strange phenomenon. So what does CBD help that we know of right now? Well, we know it helps epilepsy, and that's because last year or 2 years ago, there was an epileptic drug based on CBD that was approved. The research on cannabinoids has been slow moving because is it illegal? I mean, states might say it's legal, but does the federal government say it's legal? And so states versus federal agency, that can be an issue. One of my favorite shows, which is fascinating to watch, is called To Catch a Smuggler. It's a reality show looking at the border patrol on the border with Mexico and in airports, and they'll find people every once in a while with cannabinoid products, and they'll be like, it's illegal. Well, but it's legal in my state, but federal law means it is illegal. There's a difference, and they confiscate it. So don't be traveling with CBD products. So I think that's hampering some of the research, or maybe they can't get grants because federal grants don't want to go to this stuff. Hard to say. I do think it's changing slowly but surely. But the early writing on the wall, and by writing on the wall I mean animal research, appears to be showing have some anti-inflammatory effects. It might help decrease pain, maybe helping improve some aspects of multiple sclerosis, depression. The nausea from chemotherapy has been known for a while, so I've heard about that. That I believe is on people, but a lot of this stuff, Arthritis Foundation came out last year and said, give it a try, which I found very interesting. They said, we got no human proof yet, but give it a try anyway. and some people have said it helps. And so I have no doubt there's something going on here, but what's the dosage? And, I don't know. I'm a federal employee. We cannot have CBD in blood tests. We can get fired. Yes, I have heard that. I heard that several government employees recently just got the boot because they found some CBD and some THC in their bloodstream. That happened about a month or two ago. So absolutely. When I did the interview with the pharmacist on the podcast, she mentioned something that I had never heard of before. Even no THC present. Yeah. THC only gets crazy when you heat it up, right? Well, it turns out that THC comes from THA. THA, another cannabinoid, or no, I'm sorry, CBA. We're talking about CBD, but CBA appears to be the parent compound. And CBA has all the effects, all the beneficial effects of these other cannabinoids, minus the hallucinogenic effects. I'm not saying don't do it take it if you're a federal employee, because that's a different story. But you might, if you're interested in this, you might want to, if you have a dispensary near you, you might want to ask them about CBA. And I'd encourage you to listen to episode 73 of my podcast, because I found that very interesting. I'd never heard of CBA, but that's apparently the big thing, that a lot of this stuff is based on. So, like all things, if you're going to be peeing in a cup, you got to watch yourself.
My neighbor is giving it to his dog. The vet recommended him. He's a high-strung dog.
Yep, I've heard this too.
Here's some of the animal ones. We'll find out if it works.
I have no doubt it does something. And again, it is possible it does. But I'd like to see more research. And as for side effects, again, obviously tiredness, especially if you're using THC, causes you tired. I've heard of diarrhea in some individuals. I've also heard of possible drug interactions, but that's only because CBD might interact with that enzyme I mentioned a little while ago called P450. What those drug interactions are, I do not know. Again, it's going to take research to know. Off the bat, I would point out to you, and I'm showing you this picture on purpose, I would not buy any CBD product off of a highway billboard. I'm just saying. I don't know who they are, and it's easy to do a billboard for $200 a month. And by the way, they're selling CBD and Kratom. Kratom is yet another herbal product which has been very controversial. The DEA just seized a boatload of kratom that came into the country a few weeks ago. Some states have banned it. There have been a number of controversial deaths associated with kratom. Some people swear it helps pain, etc. I do believe in some people it can be addictive. I have some videos on this on YouTube where I showed you the research on this. However, I'm starting to wonder if maybe the problems with kratom are associated with the processing of kratom rather than the raw plant itself. But again, apparently it is illegal in many states, and so I wouldn't try kratom. And I'm sure for federal employees, kratom is a no-no as well. And then, again, if you were going to try this, you got to realize there's some quality problems going on here. There was a rash a year or two ago of a lot of salmonella products popping up with kratom, for instance. So you got to watch with a lot of these issues who you're doing business with. Here's a study from the Journal of the American Medical Association 2017. They looked at 84 different CBD products from 31 different companies. Some of them had enough THC to get you high. Some had no CBD. Only 26 of the 84 were accurately labeled. So you got to do your due diligence and deal with only companies you know. I think if you're in a state where it's legal, Colorado, for instance, I think you got a better chance of getting a quality product. I don't know about Virginia or what do you call it, or New Jersey. Again, I've never even been in one of these places. I do know that they have lots of security around them. I see that all the time. Lots of big burly security guards. So that alone tells me there may be some addiction issues going on there.
Yeah.
But don't buy it off a billboard because you don't know what you're getting. And then here is a list of things that I would say, steer clear of. You can get an idea of my feelings on these things from the poop emoji. I don't like pre-workout drinks. I think they're expensive caffeine supplements. They'll just raise your heart rate, and I'm not a fan of them. Yohimbe is another one of these herbal products that is marketed as a pre-workout supplement and even a male performance ingredient as well. And even though there is research on this ingredient, the effective dose appears to overlap with the dose that may give you side effects. I wouldn't try it. I don't like nitric oxide booster supplements because I just think they're expensive arginine supplements. I just don't buy them. Raspberry ketones has been getting popular yet again. Dr. Oz called them a miracle in a bottle that'll burn your fat. The miracle was based on 2 mouse studies, and only 2 mouse studies. By the way, raspberry ketones are not ketones like ketogenic supplement ketones. These are the molecules in raspberries that make them smell like raspberries. Bottom line, they have no weight loss effects that I can determine. Tribulus terrestris is an ever popular testosterone booster supplement. It's a dud. It does not work. Research has shown it does not work. So run from that. And as a rule, I don't buy testosterone booster. I know that I see the advertisements on TV with the older athletes and stuff like that. They usually contain something from fenugreek, an herb called testofen, which I'm skeptical of, or they contain Tribulus terrestris. The only thing I know is going to raise testosterone is weight loss and exercise. And that includes both cardio and strength training. Both of those will raise testosterone. And I don't like weight loss teas because a lot of them are they're just laxatives. They contain that senna ingredient, which makes you go to the bathroom. So I've reviewed several of these weight loss teas over the years, and they all got the same ingredients in them, and I'm not buying it. And I am done. 10 of 4. So I'm done a lot sooner than I had thought. So what I'll do here is I'll give you a few resources. And then if you're going to take a test with me, I'll tell you about the test. And then we will be done. So here is, you mentioned, how do you get in touch with me? So I've got 2 main websites that I run, joe-cannon.com. That's where I write about, right here, I write about fitness and health. I post a lot of my podcasts there. I write about personal training. I review certifications. I review products and stuff like that. So that's my main website. And then my other one is supplementclarity.com, which I review nothing but dietary supplements. Honestly, what works, what are the side effects, who are these companies? I like to look at the companies too. What's their Better Business Bureau rating? Or, what are people saying about them? I do a deep dive on a lot of these dietary supplements. And again, unlike others, I've been investigating them since the 1990s. So there's not much about them that I haven't seen. And then I also do a little podcast. This week will be my 100th episode. This week. I have no idea what I'm going to talk about this week, but it will be my 100th episode. I've never missed an episode in 100 weeks. It's hard to believe, but yeah, it's been a couple of years I've been doing this. So, Joe Cannon Health is my podcast. You can download it onto your phone or your iPad or whatever. And again, they're all there to take advantage of them. If you're on Instagram, I do the Instagram thing. I'm Joe Cannon MS on Instagram. And you can find me on Facebook as well, but I'm more active on Instagram, I think. So that is me. NutritionAction.com. They do a nice little newsletter. There's one right here. It usually comes like once a month. I usually get it. They're like a political action committee. These are the guys that actually got trans fats put on food labels. And the reason why Panera and McDonald's has to tell you the calories now. Nutrition.
That is a good magazine. I got that for years.
Yeah, it's like $10, $20 a year. I like the magazine. I think it's pretty good. Wow, this is back when I was using Windows 7 on my computer. 2013. Look at that. I see the date. I never noticed that before. That's amazing. Today's Dietitian is another good source. I quoted them a few times today. It's a magazine, $20 a year you can get it, but this is the website that you can actually search for, they put topics together on gluten and all kinds of stuff, collagen, supplements, food. It's written by dietitians, but it's not really hard to understand, and they tackle a lot of topical things. People's time is valuable, so they don't make it overly complicated, which I really appreciate. So today's Dietitian, they're based out of Wayne, Pennsylvania, I think, so not super far away. Here's a few books that I've read over the last couple of years. Again, I love my Kindle. I got them on Kindle book. The Secret Life of Fat. They talk about viruses that can cause you to gain weight and all kinds of stuff. Sugar, salt, and fat has been around for many, many years. It talks about how the food companies continually try to get us hooked on their foods by manipulating those three variables, sugar, salt, and fat. How not to die. I quoted his website a couple of times ago. He wants you to be a vegan, but he goes through all the different diseases and how eating spinach and kale and green tea can reduce this and reduce that. It's a very detailed book. And I appreciate him taking the time to do it. But if you want some books to read, there's three that I've read a while ago. What's another one? The Good Gut book is all about gut health. So I like my Kindle. And that would be that. Let me tell you 4 things. If you're going to take a test, who's taking a test with me, by the way?
I am.
So one, okay. So at least one of you is taking a test. So what I would say is this.
I will as well.
I will.
Okay. So so I would say here, Joe, JOEPKNON @gmail.com. Joe P. That is my email address. I just put it into the chat box. I think I did anyway. I think I did. You can all see it. I don't know. Oh.
I don't see anything. The last time it said.
Yeah. I can see what you guys are typing, but why can't I see me? Oh, jeez. I'm taking the test also. Direct message. Why is it only one person? Wait a minute. Everyone in meeting. There we go. There you go. That is my email address, joepcannon@gmail.com. If you email me, I will send you a test. Now, here is some things to know about the test.
It just went off again.
What?
Joe P. Cannon. I was just starting to write it. I had Joe P. Cannon and then...
At Gmail, you can't see it anymore? At gmail.com.
No, it was up in the top there and it's gone.
I don't know why, but joepcannon@gmail.com is me. Or email me from either of my websites and I will get it. All right?
It's in the chat.
Is it? I don't...
Yeah.
I have it. Joe P. Cannon
It's at Gmail. It's there.
Yeah. Do not email joecannon@gmail.com. Otherwise, he will curse at you. He is not me. That's why I got a P in my name, because he gets emails from me periodically, and I've heard he's not too nice. And yeah.
As long as they're not bad.
I've heard the other Joe Cannon is not as nice as me. So.
Is it? Excuse me, Joe. Is this Gmail caps or lowercase?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter. So again, worst comes to worst, if you're like, I can't get them, email me from my websites. I will get it.
Okay.
Email me. I will send you a copy, and I'll do it as soon as we're done. All right?
Okay. Yeah.
Then here's what I want you to do. Copy the answers into an email. You can type them into Word, whatever, Pages. Copy them into an email and email it right back to me. Do not send me any attachments. No PDFs, no Pages documents, no Word documents, no Google documents. And that's because a couple months ago, I unfortunately got a virus and had to spend an entire weekend reinstalling Windows. That's not fun. That is not fun. So just copy and paste. If you know how to do it, just control. Again, if you've got a Mac, I don't know how to do that. But with Windows, it's just, grab the mouse and drag it all the way down, or hit Control A and right-click copy, and that's easy to do. But no attachments. It was horrible to reinstall everything. It was not fun. So just copy. I'll send you an attachment because I know I got no viruses. Include your name, your address, your phone number, email address, etc. That way I can put everything in Excel and I can send it off to AAAI and make sure everybody gets what they're supposed to be getting. Yes, with a Mac, it's Command A to select, Command C to copy, Command V to paste. Yes, thank you very much. I know it's a little different on Mac. You don't have a control, you have Command instead. And
Do you have it for the iPad?
iPad should work as well. I use my iPad as a toaster. I just watch movies on it, but iPad has it actually has a keyboard that pops up. So I know.
Well, I have my keyboard attached to my iPad.
Oh, okay, so you should have no problem then. You should have no problem doing this at all, since you got a keypad. And again, since you got a Mac, it's Command Copy to copy or Command A to highlight everything, and then Command Copy to copy it, and then Command V to paste it into a new email.
Now, is this for an iPad?
This is for any Mac,
Well, I have the Apple.
which is a Mac. Yes, it's the same thing. Apple makes the Mac.
Okay, so it's Command Copy and then,
Command A. Command A is all. That'll highlight everything. Command A. So type out your everything in Pages or whatever you're using, and then Command A selects it. Then you type Command, you press Command and the letter C to copy it, and then open up an email, and then put your cursor in the email window, and then press Command V to copy it all to me, and then type my email address in and hit send. Okay?
okay.
And I would personally love it if you did this immediately, but Nora wants me to give you 7 days. And I say, why, Nora? They're going to forget about it. And she, no, I'm going to give them 7 days. Recently, someone forgot about it. Fail. I give you a week to do it. They didn't send it back to me. It took them more than 7 days. Fail. And I'm like, take this. Again, he wasn't taking it seriously. The test is not hard. Believe me, if I was sitting in front of you today, the test I would give you would be a lot harder than what you're about to get today. Trust me, it would be. This is not a difficult test. Do not take 7 days to do it, because you're going to forget about it. Life happens. So I would encourage you to not waste any time and send it back as soon as possible. And again, the quicker I get it, the quicker I'm going to send it back to AAAI so you can get your grade. So just saying, they want me to give you 7 days, but that last guy, he took 8, and I was like, nope, door closed. And I did that because it's already easy enough, and I want him to take it seriously. So I'm like, no. So anyway, what do you think?
We're done.
We'd be done. You survived the day, and we got done even earlier, 2 hours earlier. No, 1 hour early. So I appreciate you spending time with me all day.
Yes.
So now you can, if you email me, I'll get you the test, and you guys can go out and enjoy the rest of your day in the heat, if it is hot where you are. Do you have any questions for me? No? Well, okay then.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Enjoy your Sunday, and I'll look for your email if you're going to be taking a test.
Thank you so much, Joe.
Thanks, gang. Take care. Enjoy your Sunday.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Stay in touch. Take care. Bye-bye.